very sizable group. We're taking over half of this bar. We're having a great time watching this match. And we're fired up for the match. Now, I'll freely admit, and we will talk about this as the show goes forward, the vibes were slightly different than I remember the vibes of the previous USA game. Not sure why that changed, but we'll get into it later on in the show. Man, there's one thing that Raj is right about. We got our asses handed to us in a way that I was not expecting us to get our asses handed to us. Team USA barely even shows up for the round of 16 against Belgium, and Belgium wasted no time waxing all that ass last night in Seattle. D-Fish, man, I got to admit, dude, it was a bummer. It was a bummer of a night, man. I was fired up going into it. I'll freely admit, like I mentioned, the vibes were a little different. Not exactly feeling amazing about certain things. But listen, I still loved this team. This team was not to blame for what took place the previous 2 days. They might have been the benefactors of what have previously taken place the past 2 days. But at the end of the day, this team was really fun, great to root for. And man, they just sucked last night.
Yeah, it was a rough. Yeah, it was a bad day. And you know, there's a lot of reasons why that happens at the worst possible time in team sports. It makes no sense that multiple people on the same day aren't able to execute the most basic things.
Yeah, right.
You saw looseness with the ball. You know, couldn't defend at the level that they'd shown. Some early frustrations.
It looked like they couldn't do anything.
Yeah, things just weren't clicking, and there are a lot of reasons, why that happens. And it's part of why when it's your first time in a situation as a team together, that's kind of what happens as well, because even each of us on the team are responsible for certain aspects of the team performance. But if we've never kind of gone through this before together, then my 5% less combined with your 5% less combined with his 5% less, and we're all playing
adds up, man.
Yeah, it adds up. And we're all playing less than our norm for different reasons. Mine could be because this is possibly my last World Cup match. Yours could be because this is your first World Cup match. Another guy's could be because he's playing through injuries. Like, there's a lot of reasons why it just all comes together at the worst possible time, and that's what happened to the team yesterday.
Now, I want to make this abundantly clear. Last night at the bar, now we had a bunch of people that showed up. Peyton showed up. Crash came on out. We had Shay from the Brock and Alex show showed up. You name it. A lot of members of the fan were there. The only one, I'm not going to say I regret bringing Raj. It's not that I regret it. I was very happy to have Raj there. It's just, you have to understand, this was a bar packed inside and outside with everyone just so excited to watch Team USA. Except for one dude who wore sunglasses the entire time inside, arms crossed like this, just like smiling as if he'd been justified in all of his nonsense. He's like the first goal happens, he's sitting there, he's like, yeah, I told you. I told you it was going to happen.
But look, this is the most clear example of why he's not from Brazil.
Dude, he's just a hater.
That is Philadelphia.
He's a hater-ass
right
Philly cat.
Soccer kid on.
Who cares?
You're a Philly soccer kid is what you are.
I had a Belize soccer kit.
Yeah.
I didn't wear Brazil.
That energy was all Philly.
That's right. He was rocking a Belize soccer kit.
And I started a chant because America, all you have is USA, USA. So I started a chant for them, like in European style. I was like, Donald Trump cannot save you. Donald Trump cannot save you.
No, he proved that over the last couple of days. That being said, Did you hear the Belgium announcer? Because there was a Belgium broadcast about this, and when we were down 3-1, they were talking, and this is before, of course, the last goal of the night. It was 3-1, and I'll never forget it because I watched this like on a loop while I was lying in bed last night. The Belgium announcer was saying it would take a miracle, basically. He's saying this all, of course, in Dutch, or it was a Dutch announcer, I should actually say, who was going on and on. He's like, there's nothing that can really save them right now. Not even the White House could step in to fix this matchup. And boy, everyone having the time of their lives, tap dancing on our grave to the point where Belgium posts out a wonderful tweet. Raj, what was the direct quote of the tweet?
You can't rescind this.
Yeah, it was something like that. And then, of course, everyone on the Belgium team doing the Donald Trump dance after the match was over, just kind of really rubbing it in. But listen, I will say the vibes were high for a total of 5 seconds. Because when we scored, oh man, that place went crazy. Then just cut to 3 minutes later and this happened.
Trossard to the byline, gets across, into Ketelaer's rising up, and Belgium retake the lead. Moments later, Charles de Ketelaere climbs the ladder, his second goal.
And yeah, you could feel it. And of course, we were all very excited until that goal happened. It was a side kick. It was a kick from the corner that basically kicked into a sea of blue Americans, and one Belgian player was able to get the header in there. It was ugly. We saw Poch immediately kick a whole bucket of Powerade bottles. It was very frustrating to watch. I can only imagine what it was like to be out there. But yeah, it was tough, except the one guy in our bar celebrating his ass off because Team USA gave up another goal, and that man was Raj. And we had to be sitting there watching Raj standing tall above all us sad Americans because, of course, Raj, a Brazilian from Philly, just loving the fact that we are just as bad as his team in Brazil. Isn't that great? How you feel about that, Raj?
Well, I feel great because I told you before the tournament, I was like, listen, it's a cute story, but when things started getting out of hand, and then
what do you mean getting out of hand? What do you mean getting out of hand?
Okay, the fact that they would even have the audacity to make you guys favorites for that game, I was calling my cousin, I was like, bro, they were taking advantage of the naiveness of American bettors that think that they're favorite. But what did I tell you on the show? All kidding aside, I said if Belgium plays at their ceiling, and America plays at their ceiling, they are not in the same league. That's just a fact. And we'll talk about this later. But then your boy, I know he's getting ripped. We got plenty of sound, but can we just hear from Pulisic after the game, who I didn't even notice was in the game, Fish?
Yeah, let's go to Pulisic.
I know you were in a lot of pain, had to be subbed off. What were you dealing with, fighting through?
Yeah, I mean, I just twisted my ankle and just sprained my ankle. I mean, it's just frustrating to end like that, of course. But now I got time to rest, so hopefully it'll be okay.
Yeah, he's got time to rest. He's got 4 damn years to rest. Hope that calf gets better, Christian. Here's the thing. I'm not going to sit here and bag all over Christian Pulisic. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's necessary. But if you're going to be the guy that is the star, wants to be the star, wants to be known as the star, dude, at some point the star's got to show up, right, Fish? Because as much as I love Christian Pulisic and how the energy of that one matchup really changed when he came into the match, at the end of the day, he was basically a no-show this whole tournament. The calf injury kept him out for multiple matches. When he got in there, he was borderline ineffective. And he's getting a lot of criticism today. And I don't know, what do you think? Justifiably so? At some point, the star's got to show up.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's a team sport for sure. I mean, soccer, similar to American football, like that. I mean, you literally need all 11 guys on the field to be successful. But I don't know if, like, did he crown himself as the next guy, or are we crowning him?
It might be a combination of the two. Like,
I don't
definitely
feel like
wants to be the dude.
Yeah, but I haven't heard sound from him. Like, he doesn't sound like a guy that's saying, "Put it on me." Mm-hmm. Like, I got it. I can take us to, to the next level as in terms of, American, soccer in this country. But yeah, it at some point for sure, on the big stage, that's when you find a way to somehow break through. And, could it have been yesterday playing through the injury and helping the team win, and then he's out for the next round? Maybe so. But he would have been, praised forever for battling through the injuries and finding a way to help the U.S. win the game, and then maybe he's out for the round of 8 match.
Maybe.
But it's just, it's tough to – it's clear that you need a magnetic player to just kind of set things up. That's the part I think that stands out to me most in this tournament, as I'm watching it as a guy that has known the game of soccer but haven't watched the trajectory of it, especially in Europe and just the way the stars have taken over the world. If you don't have one of those guys that kind of like is the glue that draws the opposing team into certain situations, or over to I'm learning about the first post and the second post and the strikers and the center back, like all of these things. Like if you don't have one of those guys, it's hard. And I mean, even England against Mexico, like Harry Kane was setting the table for everything.
Oh, yeah.
That's how Bellingham, not how Bellingham. Bellingham was actually the best player on the field.
He was unreal that game.
But it was Harry Kane's magnetism that was setting up certain opportunities for England. And if the U.S. doesn't have one of those guys, which it felt like Pulisic and Balogun could be those guys, but it just, with all the noise and all the expectations and all, like yesterday may have been that first match where they really felt the expectations and the pressure. And it got to them.
Even I felt the expectations and the pressure. And listen, all the outside noise that was going on definitely didn't help matters. Of course, we'll talk about that later on in the show. But listen, we're going to focus on Pulisic at the moment. I'm not the only one that thought this. Carly Lloyd also had some very, very strong words about Pulisic post-match as well. Here's what Carly Lloyd had to say.
No, look, it's a bit of a downer for us being out here now after this loss, but I felt like they lost the game before they even stepped out onto the pitch, and I'm not sure why, and I don't know the reasons, but just from the beginning, just chasing, tentative, scared, just not confident on the ball. And I think big-time players, you wanted some of those big-time players to step up in big moments. And I got to be honest, I was a bit disappointed with Christian Pulisic. I think whether he wants to be the star of this team or not, we didn't see enough from him in this particular game and really the whole World Cup. Little glimpses here and there.
It's funny. There was something said out loud at the bar that got Raj just not worked up, but it almost justified everything that Raj has been yelling for months now.
What the hell does Raj know?
I agree. The answer is nothing, but he did this one thing that was yelled at the bar.
Sound ever.
What the hell does Raj know?
Raj, do you remember the sound of the woman behind you at the bar?
Oh, Jesus. The female fan?
Yes. That
was yelling fish. We heard this a lot. I'll let
She said it twice.
She said it twice, and it was when it was about 2-1 or 3-1 where she saw it wasn't going her way, but this is what does she have to fix it?
She had a great fix. Run faster! She said it twice. She was very frustrated that the Americans weren't running faster than the Belgians. And that is why we lost the World Cup.
That right there, dog. That is why I can't do it. That right there. She said it a couple times. Like, come on, run faster.
And then I looked at Raj like, well, she does have a point. I mean, if they were running a little faster, maybe we have a shot.
Maybe they should have just got Pouch. We should have got a hotline to Pouch. Hey, Pouch. Have you talked to the guy? Just have him come over and look at each and every one of them. Hey, guys, you, Pulisic, you, Bellingham, run faster.
I'm noticing that you guys are not running as fast as the Belgians. Could you pick up the pace maybe and run faster? I will admit, though, and Raj it was good to have Raj there because Raj, being a much deeper soccer fan than me, because it looked very much one-sided in a way, like it looked like toddlers taking on a pro team. It really did, and I don't mean that as disrespectful. I'm very proud of the Team USA getting the group of 16, but now we're going up against one of the big dogs, and dude, it looked like we were going up against one of the big dogs, and we are nowhere near there yet. And Raj made the point yesterday, a point that I actually agree with. At the end of the day, do America's best athletes play soccer?
Probably not.
It's like kind of the sad truth. I mean, if you're an amazing athlete in downtown LA or in Chicago or in New York or in Florida, the odds are you're playing football, you're playing basketball, you might be playing baseball. And that's not to say that soccer is not incredibly popular here, especially in the youth, especially here in Los Angeles. Man, there is so much club soccer. But it seems like, and maybe this is just an arrogant perspective, but it definitely seems what's available to us in the States, the best athletes are going to play one of those specific three sports.
I mean, I would agree, but also, counter and ask us to consider there are probably some like phenomenal athletes that are actually playing soccer. We just don't know them.
No question.
Right?
Especially in the college side.
Yeah, we just don't know who they are because I think in the States, our stars, our well-known athletes do play, especially on the men's side, play the other sports.
Yeah.
And so we don't have yet, I'll say, that generational player from the U.S. that chose to play soccer or football that, now everybody in Europe is reminding us that it's called football. It's not soccer.
Yes, right. It's in the title of FIFA.
Right. Like we don't have those generational athletes that have come through and taken the game over, whereas in other sports we do. But that's also reversed in other countries. Like it's why everybody's still chasing the U.S. in basketball because we got a head start.
Big time.
And so the gap is closing. And, you could argue maybe the U.S. closed the gap slightly, just due to the energy and the noise and hosting the event. So, but we're still generations behind in terms of like kids in the U.S. really growing up wanting to choose that sport over all the other sports, in particular when it's not as life-changing as the other sports are. Like in football, baseball, basketball, you can change the trajectory of your family's life by choosing one of those sports.
Yeah.
In soccer or football, that's not the case in the U.S.
At least in the U.S., yeah.
Right? And even, in Europe, the academies, the football academies that they have where they start at such younger ages, like we don't have that as much here, in the U.S. I think it's starting to develop.
Yeah. Well, there are a couple things with that, Fish, and this is real talk. So, for one, every kid, you played soccer, right? But then once you stand out, my son started with soccer, but then once you stand out, you get pushed to other sports, as you already covered, Cody. Two, someone like Pulisic stood out early. Athlete, could play his ass off in soccer. He goes to train overseas.
Yeah.
He didn't. So, when you have a kid, I have a friend from L.A., two brothers, and they're twins. They're in Germany playing his kids. They're teenagers in Germany because you're not going to develop out here.
But why isn't there a developmental system out here?
Because they're just not. You don't have the competition and everything. You're not playing. You got to play the best. The culture. You got to live it, thinking where it's cool. On Saturdays, you guys are watching college football. I get that.
I know.
I'm watching soccer, and that's a choice. But it's going to be more popular for college football out here. That's never going to change.
Is there an aspect of this? Now, hear me out on this. This might be a little bit of a reach, and we'll get into it later on the show. But is there an aspect of this that it's a culture aspect? And when I say culture, I'm not talking about European culture to American culture. I'm talking about the way the system in soccer with relegation and how like there is real punishment if you are not playing at your best. Here it's not the case in any of our sports. Is there like a culture change and shift when it comes to how we actually handle our pro sports?
That's a good point. A good point. Potch said we reward losers.
We do.
And he made a point.
And I don't think he's wrong with that.
Yeah, he's not. I don't think it goes that deep. I think it would have to start with the competition here. Like if you were that good, if Pulisic had stayed here and there was other people around that was just as good, but you're just not going to develop here like that. You got to go elsewhere, like he did and other players do. So I think it's just deeper than that. And there's a lot of reasons like that. And they had this conversation in '94. They have it almost every World Cup. They think it's going to change. This is just what it is, and it's okay.
I don't think it's okay. I think we can continue to get better because if we're just going to end at 16 every year, what's the point? Is my point. That being said, I'm very proud of this team and what they were able to pull off, but ladies and gentlemen, we got a lot to talk about on today's show. We got Dodgers to talk about. We got Lakers to talk about. We got games to talk about, of course. More World Cup coming your way. Argentina playing today, so we're looking forward to doing that. Later on in the show, Charlie Davies joining us to talk about the U.S. getting eliminated from the World Cup and, of course, everything that we can expect going forward in this tournament. But coming up, Dalton Rushing. He's at the center of the conversation again for both good and bad reasons. Really excited to talk about our good friend Dalton right here on D. Fish and Decker and the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
Dalton Rushing with a broken bat walk-off hit in the 11th. Dodgers 8, Rockies 7. They survive in extras.
That, of course, from Sportsnet LA. D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And, of course, we want to hear from you, LA, on your morning drive time commute. 855-97-LA Fan. That's 855-975-2326. And, yes, the chat is live right now on YouTube at The Fan LA. Join the conversation. Of course, we opened up talking about Team USA's very, very troubling outing for the group of 16. They got their asses handed to them yesterday by Belgium, and at no point was it even a match. We will discuss that throughout the show. Later on, we got Charlie Davies joining the show to discuss this matchup and, of course, everything else going on with the World Cup. But the Dodgers, you heard it right there. The Dodgers, congratulations to Dave Roberts and the Dodgers, the first team to 60 wins this year, D-Fish. And they are the best team in Major League Baseball, and there were a couple of heroes last night. Let's look no further than, of course, Dalton Rushing had himself 3 hits in the matchup. On top of that, what you heard right there, the walk-off broken bat single, on top of 2 doubles that he had. Listen, Dalton Rushing is a talented kid. He's having a very, very solid season, offensively especially. And frankly, he's kind of a welcome bat to have there, especially if you're batting him in the 9 hole. You know, a couple of doubles right there leading up to Shohei Ohtani coming back over for the lineup ain't a bad thing. And by the way, Shohei Ohtani with another home run yesterday, 3 hits in that matchup for him. But Dalton Rushing, by the way, the last 7 games has been really swinging it well. 21 at bats. He's hitting 429. He's got 1 home run in that time, but he's getting 269 on the season, 10 home runs. He's doing a really, really good job offensively. However, Dalton Rushing likes to cause problems, dude. Dalton Rushing just really has been in the news with the Dodgers all season long, and never for the right reasons. And it's been one thing after another. And last night, look no further to the, I believe, 10th inning when the Colorado Rockies take a lead with a slide at home plate, which, by the way, was a perfectly fine slide. Nothing wrong with it whatsoever. No real contact. It was just a hard baseball play. And then words were had, and Dalton Rushing kind of gets going, and benches start getting ready to clear again. I want to point this out. Dalton is a young, talented guy. But, dude, someone has got to get his mind right. We've seen a lot of nonsense from this kid this season. Let's forget about the Shohei Ohtani and his rift that they had a few games ago. Dalton Rushing had a really weird play at second base earlier this year. He tried to take out Willy Adames, and I mean, it was a slide from 1984. This slide has been outlawed for like a decade and a half. He slid nowhere near the bag. He caused an issue at home plate. He's caused issues with his own teammates. And it's weird. Even Freddie Freeman is right here in this quote, and it seems like the Dodgers are really trying to get out some good press for Dalton Rushing. Last week, they sent him over to like a kid's elementary school, so he's reading to kids to try to get those videos out there and get everyone to see people like Dalton Rushing. And now you got quotes from guys like Freddie Freeman where he says, and I quote, "We all love Dalton, but he is an emotional guy when he plays, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just sometimes we got to rein it in, and just not let it spiral, because if you let it spiral during the game, you're striking out every at bat. Then he's hitting himself in the dugout, and there's no way you can have a clear mind when you're trying to catch." And that's the big thing. They don't really need his offense, which his offense has been really, really good. They need him to catch. While Will Smith is out, they need this kid to handle the pitching staff. And I gave you stats yesterday about why Will Smith is desperately needed by this team, especially when we get closer to October. Now, Dalton Rushing's putting himself in a very good position offensively to make an impact in this team when the playoffs roll around. But man, this kid is going to cause like 4 more brawls before this season's over. Something's got to give, man.
I mean, you could have stopped talking 5 minutes ago when I looked up where he's from.
Where's he from?
From Memphis, Tennessee.
You know it.
He's from the other side of that bridge.
Oh, boy.
Dude, he loves the bridge. Dalton knows about the bridge.
Hey,
That's
he's
awesome.
from the other side of that bridge. So some of his insanity comes it comes from real life experience in Memphis, Tennessee. He's got an edge, and I'm starting to assume that's what the managers and coaches like about him, is that he has an edge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, does he need to sharpen it and tailor it for, better being able to manage his emotions defensively? Yes, no question about that. But especially, and I'm not saying this is on purpose, but remember when the Artest, formerly known as Ron,
Oh, yes.
joined the Lakers in 2009.
I think about it often.
And sometimes in a championship group, you just need a guy that's a little bit more on the edge, just to keep everybody locked in and ready to go, just in case, because he's going to be competing on the edge. And at any moment, it might be going down, and you have to be ready. So it creates a different sense of urgency. Sometimes everybody's too comfortable. Everybody's feeling good because we've been winning championships, and you just bring a guy out there that's just like, nah, I didn't win a championship before. Like,
Fair.
I'm out here playing for my life.
And I think I know we talked about this a couple weeks ago, but that Ron Artest bringing in from you guys, like,
Yeah.
dude, I remember that previous playoffs. You guys were getting into it with Ron Artest.
Correct.
Yeah. And I remember the next year he was on the Lakers. I'm like, whoa, how did this happen?
He's playing for the Houston Rockets.
Yeah.
And I think there was a recognition by Dr. Buss, by Phil, by Kobe, that, we needed that type of edge on our side. And so, again, I'm not saying all of that went into the decision on Dalton Rushing. A lot of it is because of Will Smith's injury.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we probably wouldn't even be having this conversation.
By the way, this is also Dalton Rushing's second walk-off hit this season. Like, Dalton, I know there's been some issues with Dalton Rushing. Dalton Rushing's been playing really, really well this season, all things considered.
Well, I can tell you what. He ain't running from no problems.
No, he ain't. He's running directly to them.
He's from Memphis, Tennessee. He is not running from any problems.
It seems like he's actively searching for those problems. And here's the thing. When it comes to players like this, there are times when it can rub players the wrong way.
Yeah.
There was a video that was done by John Boy Media where Kike Hernandez and another player on the Dodgers were asked about teammates, and they had to write on a whiteboard, just without looking at each other, names of players from questions they were asked. And they were asked the question by Chris Rose very blatantly, who would you not want to sit next to on the team plane? And here's how it went.
You don't want to sit next to on the team flight. I know this is a mean one. I feel terrible even asking it.
I'd sit with anybody.
But don't say that.
By the way,
there's got to be one guy
Kike already wrote
snores
the name down.
too loud.
The other
farts.
Oh,
it's got to be something. I've got teammates at John Boy Media that are like that.
I can't write anybody's name
Yes,
down.
you can.
Can't write
Just be honest.
Be honest.
Nobody's gonna see this.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to see it.
By the
Yeah,
way,
right.
it's Kike telling him, be
It's only
honest.
gonna go viral. It's fine.
Sorry to pick on him.
It's only
Flip
going to
it.
go viral.
They both show
Oh my gosh, you guys nailed it. Yeah. What?
Dalton
Why?
Rushing.
What's the deal?
Then he goes on and said, what's the deal? Why this guy? And Kike says, just meet him. You'll know. and then Chris Rose tries to diffuse it, goes poor kid. And Kike's just writing down, he ain't a kid. Puts his head back down. Listen, I do love having these type of guys in the clubhouse. But, dude, I think what Freddie Freeman absolutely said is right. You got to be able to hone it in a little bit, because somebody like that whose volatility can often be their greatest attribute could also be the thing that tears them down the quickest, man.
Yeah, it could be. But, I mean, we said earlier they're the first team to 60 wins, right?
They are. They are. And, again, he's playing really well.
I mean, and again, I'm not a cheerleader for I'm not a cheerleader for foolishness, when it comes to, it's about the competition. And you have to find a way to compete on the edge and, challenge the opponents and do whatever you have to do to win. But yeah, ideally it doesn't boil over, where it can lead to, benches clearing and the dugouts clearing, and then now you got suspensions and other things that, could hurt the team. But hopefully he's learning from, being around some of the greats too, that not only does his edge maybe rub off on them a little bit, but the greatness that he's around every day will kind of start to shorten his fuse some.
That'd be nice.
Where he's just not always ready to ready to get after it.
There is no better clubhouse and manager to be learning from to kind of get you there. So, I am excited for this. I'm just really excited to see what other puff pieces the Dodgers are going to try to put out of Dalton Rushing. Where else are they going to send him to try to make fans, really like him?
Well, I don't know if it's puff pieces. It's just they have 87 All-Stars on the team that don't do interviews.
That is true.
So
they got to send somebody.
Got to get somebody.
And Dalton's that guy. All right, guys. Well, congratulations is coming up. Really excited. Kawhi Leonard has proven something that we didn't know. There are other agents in the NBA not named Rich Paul. And we're going to talk about it on today's incredible... What? Raj, what are you giving me that look for?
What hour are you in, fam?
What hour am I in? Is that hit it or quit it? You're right. Never mind. That was a killer tease for hour 2. It doesn't matter because in hour 1 we got a top 5. And yes, we are reaching for today's top 5 because it's about twins and it's a reach, but it doesn't matter. It's all about top 5 right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. That's right. Let's bring in our hype man, Raj. Raj, what do you got?
Well, fellas, we know we call it a little audible around here. As you know, the show is fluid. And I was thinking after, for most of you Americans around the country, you were very disappointed last night. It was a big surprise that they didn't beat a real soccer team. So it got me to thinking, guys, what were your most disappointing teams? Your top 5 most disappointing teams. You know what I mean? Like teams that you just expected more from and you just didn't get it. Let's start with you, Fish, with number 5.
Número 5.
I mean, 2004 was a rough year for a few sports teams.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Funny you mentioned that.
I'll start with the 04 USA basketball Olympic team.
Ooh, good one.
Yeah,
it's a really good one, actually. I didn't even think of that one.
Yeah.
We got put on the gun. I've had a little more time. I could have gotten to that one.
They were disappointing for sure. That was
AI and everybody, right?
That was when the chink in the armor of, U.S. is going to dominate basketball forever and ever and ever kind of first started to show. And then, of course, Kobe and the 08 Redeem team got it back.
Okay, good call.
What were you thinking when Kobe took out Powell in that first game?
Oh, I would have done the same thing.
Yes!
Oh,
yes!
boy. There you go.
That's what I'm talking about right there. 2003-2004 was a rough year. That Laker team.
Ooh,
I'm sorry,
yeah.
Fish. It's not because of you.
He was on the team.
No, it's Karl Malone's fault. I decided today.
I was definitely on the team.
Yeah, that's of course when they went up against the underdog Pistons, who didn't really have an all-star and all that stuff, right?
I mean, didn't they have Chauncey Billups?
I don't know if he was an all-star at the time. Seriously,
Was it?
This team was just it was just a hard-working team.
Huh.
They were the more connected team. We weren't. Yeah, we had a lot of reasons why we weren't connected.
Yeah. Okay. That's a good one. Okay.
So sorry, Fish.
Based off of Team USA, which we will be getting into more next segment, we are looking for these fellas' most disappointing teams. Fisher, that leads us to number 4.
Número 4.
Number 4. I got to stick with my usual routine of going with the reason why we're even doing the list.
Oh, take that, Team USA.
Yep.
What a disappointing.
World Cup team. Just not more how they lost, more so than just losing. I think it's more about just, wish they could have figured out a way to have a better performance on the way out. And, somewhat disappointing. Just, I think the round of 8 would have just gotten a little bit more energy and belief into, like, the long-term energy of the program. So
it was a big bummer because now I'm sitting here wondering, where does U.S. soccer go from here, man? And we will discuss later on in the show with Charlie Davies for sure.
Yeah.
This is wild because it seems like 2004 was a really disappointing year for a lot of teams. Because in Major League Baseball, 2004 was a magical World Series run for the Boston Red Sox. So much so that everyone seems to forget that Yankee team should not have lost a game at any given moment.
They were loaded.
2004 New York Yankees losing that series to the Red Sox is borderline unforgivable. By the way, that was the team that went to the World Series the previous year, won 3 World Series right before that, and they added MVP Alex Rodriguez, and somehow got worse.
Yeah.
Go figure.
It's crazy. That was wild. All right, that brings me to number 3, Fish, most disappointing team.
Número 3.
Number 3. That Yankees team. I mean, they're still on the list actually.
Okay.
At 3 though, I'm gonna go with the 2011 Miami Heat. The big 3. That's when LeBron made the decision to go to Miami. And he and Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh and
ran up against Dirk and them.
made it to the finals. I mean, the run that Dirk was on in 2011. I mean, they sent us home. That was one of the greatest playoff runs by any all-time great that I can think of.
Right.
He was playing lights out. But very disappointing exit for the Heat, especially I think they were up 2-0.
2-0 or 2-1?
2-1 maybe,
Yeah.
And the Mavericks came back and won that series in 6. So
what a series it was. I remember when I was watching that too. I was in AA and I was rooting for the Mavs really hard. I couldn't help it.
Yeah.
They were such an underdog. It seemed like going into that series
That's
too.
right. Avery Johnson turned it around for him. Got Dirk to rebound more that year. I remember that. What you got, Cody?
There's only one team in the history of Major League Baseball that's never been to the World Series. And you know what's funny about that team?
What's that?
That team, one year, had the most wins in any Major League Baseball season
Was it 106?
ever. It was in 2001. It was 116 wins for the Seattle Mariners.
Yeah.
Who were bumped out in the first round of the playoffs by the then Cleveland Indians. This team had Ichiro Suzuki, who had just joined the team. Like, this was the post-A-Rod and Griffey era type of thing. And all of a sudden, this team became like the most juggernaut baseball team ever, and they got bounced immediately. It was such a disappointment for Seattle. And Seattle, quite frankly, is still reeling from that 25 years later.
You say that's the only Major League team not to go to a World Series?
Only Major League team not to go to a World Series, the Seattle Mariners.
That's wild. That's wild. Oh, that's right. I forgot that Tampa did.
Tampa's got it too now.
Yeah, they do. They sure did. Okay, Fish, we're looking for most disappointing teams based off of Team USA teams, which, don't worry, folks, we will get into that very soon. Next segment. Number two.
Number two, I'm going with that 2004 Yankees team.
All right.
That got bounced
Dude,
out. That was
can't believe they lost that series.
Yeah, I mean, it had never happened before, really, and so to see the Red Sox walk them down like that and end up going on to win the World Series is just crazy. I don't know if it could get more disappointing than that, to lose 4 times in a row after being up 3-0 with a team that the Yankees had out on the field. So 2004, man, it was a rough year. Yankees are number 2 on my list.
Rough. Right. I'm going with the NWO in the World Wrestling Federation.
What?
If there's one thing that saved professional wrestling, it was in 1996 when the New World Order was formed. And you know what was the worst thing that ever happened? In 2003, when it formed in the World Wrestling Federation. It was supposed to be the greatest comeback ever. It was Hogan, it was Hall, it was Nash. They were going to take on Austin and The Undertaker and The Rock.
Yeah.
And it sucked.
It failed.
It was so bad. It was unwatchable. They abandoned the storyline immediately. And I know why they did it. It was because Vince McMahon didn't create it, and he refused to give it any air to breathe.
He didn't embrace it.
Nope, he hated it and wanted to kill it himself because that's what sociopaths do.
All right. How do you really feel? There you go.
I hate Vince McMahon.
All right, Fish. Well, based off of the disappointment of the men's U.S. team, your number 1 disappointing team, Derek Fisher.
I was going to go with that 2004 team, but Cody already made me feel real bad about myself today. I don't need to double down on making myself feel bad for bringing that team up. So I'm going to go with...
You did win 2 more rings.
Yep, you're right. But thanks anyway. I'm going to go with the 15-16 Golden State Warriors. 73-9 regular season.
Good one.
Dominated the playoffs.
Yeah.
Up 3-1 in the NBA Finals, and the first team and the only team in NBA history to hold a 3-1 lead in the NBA Finals and lose the series to the Cleveland Cavaliers and one LeBron James. Yeah, that's disappointing.
A good one. That's very disappointing.
That's very good. All right, your number 1, Cody. Number 1 most disappointing team.
Oh, man. I'll never understand how it happened. It seemed like we were going to get history in 2007, and the Giants said no. Yeah. They were undefeated, the New England Patriots, in 2007. They seemed like they were unbeatable. Randy Moss doing everything humanly possible with his connection with Tom Brady.
Yep.
And the helmet catch that changed the course of football history. I will never understand how that pass was made. I will never understand how that catch was made. I will never understand how the Giants won that Super Bowl against the juggernaut New England Patriots in 2007, seconds away from being the only truly undefeated team in NFL history with this type of schedule. What can I say? Most disappointing team I've ever seen.
That's a good one.
Yep.
I mean, undefeated.
Could have made the list for sure.
Yeah, dude. It was. I remember where I was watching that. I remember watching that catch, thinking that can't be real. I was waiting for some sort of replay to prove that he didn't catch it. It's still one of the most amazing sports accomplishments I've ever seen.
It was in Arizona. I remember this. I was watching the game with Suge Knight.
What?
very Suge Knight.
No, I know what you said. Can you explain and elaborate?
I know
Do we
Suge.
need to go to break for you to explain?
Listen, he was a very pleasant gentleman to hang around. Now, I wouldn't do business with him or sign a record contract.
It seems like it'd be problematic, yes.
But, we were going to go to Vegas after that, and I was like, damn, I got to get back to regular
You were going to
life.
go to Vegas with Suge Knight?
Yeah, we were going to get in a plane from Arizona and go to Vegas right after. But it was like I had already been gone for a whole week covering the Super Bowl, and I was like, I might want to get home.
Dude, I'm actually really upset with you. Now I wish you went on a plane with Suge. Would it have been a private plane?
Yes. Yeah, DAZN. So I just turned it down. I didn't go.
I'm not going to lie to you. I've never been more disappointed in Raj than I.
Did I make the list?
Raj, we're thankful to still have Raj.
No. He wasn't signing Raj to anything. He would have been fine.
Real quick, speaking of signing to someone, there was a free agent that was available to the Lakers. I know we may talk about it a little bit later in the show, but I just wanted your thoughts on this, Fish. I thought for sure Lakers would be interested in DeMar DeRozan, waived by the Kings. Fish, what kind of fit do you think that would be with the Lakers?
I mean, I don't know if DeMar's ready to play the type of role that would probably be best for him to be on the Lakers. He'd have to be in a backup role. Could be a good primary scorer for like a second unit type of vibe. Because he can still get buckets. I mean, he's a walking super bucket.
Yeah.
And a guy that could mix in, like if you're not making threes, like he can get you twos all day long. I don't know. Interesting. Not something to rush out and do. Maybe see how things go, and if he's still available closer to like the trade deadline or the buyout market, then take a run at it.
Yeah.
But give yourself a chance to see what some of these other signings are going to do first.
Oh, man, there's going to be a lot of signings still going on in the NBA. Of course, the question of the day still remains, where does LeBron go? Because we do got some interesting reports revolving around LeBron James and exactly how this decision has come to fruition. And what is the next decision going to be? Very excited to talk about that. But coming up, ladies and gentlemen, we got to have a real conversation about USA soccer. Was it a massive opportunity missed? Or was this the reality check that was always coming our way? We will discuss. Plus, we watch your calls, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. D-Fish, we had ourselves our group of 16 match last night. What can we say? It was a disaster, an ass-kicking, a bludgeoning, 4-1. And quite frankly, at no point did we even show up over there in Seattle for this matchup. The vibes were very, very off from the get-go, but it's kind of leading to a different conversation. Did we really think this team had what it took to go for? We heard other members of the media. We heard former team members of this team. We heard Tim Howard actually even go off on it, talking to Landon Donovan, saying this team will not go for it. I think he said, and I quote, "It's basically impossible for Team USA to win the World Cup." And which is really unfortunate because we've seen some flashes of greatness from our guys over there in Team USA. We saw some matchups where they were overwhelming other teams that are in the group of 16 matchups, because right now Paraguay is going to be going in the group of 16, and we kicked the living crap out of them. Yet the team hasn't really shown up quite the same since. And this matchup last night against Belgium, was this a we're just not that good, or did we walk into a buzzsaw against Belgium?
Maybe both. I'm not sure. I mean, people that know the game, from what we could gather, even talking to Paul Tenorio yesterday, like, he called it. I mean, he literally said, this Belgian team is galvanized, the Balogun ruling.
Dude.
All the things.
We gave them all they needed.
Yeah, he felt like it flipped his, pick at least. And I think you'd heard throughout the tournament, like, that Belgian size and their experience and acumen would be an advantage, if they're playing well. And I don't know if they had played that well leading into the match, but it seemed like they were locked in and ready to go yesterday. Right from the beginning. By the time, you really got settled in to watch what we all felt like was going to be a highly competitive match, you could just feel that they threw the first punch and they were not going to let up. And the U.S. scoring right behind Belgium scoring the first goal, you kind of thought like, okay, now it's going to be a battle. And then
that's what we thought.
Before you could even go get a paper towel to come back to the table,
dude,
it was 2-1.
You ain't lying, because it happened like that.
So quick.
Dude, so we were all at the bar. There's a lot of members from the Fan that were there yesterday. Raj came out. Mitch came out. We had Peyton that came out. Shay from Brock and Alex came out. We were all there in Santa Monica at the bar at O'Brien's on Wilshire and had ourselves a blast. Except, of course, Raj was wearing sunglasses the entire time, stood the entire time, stoically with his arms crossed and like a faint smile on his face. The only guy in the bar that was actively rooting against the United States yesterday was Raj. And every single time we did something wrong, you saw Raj back there with his arms crossed. Like, I told you this was coming. Just a vibe killer that Raj can be sometimes. What a guy. Just crapping all over our USA dreams that we had. But
I'm sure.
But I got to say, D-Fish, as much as I was annoyed by it, Raj was 100% right. He was right. It was like watching toddlers against a pro team. It was, at no point were we even in this match.
Yeah, true. But it wasn't so much. I would agree with that whole, like, full stock if you felt like the team played at their best and then Belgium just was at another level.
Completely were.
Yeah, they were at another level, but the U.S. also played poorly. That's two different things.
Well, there was one goal in particular, and I think everyone knows the goal that I'm talking about. It's not even the goal we have the sound of. We're going to play the goal we have the sound of because in fact, let's play that really quick because this is the sound that really broke America's back. Right here.
Trossard to the byline, gets across into Ketelaer's rising up, and Belgium retake the lead. Moments later, Charles de Ketelaere climbs the ladder, his second goal.
Dude, it was When that happened, and like you said, D-Fish, you couldn't even get a paper towel to clean up anything up yet. It happened 20 seconds after we equalized, and that was the moment where I think it was a moment for all of us to really kind of look and say, we're not ready for this right now. Belgium, who I thought we can get by based on how Belgium had been playing previously. Hell, Belgium shouldn't have even gotten to this match if it weren't for a crazy final 5 minutes of their previous game. Here they were. They looked fantastic. They looked together. We did not. And then, of course, the third goal, which made it abundantly clear we are screwed, was, of course, when our goalie came out to kick a ball, not aware that someone was right behind him. He kind of panics real quick, doesn't kick the ball out. They get the ball back, and it was just an embarrassing goal. He was nowhere near the goal at the time. It was just ugly, ugly, ugly. And then not to mention the fourth goal to edge it out with extra time going. Raj, where is Team USA right now in the pantheon of this sport right now? And where can we actually, realistically, where can we go from here?
I'll be honest with you, and I'm not trying to, be an a-hole, which I'm fine doing.
You usually are.
They're right where they were before this began. And Fish, you know what? They played a few weeks ago. They played Belgium. You know what the score was? 5-2. So this
Belgium won that match 5-2?
Yes.
Oh, that was the friendly before the cup started.
Yeah.
But you want to win. You want to see how it's just it is where it is.
Yeah,
so once they start playing teams like this, and I know you say they had a bad game, Fish, and they did have a bad game, but part of it was because of what Belgium was doing to them. They weren't going for any of the okie doke, the give and goes. They were like a step ahead
at all times.
So they forced that, making it looking that bad. And remember, they had America favored in the game.
They did.
But to answer your question, it's where they were coming in. They're not. You see some of these clubs and countries, they'd be happy to make it out of group stage to win a match like USA did.
Yeah.
And they did that. So they're very mid, and that's what it is. But the problem is, and here's what I see. The best player I've seen in a long time is Christian Pulisic, who plays internationally with AC Milan, and he plays on the big stage. 4 more years, he's going to be 30. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he's already, I told you guys, he has lower body issues, injuries. He had it when he was with Chelsea.
Night.
You saw it last night. So this era is, I wonder in 4 years if they're going to be any better because their best player is going to be that much older. But it's nothing it's not embarrassing what they fitted to make it to the group of 16. Going in, if I told you America was going to make it to the group of 16, I guarantee you 80% of soccer fans, the ones that at least know what's happening with this team, would sign up for that. I really do.
No, I'm signed up for it.
Yeah.
Like I'm not like walking away from this D-Fish like furious and mad at our team. Do I wish we showed up and actually, for lack of a better phrase, showed up at all last night? Absolutely. But we were talking about her in the first hour. There was one woman at the bar who screamed out loud, "Run faster! Oh, just run faster!" She had a point, but not the point she thought she was making. And Raj was trying to clarify it for the table. It wasn't that Belgium was faster. It was just that they were flat out better. They were just always a step ahead.
First touch, technical, better on the ball.
Every single ball in the air that needed a header, they always had it. They were just a step ahead at all times. It was like they were playing a different level of soccer than we were at any point in this match, D-Fish.
Yeah, I mean, but the U.S. looked like a team that was in a situation that they weren't sure they could handle. That's what it looked like to me.
And by that, you mean like just the team they were playing against or the situation?
No, the situation. I don't know if the opponent even mattered yesterday. It was the situation that also, I agree with your point, Raj, in terms of like that Belgium, I'm sure, forced some of the situations and scenarios, but like sometimes when they were moving with the ball, like they would just lose it, and the ball would just come off their feet and go to the other team. There were times where the ball was loose and 4 blue jerseys or kits were running towards the ball, and then 1 white jersey would just end up with the ball and kick the ball. And
every time
it was as though their bodies weren't in sync with their minds. Like a team that is feeling pressure, anxiety, expectation, stress. That's what it looked like. The one play with the goalie when his foot got caught in the ground.
Mm-hmm. He did. When Freeze went to kick
He
that
was
ball,
going to kick the ball,
it was
and
like the Young Ho Koo thing last year in the NFL when he didn't make that field goal kick and he kicked the ground. It looked exactly like that.
Yeah, I mean, and there were a couple other plays where Pulisic's play even, I think his leg got clipped a little bit, but he ended up basically kicking his own ankle.
Yes, he did.
And so it just, they looked disjointed and disconnected, but not just because of the opponent. I think it was the situation and the awareness of, like, this is the round of 16. We've never been to the round of 8 before. I don't even know what's on the other side of this wall. Mm-hmm. And to me, that's what the group looked like, and that was the most disappointing part. I think I could at least walk away from the experience feeling like the national team is moving in the right direction, like had just yesterday been an all-out war. And then, okay, you lose, but and that's okay. But it's tough to overcome the nerves and the anxiety and the pressure of it without experience. The tough part is every 4 years it's going to be a different group for the most part. So without having the experience together, it's going to be hard to show back up and advance farther than you did previously when, to your point, Pulisic will be 30 years old. Some of the other guys may choose not to play for the U.S. in the World Cup, like some of the heritage-related stuff that some of the guys we're lucky enough to have this time could make a different choice.
Like Belligan, by the way, it's so weird because, not to get political, but we just had a whole fight over the 14th Amendment last week. The only reason Belligan's allowed to play on this team is because of the 14th Amendment. The guy was born in Brooklyn because his mother was too pregnant to fly back to England. That's why he's actually playing on Team USA. It's a fascinating thing because you're right. Maybe those players don't play for us. Maybe they play for another country. Who's to say our next crop of youth is actually going to be as good as this crop? I honestly don't know where we are, but you know who might have a better idea is Poch. Let's see what Poch had to say.
Oh, I think everyone saw from the beginning we didn't connect with the game. We never were on the game, even when we scored and we scored the goal 1-1. We conceded the next action. Was really tough from the beginning. To congratulate Belgium, they were better than us. I think wasn't our day. That is not to find excuses or not to find argument, because we didn't show what normally that team can show, and that is a reality.
I can see the players leaving the pitch, the fans supporting your group. What has the support of the fans meant to this team throughout this World Cup?
I think we need to learn. I think it's a process to learn. We need to assess that game, and we need to see why we didn't approach the game in the same way that the rest of the World Cup. Different reason. Maybe the explanation is so easy. Wasn't our day in a collective and individual. Of course, the principal, responsible is myself. And yes, we need to see and to check what we did, because wasn't the performance of the way that normally we play.
Yeah. I am interested in we didn't prepare the same. Do you think some of that maybe came with the Belligan of it all? Because, listen, there was a lot of controversy going into this matchup, period. And I got to say, you got to hand it to Belgium, who, by the way, were very furious with the entire Belligan of the entire situation, but they're having a field day, and frankly, rightfully so. They get to tap dance on our grave based on how this whole situation planned out. They went out and put out a tweet, overturned this. Boom. 4-1. Belgium over USA. And then, of course, after the match, the whole Belgium team doing that ridiculous Trump dance thing. Good on you. You tap dance all over our grave. We earned that. But hearing this, and I didn't consider this yesterday when we were talking about it, Fish, because we were talking about how Belgium now has to throw out their game plan that they had for 4 days getting ready for that matchup, because now they got to prepare for Belgium. What about Team USA and having to kind of switch things up last second? I mean, I know it's a good problem to have, but having yourself 1 day to now work in a new game plan probably is not best for business either.
Yeah, I'm not sure from a game planning perspective, like how much different, teams, maybe Raj, you can help with that. Like, I don't know how much different, like in the middle of a tournament, how in 3 days, with or without Balogun, with or without Messi or whoever, like a main guy, how does the entire game plan change to where you'd be positively or negatively impacted by his presence, other than just the fact that he draws so much attention, right? And you can't replace a guy like Balogun in terms of the speed, the athleticism, his ability to finish plays around the goal. But I thought what Poch said from the beginning, like they never got connected to the game. That was the first thing he said.
Yeah.
And that was what I saw. I feel like I saw guys that were not connected at all. Physically, it was like their brains were either going too fast or too slow, and the body was caught in the middle.
Yeah.
It just wasn't, it was never together and in sync. Individually for some of the guys, which then made it harder for the collective group to ever have any real momentum as a team. That one goal for 2 seconds kind of felt like maybe, but then as soon as Belgium responded with another goal, it was okay, the same disconnect that was there from the beginning, it just kind of stayed there the entire match.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's funny. It's even in the chat because I agree with this. And when I knew we were going to lose? I knew we were going to lose when we gave up that second goal. Not because of how quickly we gave up the goal and how we gave up the goal, which, by the way, was not good because it was right after we equalized and tied this matchup up. It was looking at Poch after we gave up that goal. You're right. The disconnection was there. Period. Stop. Poch made the best kick that the USA actually took yesterday. Sadly, it was water bottles on the side of the field. He kicked the living hell out of those water. Right. I wish Team USA could have kicked the ball the way Poch kicked those water bottles.
Yeah, but the only time you respond that way as a coach, manager, leader is when things are happening that are so within the player's control and it's so basic and rudimentary that you're just flat out disgusted that it's somehow not happening, right?
Like, and he was.
Like that play, whatever he saw was like, hold on. This is the most basic, simple thing that we practice every day, and we're not out here executing that. And that's what leads to a kicking of the water bottles on the side.
And by the way, again, I want to say this again. Pretty great kick.
Yeah.
Pretty good kick.
Looked like he used to play a little bit.
Those water bottles went all over the place, man.
Yeah. And that's, that's not a kick of, oh, man, this team is just better than us. They're more talented. We don't have a chance. That's the kick of someone that knows they have a chance, knows the team is capable of doing better than what they're doing, and they're just not executing the things that he's literally seen them do better every day since he's been working with them. And it just didn't come together yesterday.
D-Fish, this doesn't tell you everything you need to know. Total shots taken in the match, Belgium 15, United States 7. Shots on goal, Belgium 7, USA 2. It just wasn't a match from Jump Street, and it was frustrating to watch. And yeah, we haven't even gotten into what I think the biggest problem of the whole thing is, the vibes. Oh, we're going to take a lot of time talking about how the vibes were ruined, because I can't stress this enough. We were the most likable team going into this matchup until we weren't, and that really sucks, because I don't think it was a single player on that team's fault on all the nonsense that took place in the previous 48 hours, but we will get into that. And of course, later on the show, we have Charlie Davies joining us live to talk about all things USA. But one thing I do want to play real quick, and we are talking a little bit about where does this leave Team USA. I would like to play a little clip from Alexi Lawless from yesterday on Fox. Here's Alexi and what he had to say.
First off, I think congratulations have to go to this Belgium team to come into this environment and put on a show like that. And from a U.S. perspective, they picked the worst time to play their worst game. And I think Mauricio Pochettino and the players would admit that. To echo what Stu and John said, anytime this happens, and I've been through this now a lot, the question is always, well, was this a success? Look, I think that this team did win hearts and minds. I think that this team did bring people into the tent, and they should be incredibly proud for that. But also there's a part of me that says the time for moral victories is over. And so we've left something on the table here. And that, to me, is disappointing. I also know it's going to be disappointing to the players and to Mauricio Pochettino when they look at this game. Because, again, the goals that they gave up at times were self-inflicted against a better team. But this U.S. team has beaten better teams in the past. It just didn't happen here today. So it's going to be disappointing to go out, but also in the way in which they went out, which was much more of a whimper than a roar that we had seen through this tournament.
Man, I hate it when I agree with Alexi Lawless, but I agree with pretty much everything he just said right there. I do feel like we've been in this spot before. The time for moral victories, I think, should be at an end. I think we should be planning to do something more. And I'm not going to say this was a disappointment. What was a disappointment was how it ended. That's why this is a disappointment to me. If that was a loss that we took and it was a hard-fought match, I wouldn't say disappointment. Proud of everybody, great job. And I'm still proud of everybody, great job. It's just, man, going out on that type of whimper really puts a damper on the tournament for Team USA, at least in my eyes.
Agreed. I mean, he clearly, he's played the game at a high level, so his perspective on it is pretty dialed in, and his expectations are going to be higher than even those of us as a fan. But I agree. I think the moral victory approach to this tournament and to competing against the best in the world, that also has to be a part of the shift. I think it's okay for, we as fans and people that, have, like you said, you bring in more people into the tent. It's okay to expect more and want more. But that also, how do you live that out? Where does that support go? Is that more sponsorships and donors to U.S. soccer so that they can go out and get more talent or increase the resources or the performance team? What does that look like? In terms of wanting more, but we could all want more, but how do we actually influence or impact the team having a chance to be better? If Poch is not back as a coach or a manager, who's next? What does the coaching and managing pipeline look like? Those are all things you have to consider in terms of just wanting more.
Absolutely. Well, we have a poll right now at the Fan LA. Check it out. The poll is simply this: was Team USA's run a disappointment? Get on YouTube at the Fan LA and vote, and give us a call 855-97-LA-FAN LA. Tell us, was this a disappointment, or are you excited about the future of Team USA Soccer? We want to hear from you here on D. Fish and Decker. And coming up, ooh, boy, some new reports coming out around LeBron James. Question of the day: did LeBron James set the Lakers up to fail? We will discuss right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. back. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. And, of course, we've been talking a lot about Team USA Soccer and the disappointment that last night was. And, listen, we got to talk about another disappointment. I know a lot of Laker fans have celebrated. A lot of Laker fans have been upset, and it's kind of gone back and forth about the LeBron of it all. LeBron James, of course, not coming back to the Los Angeles Lakers, but now as time is going forward, it seems like there are more questions than answers, which is not completely uncommon when it comes to a LeBron James free agency, but the teams that are involved, it's pretty fascinating. They have no idea whether or not they're involved, D-Fish. And that is a very weird place to put a lot of teams when you are basically calling the shots yourself. And when I'm saying yourself, I'm referring to, of course, that man, LeBron James.
Yeah, this is going to be a sports topic for the foreseeable future.
Why? Because he's maybe the most important basketball player who ever lived?
It's possible.
Seems like something that might be brought up once or twice.
Sure in the last 25 years or more. It's interesting because there are some aspects of this that can't be known because of who it is.
Yeah.
Right? We were talking off the air. It's like when LeBron makes a dinner reservation or Taylor Swift makes a dinner reservation, they don't make the reservation under Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Like, you don't know she's actually about to walk in. It's a phone call. Hey, we got a client coming in, or it's arranged, everything's set up. We're going to go through the back entrance, boom, boom, boom. Like, that's kind of the level that you're operating on.
It's like it's Julia Roberts in Notting Hill. She stays at the hotel under a different Disney princess every single time.
So some of this, like, we haven't heard anything and nobody knows and we're not sure. Yeah, on record, it has to be that way. No, you can't. 8 teams can't have conversations with LeBron James at the same time.
Well, it's funny you say that. It seems that no one's currently having conversations with LeBron James at all right now.
But even if there's back channeling and pigeons being sent and whatever you have to do to
smoke
communicate,
signals.
Yeah, like it shouldn't. That's my thing with sources and people say, like, it's supposed to be private. It's a private business transaction. It's not public until it's public. That's the way it's supposed to be. Like, we're not sitting in the boardroom when, Microsoft is meeting with the manufacturer of all of their processing chips. Mm-hmm. Like, we don't know anything about that until it's news. But
you also don't have people from the processing chip place leaking out saying, hey, by the way, these chips are coming in 2 weeks.
Yes,
check this out.
Correct.
Yeah.
No, I agree with all of that.
Yeah.
But I was going to say, that's what we've gotten accustomed to in sports.
Yes.
Right? Is that it kind of went from, like, there were some boundaries and some walls in sports that existed that have kind of come down with the advent of social media and digital media, and kind of everything is, you can click on and go to it right now. So everybody wants to be first to say something that they know, when in reality, we don't know. It's this person's decision. It's his decision. You're at a restaurant, you're looking at a menu. Nobody knows what you're going to order until you order it. And so you just have to have an ability to, like, kind of have some patience on that. I'm not surprised that teams wouldn't know too much information too early, but at the same time, there has to be some understanding. Like, even if, as an agent, even if we've done all the salary cap scenarios, we know exactly how much money the Cavaliers have to spend, the Warriors have to spend, the Sixers have to spend, et cetera. There has to be some conversation around, where does this fit? How does this fit? Even if players are, like, LeBron has to be talking to Jaylen Brown if he's considering going to Philadelphia.
You would think so.
He has to be talking to Donovan Mitchell, who just signed a 4-year, $273 million contract.
Sure did.
I would think there's probably a little bit of a conversation happening around, like, are you good with this? Like, I want to come home, or I want to go here, or I want to do this. Like, can we really come together on this and make it special? Mm-hmm. So even if that's happening, yeah, the teams may not be involved in that. And even if the teams are, you cannot say Julia Roberts is coming to your restaurant.
Nope.
That's how she will never come back again.
That's right. And by the way, Brian Windhorst has been talking about this, and he's talking about how closed this entire thing is, so much so that he's kind of making light that the teams have truly no idea where he's going, which I understand. He's LeBron James. He's not going to tell them where he's going, but apparently this has been a pattern. He goes on to say, the Heat didn't know he was coming till it was announced. The Cavs didn't know he was coming back until he announced it. Even the Lakers didn't entirely know he was even coming back a year and a half ago when he came back. So it's a very unique place that LeBron James finds himself in. I just wonder, how does this work while all of these teams are currently trying to put together their roster? Now I firmly believe the Cavs is going to happen because of this new signing, this new extension, of course, for Donovan Mitchell, and they have to figure out James Harden. With all of these other moves that have already happened, I feel like, well, now this one kind of seems like it's all happening at this one specific time that could lead into LeBron having a homecoming in Cleveland.
It's possible, and I mean, yeah, I don't know. There's also some there are also some scenarios where, you have to get the Donovan Mitchell deal done first before you can really have a serious conversation with anybody else, because that's the cornerstone foundational deal. Evan Mobley, Jared Allen. James Harden is a free agent. If you believe you're in the running for LeBron to return, I don't know where James Harden fits into that or not. I really don't. And could you make a case for LeBron being just as valuable, than James is at this point? Even though he's 42, James is 37, I think. But it's just going to be interesting to see how this plays out. And you could see a situation where, depending on where LeBron goes, then the James Harden decision kind of quickly follows that. If he goes to Cleveland, does that fully fit? James Harden is best in isolation with the basketball.
Yeah.
You tell me a team where LeBron just goes and watches somebody play in isolation.
I haven't seen it yet.
I don't know any of those teams. So, so there's a lot that could still play out here. And again, that's what I'm saying. It's not, maybe the teams haven't heard anything, but there has to be some back channel conversations happening because, you can't re-sign James Harden to a contract that almost makes it impossible to sign LeBron because it may not work from a basketball perspective if you make the move in that way.
Yeah, well, man, it's going to be real interesting. Hey, real quick before we take a break, where do you think, right now, you think he's going to end up? If you had to pick right now, where do you think it's going to be?
I want him to go to the Warriors. That's what I want.
Yeah?
I'm not saying that's where he's going to go, but I just think that's where the most seamless basketball transition could happen. He played for a coach he definitely enjoys playing for. He'd be teammates with guys that he enjoys being teammates with. It doesn't catapult them to the top of the West, but that's not how it works now. So many things have to go right during the course of an NBA season. There's no guarantee anybody makes it to the finals anymore. OKC came up short just due to injuries, and so an injury can disrupt everything. So if you're only basing these decisions on what the potential outcome may be, you're chasing a ghost. It has to be your infatuation and obsession with the process. That's why he still loves playing at 42 years old, is because he loves the process, the habits, the daily grind. I think he would enjoy that more in Golden State, but I could also understand why going home to Cleveland or, even going to Miami, places where he's been before, would make more sense than Philly or Minnesota or Denver, in my opinion.
It's just hard to keep up with, considering the fact he told the Lakers that he was 80% sure he's coming back, and then it became 1,000% sure he was not coming back. So it's kind of wild all over the place. But listen, he's LeBron James and can make these decisions. By the way, hoops coverage here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, Imagine that. And coming up, of course, we got more basketball talk coming on later the show. Later on the show, Charlie Davies joining us live to talk all things U.S. men's soccer and, of course, more of the World Cup. But coming up, hey, Dalton Rushing in the middle of it all again. Well, we're going to talk about that right when D-Fish and I hit it or quit it right here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Raj. What do you got,
What's
Raj?
up, Playboys? What's going on?
Chilling.
All right. Now, you guys, of course, we're talking about Donovan Mitchell. You know, he's agreed to a 4-year deal.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Got paid.
Man, he got 4 years, $273 mil on the contract. So, hit it or quit it on that money there, Fish.
No, I hit it, and I just want to remind everybody, if somebody can, as an employee of a business, if somebody can afford to sign your checks for close to $70 million per year, that means the balance sheet's looking pretty darn good.
Yeah, things are doing
So
fine.
I hit it all day long on that right there, buddy.
Dude, I hit
Yes,
it.
sir.
I love seeing a guy get paid. It's good stuff. Good for Cleveland. My only question is, like, is he going to do anything there while he's at it? Is he going to bring him a title? I mean, he's got to do something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Eastern Conference Finals is, you're one of 4 teams in the NBA
That is
left.
true.
That's a good run.
Definitely.
Does that change anything with the LeBron pursuit, or is that just all based on Harden at this point?
Yeah, I don't think the LeBron pursuit is a money thing. I think it's a basketball fit, locker room fit. Are the personalities, are there like-minded enough guys in the locker room that he'd enjoy being around every day?
Okay. All right. Good for you there. Hey, guys, you teased it, but to Dalton rushing in the middle of it again last night.
Sure is.
And we're going to talk about it a bit later. I mean, positive and negative, but the highlight that's making the rounds is bench clearing Bra there. So, Cody, I'm going to go to you on this one. Hit it or quit it on your boy Dalton Rush and stirring it up again.
We got to get this cat a therapist. I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna quit it because this guy.
Told y'all where he's from.
Yeah, he's from Memphis. I get it, but like at some point, like this kid needs to calm down a little bit. Like he's causing a lot of issues left and right. And clearly, some of his teammates don't love it. And I only seen Shohei Ohtani frown 2 times. Dalton Rushing was involved both times. So. I love how he's playing because he plays with some fire and he's a damn good offensive threat for this team. But somebody's got to get his head right.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to help him out just a little bit before something goes a little wrong.
Yeah, what do you think, Fish? Dalton Rushing doing too much, or are you good with it? Because every day, I mean, he's been the story of the game. Dude, I've read more headlines on him than Ohtani lately, and I ain't playing.
I mean, that's factual.
I know we talked earlier, like I don't mind a little bit of edge, but there's a point for sure where
you just can't get right.
Yeah, your play should be speaking more than your words or actions or anything else. Like that's what should be standing out. And he's actually playing pretty decent baseball offensively for sure. So let that be the focus and not so much the extra stuff.
It's weird. It's almost like that edge and a tired act is a real fine line, man. He's dancing on it a lot.
Yeah, it is. Now, Cody, you say he's only 24?
Yeah, he's a young kid, dude.
So
he's good.
catchers, if I'm not mistaken, they mature a little later than other positions. Is that kind of
that's a new one to me.
Okay.
Haven't heard that, but
I heard someone say.
It may be. Like, it's just like
I mean, you're still trying to mature.
I'm never gonna.
Okay.
And I was a catcher.
Yes.
So
All
there
right.
you go.
All right. Well, there we go. Hey guys, what did I say? There's you guys throw parties for your kids, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
For my dog.
Okay. All right. Yes. Forgot dogs. Yes. Well, there was a woman in the Midwest who threw a party for her baby spawning the first tooth. A big-ass party with floral arrangements and all that for the baby spawning the first tooth. Hit it or quit it, Derek Fisher, and throwing a party for your baby, that first tooth popping out.
Hey, guys, we don't have kids, so I don't know how it feels to be a mom and be in this position, but woo, yeah, no, I don't like that at all. I quit it. I don't, because now, like, that is setting the bar for, like, now you're throwing a party for everything.
This kid's Sweet 16 is going to be horrible.
If you get a party for
Lord
the
of
first
mercy.
tooth coming in, that's, yeah, no, thank you.
Imagine when the baby loses a tooth.
I quit it.
Bro, I'm going to quit it because this has nothing to do with the baby. It has all to do with you, and that just ain't it. And another thing, can we get rid of gender reveal parties? Like, just... Have you ever flipped a coin and been shocked? Like, what are we doing? It's one or the other at that point.
Right.
I don't get it.
Then you got to pretend you're happy.
Yeah.
My one
oh,
friend,
it's blue. Great. great.
My one friend didn't hide it at first. I was like, they had to recut it.
Dude. Oh, by the way.
He was a little disappointed.
By the way, quit it, by the way.
Yeah. All right. Hey, Kawhi Leonard hires Harrison Gaines as the new agent ahead of extension talks with the Raptors. So, Fish, more definitely in your court, hit it or quit it on changing agents for this extension here for Kawhi.
I hit it. I think this is smart considering the investigation, into the aspiration things and some of the stuff that was going on while he was with the Clippers is still somewhat open.
Mm-hmm.
Then this kind of creates a little bit of a gap and a buffer between that. Like if there were some wrongdoings or things that were discussed or promised, like by hiring a new agent, he's kind of separating that all out so that his time with the Raptors is completely separate from that. So I hit it if that's what the intent here is.
Does make sense. Kind of starting like a whole new chapter type of thing, which, by the way, going home to start a whole new chapter, kind of fun. I guess I'll hit it. Whatever's best for him, I suppose. I'll tell you this. I have found in my baseball career, and granted, I was a player at a certain level, agents did nothing for me. Like, literally nothing. I don't even know what I paid him to do.
Damn.
Yeah.
I look back, truly, I do not know what I paid a single agent. To this day, right now, I don't know what I'm paying my current agent for.
It's literally just dotting I's and crossing T's. It's really more of, it's for another show. We'll come back to that.
Back in the day, they used to get you new jobs and opportunities. So you're doing that on your own.
Dude, literally all by myself, and then I pay him.
Oh,
I don't get it.
Yeah. All right. We'll talk about it. Hey, guys, leaking truck hauling Frank's Red Hot Sauce. You guys like Frank's Red Hot Sauce?
Yeah.
I do. I like it a lot. Yeah, smell. Yeah. Well, it left an Ohio freeway covered in the hot sauce, and that was declared an environmental hazard. Have you guys ever had an environmental hazard with hot sauce?
Yes.
I guess yes now.
It's not that way. I've created a few environmental hazards with hot sauce. I did it this weekend. It was a rough weekend for your boy.
All right. Well, moving on from that one. Hey, Aaron Judge reminds the Yankees to do their job amid his absence because they were struggling for a bit. They did win last night. I think Rice hit another home run. But, Fish, you ever been out or have a teammate that's been out and just remind you guys, do your damn job while the star of the team is out? Hit it or quit it on that?
Aaron Judge maybe has earned the right to say this while he's out.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a very short list of athletes that can say a whole lot of stuff while they're out.
Yeah.
Like, just be supportive, root the guys on. If you have something to say, say it privately, pull the guy to the side, talk to him in the locker room or whatever. But it's hard to, tell guys to do their jobs if you're not out there helping them do their jobs.
It's tough.
So, but like I said, everything I've heard, Aaron Judge probably does have the room to be the one guy that can say this.
Okay.
So, I quit it in terms of the concept of a guy being out saying do their job, while I'm giving Aaron Judge a little bit of grace here because it's Aaron Judge, not just because of how he performs, but to me, everything I've heard is a stand-up guy and
as have I.
The type of guy that can still hold you accountable even if he's not playing.
Yeah, and keep in mind, the Yankees are still firmly holding on to the top wild card spot. They're only 3 games out of first place, and they've been playing horrible. They've lost 8 of their last 10, so I get what he's saying. But how about this? I'll take this over what Juan Soto said earlier this year when he was out, when he was asked if he's talked to the team, and he said, no, I haven't talked to anybody. Your team's lost 10 in a row, and you're getting paid $700 million, and you're just pretending like none of this matters at all. At least Aaron Judge is making abundantly clear he cares.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, and in our sports chat, of course, on YouTube, Sports Wager T, I guess, Wager 1, he makes a good point. He says, Dalton Rushing giving us something to actually talk about with the Dodgers.
I mean, he ain't lying. When it comes down to it, there's almost nothing you can say about the Dodgers. They're the best team ever.
Yeah.
And Dalton Rushing's causing fights because...
I'm mad at you, Dalton. I'm mad. Hey, over in the NFL, Bills wide receiver DJ Moore. I don't know if you know, he's not with Chicago anymore. He's with the Bills.
He did something. He bought every one of his jersey tees at a store in Buffalo so fans could get them for free. Hit it or quit it, Fish, and spending money so the fans could get hooked up.
Yeah, no, I like it, man. You know, new city.
Right.
You know, still trying to get people to be excited about, you know, you as a new guy, continue to be excited about the team. I like it. And, you know, especially, you know, fans, man, merch has gotten expensive along with tickets.
Yeah, it has.
And so to be able to do something like this for fans is cool. I like it. I hit this.
I like it a lot. Now go the next step. Buy out a Buffalo bar, bring everybody there, and just start throwing out the shirts, man.
Yeah.
Go that extra last step. That's all. Right now, that step is phenomenal, but this is Buffalo. The only thing to do up there is drink. Buy some drinks for everybody, and you will be the biggest star that town's got.
Bills Mafia. Bills Mafia.
Absolutely.
Indeed. Good stuff, gentlemen.
Absolutely. Well, guys, so much to cover and only 2 more hours to do it here on D. Fish and Decker. Listen, the vibes. We got to talk about the vibes. Did Team USA need their Superman, and who is their Superman? Because, frankly, the vibes were just way off yesterday for Team USA getting their asses handed to them by Belgium, and we got to talk about all of the mess that yesterday was on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Decker. The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And, of course, our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And the game that was, the match that was, and the team that didn't show up last night. Whoo! Team USA. It was truly, D-Fish, a magical run in the World Cup here for them. There were some great moments. There were some down moments. There were injuries. There was drama. There was everything you could ask for. And then, of course, the vibe of it all. Dude, did we have vibes go? I got to say, D-Fish, of this whole World Cup, I've really loved it for multiple reasons. One, the match, the play on the field, the personalities that we've gotten out of it, the stars showing up the way that they have, Team USA's kind of surge through this to get to the group of 16, and then the vibe changed. You know, people are coming to the United States, getting a look at our culture, the food, the camaraderie, and everyone's just really even saying the things. We even have Brad Williams, who was talking about it. It's like everyone's cousins got together. And we finally got together and had a blast together, and the only reason we haven't gotten together sooner is because of all of our parents hate each other, and all the politicians making it as annoying as humanly possible. And look what happens when politicians are just out of our way, and we can just enjoy sports and each other. That lasted up until 2 days ago, and then, of course, this became what it really never should have become, a political theater nightmare. All around the World Cup, which it never should have been. This was something that was really going very well. And of course, we had the match where Bellingham got the red card. Now, I understand the rules of the law. I also understand that the red card probably was a little harsh and he maybe shouldn't have gotten it. But the rule is very simple. Red card means a 1-game suspension, period, stop. Then come into all of the nonsense around everything else. Now it turns into something completely different. Because, of course, the reports that President Donald Trump calls the president of FIFA to try to get the red card overturned. And then FIFA comes out with the statement saying that we're going to go ahead and suspend the suspension a year. Doesn't give a reason, doesn't give a bylaw, doesn't even give any explanation whatsoever. Just doing it. Now, President Trump yesterday goes in front of reporters and announces that he did it. Marco Rubio goes out there and thanks President Trump for getting the red card overturned. Ted Cruz says great job on getting the red card overturned. FIFA then feverishly puts out a statement saying that President Trump more or less had nothing to do with it. Why did they put out that statement? Because a political entity and country, and they're basically any government getting involved with FIFA is against two of their bylines. They can't do that. It's against the rules and then some, leading to a lot of people calling into question the merit of about everything. We got people in the UK talking about, well, the British, the English should go ahead and get their red card overturned. Other people should try to get their red cards overturned. And it's opening up this massive can of worms that we didn't need. And when I'm talking about the vibes, man, we were everybody's favorite underdog going into yesterday. And then all of a sudden, we weren't. Now, I think these guys on the pitch had nothing to do with any of this. That's the worst part about it. And Bellingham really had nothing to do with it, so much so that after the match, Bellingham went up to Rudy Garcia, the head coach, the manager of Belgium, and he said, this is from Rudy Garcia after the match. Bellingham, he came to talk to me. I really liked that. It's not his fault. He's not the one to blame, and that's what I told him. I really appreciate the intention that he came to see me. I appreciate this player. And you know what? So do I. And I appreciate every single player on this team. The problem is they showed up yesterday flat. They showed up yesterday looking like they had the weight of the world on their shoulders. And frankly, the red card was overturned. There's no excuses. It seemed like they played with more pressure yesterday than they've ever. They looked like they were carrying the weight of 100 years of bad United States soccer on their back, and it seemingly happened overnight.
I mean, they were essentially, when it's not their responsibility to kind of fix the generational challenges that the program has faced, but especially playing, here in the U.S., like that is going to be a variable. It's a part of the experience that they would have had to conquer. And you could see it. There was disconnect from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
The team never found a way to really play effectively together. The defense wasn't as sound. They were loose with the ball. The ball was coming off of people's feet there was some physical pressure at times by Belgian players, but there were times where the U.S. was advancing with the ball and it just came off of their feet, and then Belgium's going the other way. We talked about the numbers earlier in terms of shots on goal. It's tough to win a close match against a really good team if you're not even getting shots on the goal. And so it was tough to watch the team struggle in such a big moment. I think that match yesterday was that was the breakthrough moment that the entire country was bursting at the seams to experience.
Mm-hmm.
For that team to win yesterday and get to the round of 8, even had they gotten eliminated in the round of 8, it would have been another week of just excitement and passion and energy. And so, still was exciting. It was a great tournament. The larger pool made for some great stories. More countries getting the chance to have the World Cup experience, including the U.S. men's national team. But it definitely came to a disappointing end. And, you need players have to for sure make plays. I know there'll be a lot of conversation around Poch and what's next for him. Does he coach the next iteration of the team? But players for sure have to make plays. I mean, that's why.
Well, they didn't come close to doing that.
And it never quite came together yesterday. And there'll be books written about why, but it just didn't happen.
Well, there was just so much to uncover. By the way, I would love everybody. Raj, I would love your opinion on this right now, too, because I got to ask. This seems pretty layup to me. Gianni Infantino. Is yesterday's outcome maybe the very best thing that could have happened for his position? Because if Team USA kept going forward, this conversation was going nowhere.
Oh, it's going to get louder and louder indeed. You're absolutely right about that, Dick. But I don't think there's any going back now. The fact that he let it happen
is bad.
If he doesn't resign at some point, he's going to be forced out, because right now England wants something. France, at least one of their best players has got a yellow last one. They might want that rescinded. Everyone's going to turn to him now. And hey, what's the cost, man? What's it going to take? How can we get this returned?
Not for nothing. Didn't his predecessor get indicted, Sepp Blatter?
Well, FIFA's they're no, gosh, what's the word? Stranger, yes, to corruption.
At all.
Just put it that way.
At all. And boy, this has been a very uniquely corrupt couple of days in FIFA, to the point where, what can I say, man? The fact that they weren't even trying to hide it was honestly the most troubling thing to me. And the amount of people that were celebrating it was really weird. I was happy that we got our guy in there, but the way it was done was about as ugly as it could have possibly been.
And we talked, remember, I brought it up, then our guest yesterday brought it up, on the show from The Athletic, and was talking about how now it kind of gives Belgium a little chip on their shoulder, where I already thought they were better.
But it galvanized them.
But now galvanizing is a word you and Fish used, and it was no bueno, man. Not good for anyone.
Not good at all, but you heard what we think. What do you think?
Paul Tenorio, by the way. Sorry, shouts out to you, Paul.
Oh, absolutely, guys. 855-97-LA fan. Let's get to the calls. Bobby in LA, talk to us. You're on with D. Fish and Decker.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
I told you, we had this conversation last week on Thursday. I told you guys that the U.S. team were playing a bunch of pancakes. Look what happened. They matched up with Belgium. They came in aggressive. They punched them in the face. And unfortunately, the U.S. team couldn't react. Their Cinderella story is over. Hey, just because you're standing outside doesn't make you outstanding. And I'll leave you with that, fellas. You guys have a wonderful day.
Bobby, great call. And you were right, man. It was an ugly, ugly, ugly night. What can I say? And you felt it. We were at the bar last night. We were having a blast. We were outside, but we're not outstanding, dude.
That's the first time I've ever heard that.
It's a good one.
Oh, that's pretty good.
I appreciate that, Bobby.
That's pretty good.
No, dude, it's just, what can I say? It was just a disappointment, and I will tell you this. The bar at the beginning of the match, loud. Whew. That silence that hit that bar was even louder. The moment that goal was made to make that a 2-1 matchup was something. But you know what really got bad? When the third goal happened, because it was embarrassing. Do we have some sound of that, Raj? Ooh, let's listen to the goal that never should have been.
Richards beaten out of the air. Freeze has got to get there and deal with it. He takes it down off the chest to Kettelara, knocks it away. Tim Ream can't block it, and unless video review says this is a foul from behind on Ream, it is a disastrous third goal to concede to Belgium.
Spoiler alert, there was no foul. It was just an embarrassing goal. You heard it right there from last night at Fox. He cooed himself, man. He tried to go for the kick, get the ball out there, and he ended up kicking the ground. He clearly felt very pressured by someone behind him that he didn't realize was behind him. He freaked out. Ball gets away from him and just leads to maybe the ugliest goal of the entire tournament. They, of course, gave up one more goal with a little bit of extra time after the 90 mark was hit. And Team USA, there's nothing else to say. They looked awful. From the get-go, Pulisic looked like he didn't show up, and I will say Pulisic's catching some pretty harsh criticism today. Here's Carly Lloyd and what she had to say about Pulisic and his experience at this World Cup. Oh, do we got that sound for Carly Lloyd? Carly Lloyd right here about Pulisic.
Aside from this loss, I think... No, look, it's a bit of a downer for us being out here now after this loss, but I felt like they lost the game before they even stepped out onto the pitch, and I'm not sure why, and I don't know the reasons, but just from the beginning, just chasing, tentative, scared, just not confident on the ball. And I think big-time players, you wanted some of those big-time players to step up in big moments. And I got to be honest, I was a bit disappointed with Christian Pulisic. I think whether he wants to be the star of this team or not, we didn't see enough from him in this particular game and really the whole World Cup. Little glimpses here.
I mean, she's not wrong. We didn't see much from him. Of course, there was the calf injury that kept him out of a couple of matches. But at the end of the day, he really didn't make much of a difference for this team. That being said, I don't think it would have mattered all that much. She said it right there. It looked like they had lost before the game. It's so weird. We were talking about how FIFA is a company that has never been shy or a stranger to corruption. Watching what has happened these last 3 days, after all of the goodwill we have built as not only our team, but our country, being really good hosts here, seeing all of this take place, and now seeing our team, which was already a pretty underdog team in this tournament, now being marred with corruption allegations, even though they had nothing to do with it. And that's true. They didn't have anything to do with it, but they happened to be a beneficiary of said corruption. And that right there is just... it's leaving a bad taste in my mouth on what we accomplished this tournament, and I feel like it just immediately set us right back to where we started at this tournament, and that's what's most disappointing to me.
Agreed. I mean, I maybe the players, Balogun probably felt bad.
He seemed like he did.
And played, even if it's not conscious, it's subconscious, where you feel like you've been the beneficiary of something that is, immoral. It's not, it doesn't go with the rules that are accustomed to this game. And so there's almost a guilt that he's out there playing with.
You're not lying. That crossed my mind, by the way.
Yeah, that didn't allow him to go out and play as effectively as he'd been playing. The team in general, but again, they're trying to break through a lot. I mean, Pulisic trying to become, kind of that core guy of like the ascension of U.S. soccer and what that feels like to carry that mantle. Like they played like they had a lot of things on their mind. And so then their bodies weren't able to move with the fluidity and continuity that they'd moved with prior to. And that, to me, that's the most disappointing part. It's not losing to a better team. Like, sometimes that just happens. But not being able to find, your best performance and then still come up short, those are the ones that hurt the most. I've been in that situation where they're individually not feeling like I played well in an elimination game or situation, and then also as a team where it just, that part hurts the most. It's like, man, we lost 4-0, we lost 3-1, whatever the numbers, but just that you weren't able to find your best. That's what sticks with you the entire offseason. In the World Cup, the offseason's 3.5 years.
Yeah, it is.
So
you get to sit on this for a while.
So, there's a lot to think about and ponder and kind of figure out. And, every 4 years, the entire U.S. men's national team program is going through this kind of, kind of reconciliation and trying to figure itself out. And so hopefully at some point you can have enough talent base, you can have some consistency from a managerial and coaching perspective that would allow some compounding success to start to happen. If every few years it's new manager, new coach, 6 new guys, it's going to be hard to really kind of build what some of these other countries have. Like, their foundational franchise stars have been, Messi and Ronaldo have played in, 5 World Cups, 6 World Cups. Mbappe is going to play in 6 World Cups. Like their main guys have been a part of their program for multiple World Cups already. And the U.S. needs, one of those types of guys that the program can be anchored around. Spain has Yamal, and he's not even 20 barely.
Yeah, he'll be around for a while.
He's going to be around for a while, and so it's figuring out how to start getting some tentpole talent that then you can complement and supplement talent around those guys.
Well, you mentioned managers and coaches. Hey, Raj, question for you. Poch, who has done a remarkable job. In fact, so remarkable that he really made the only good kick the team made yesterday when he kicked over a bunch of Powerade bottles. Are we expecting Poch to be back with this team, or I have to assume his phone is going to be ringing off the hook for some real jobs?
Well, he can get a real job because, like I say, he used to be the manager of Tottenham, Chelsea, things like that. Now, before the tournament, or not too long ago, he was offered a contract through the 2030 World Cup prior to the tournament, but Poch has just been mum on the decision. He hasn't signed it. He's not committed, fully committed yet. So there's a chance you could be looking again. I think because of his European experience that he's one of the best managers you've had, but maybe guys like Andrew Williams or our boss, he can answer that better than me. But I think he's a good fit going forward, and but it's up to him. Like, does he want to deal with this? Knowing, I got to be thinking he might be thinking there's always going to be a cap on how far they can go.
Yeah, it does seem. It sucks that it does seem like there just flat out is a cap for how far we can kind of get in the World Cup. I was really hoping the group of 8 was going to be our next big step. I thought that was going to be us dipping our toes into what this world of soccer is. And sadly, group of 16, yet again, the buzzsaw that was Belgium last night. I mean, shots on goal just tell you anything you need to know. 7 for Belgium, 2 for the U.S. This match just wasn't close.
No, I don't even. I mean, I remember a couple of plays. Balogun had a couple plays at the net or at the goal, but that was it. I just don't remember a lot of opportunities to attack, to score, to put pressure on Belgium's back line, to put pressure on their goalie to keep making plays. Just didn't happen. And again, a lot of reasons why. Pulisic going down doesn't help. You need talent on the field, on the pitch in these situations. And the son of the former coach though, Burkhalter, something like, he came off the bench and provided a nice spark, some good energy. Like, you like, he's a legacy guy that, like, I don't know. I feel like some of it is also there's a pride thing that builds over time as well. Like like the men and women that play Team USA basketball or US gymnastics, or like there's a pride that like they carry when they are responsible for putting that jersey on or that kit. And I think the US men's national team is still building that.
Yeah.
Where every person feels a greater sense of pride. And yeah, maybe they felt that pressure a little bit, yesterday.
Well,
too.
I felt it for them if they weren't feeling it, but it looked like they were feeling it. Let's go to Marshall in Redlands. Marshall, talk to us. You're on with D. Fish and Decker.
How you doing, guys?
Chilling, man. How you doing?
All right, same thing.
I'm mad.
Yeah, part of that. Yeah, I think we're all disappointed with the team.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know all the reasons why that happened, but it happens.
Couldn't agree more, man.
Yeah, that guy was just talking said, yeah, there's a lot going on with the team we probably don't know about, and like other sports teams, that same thing happens to them. We don't know all the reasons why. Part of it, a lot of it is mental. We don't know where they were at, what's going on, but they'll probably regroup. Some of the guys will stay, and some of the guys will go. They'll go back and sit down and say, hey, what happened here?
Well, it's going to take some serious soul searching, because the question of the day, Marshall, is how do we actually get to that next step? Because you're right, man. It was visible. It was visible how off this team was from the get-go. And look, I'm not going to say that it was all because of the nonsensical political theater that took place of the previous 48 hours, but I got to tell you, and I think everyone can agree with this, no matter what side of the aisle you're on, it sure as hell didn't help.
No, I've tried to describe, a lot of these situations as like it's all about energy. And, anytime you have another piece of anything to manage that takes a little bit of energy, is taking the energy away from you being able to perform well. So no matter what percentage you place it, even if it was 1% worse, that's 1% that can throw you off.
And we needed that 1%. Flat out needed it. We needed every percentage we can get our hands on. But you heard what we think. What do you think? 855-97-LA-FAN. Also, you can take us on the go with the Odyssey app and get in the chat on YouTube at the Fan LA. Be a part of the show. We want to hear from you guys all show long. But coming up, LeBron was 80% sure he was going to be a Laker until he was 1,000% sure he wasn't. That is just not how math works, and we got to talk about it right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you, the hype man Raj Payton back there. We got Crash over there making us look better than we deserve right now on YouTube. And yeah, you can watch us on YouTube at The Fan LA if you want to see our handsome faces. And of course, we're talking all things sports under the sun. Of course, during your LA commute, take us on the go while you're doing that with your Odyssey app. And let us know what you're thinking. 855-97 LA Fan. We've talking a lot about Team USA and the disaster that was yesterday. But right now, we have to talk about new math. The reason why I call it new math is because math used to make a lot of sense, D-Fish. Now it seems like math is getting very confusing, especially in the world of LeBron James. Because LeBron James, according to reports, and I know we don't always love the reports and sources, but sometimes they do come up with something very interesting. And based on how LeBron does handle his free agency every single time, I do think it gives a little bit of validity to this, because there has been this perceived, how do I put it, disrespect towards this LeBron James, specifically from the Lakers side. Now, whether that is true that LeBron feels that or not, that's really for him to decide, and something that he has not come out outright and said. But there have been reports that he has felt disrespected on how this offseason's kind of gone, and there are parts of me that would understand how he would feel slightly disrespected by the Lakers in the situation. But if you believe reports, it would seem like the Lakers felt very confident that LeBron James was coming back, because there is a report out there that the Lakers were, if not outright told, insinuated that LeBron was 80% sure that he was coming back to the Lakers. Then you cut to just a couple weeks later, of course, all the murmurings of what the Lakers were going to do and a lot of scenarios that they were putting together, and especially putting around this summer of 26 team built around Luka Doncic. No real communication from that point on with LeBron James and his camp, to where LeBron James and his camp let the Lakers know it's no longer 80% sure he's coming back. It's 1,000% sure he is not. That leads to, where is he going? Well, but that's a very unique thing. I kind of understand this, but I also kind of don't. I kind of see both sides of this coin. I totally understand it because this is LeBron James. It's not a name. It is arguably the name. I totally get that, but I also see the age, I see the future, and I'm just kind of wondering what is actually the right way to handle this to where all parties could be actually happy, because it doesn't seem, because clearly that's not what took place here.
I mean, as far as we know, it hadn't. I think sometimes teams, sometimes teams assume things about, players, stars, their decisions, what they're thinking, what they're planning, and they're not communicating directly enough, with said player or, player's agent around, what their feelings are, where they see things. And yeah, some of it is, fear of turning the player off or upsetting the player. And sometimes instead of having those conversations, the teams they take a different approach. And so I don't know, if that was the case here with LeBron, that they didn't want to sell him so hard that it would convince him to stay, but then financially it wouldn't necessarily fit, the decision that they wanted to make around the roster and the personnel.
Yeah.
And so, but I think, those are also things that you can, as soon as the season's over, like you can start messaging that in April, whenever the first round was over, or second round to OKC, May 3rd, May 10th, whatever, like, hey, we're moving in a different direction. And you just go ahead and communicate that so that it's not LeBron saying to you he's not coming back because of how it felt to him. It's more like, hey, you guys, you made it clear. And I think players appreciate that more than the passive-aggressive approach, where it's kind of like they can tell, but you're just not coming out and saying it, right? And if you feel, from my experience, by the time when we got to 2012, when I got traded, I think that was a feeling that I was past my prime, of course. I was 37 years old. And I think the organization wanted to go in a different direction, period, in terms of it was post-Phil Jackson, it was post-triangle offense, it was all these things. And I had started, 400-plus straight games. And I think instead of just being able to have a conversation with me and say, hey, we feel like it's time to pass the baton. You've been great. We feel like it'd be better if you were in a more bench or a complimentary role, and we're going to start this guy or do something different. I just woke up the next day and I got traded.
Wild.
After 13 and a half years.
That's just unbelievably wild to me.
So,
and if they're doing that to you, who spent that amount of time here, LeBron, who apparently this last week we found out is almost 50-50. He was either loved here or oddly hated here, which is just such a weird thing to me still to this moment.
Yeah, so I think sometimes teams have an idea of what direction they're headed, and it's sometimes easier and cleaner. It's just kind of like at a corporate office, right? Like, it's gotten to a point where the security and like a middle person comes up to let you know that you've been let go.
Yeah.
It's not like the CEO or the president of the company is the one sitting down and having a nice conversation with you about being
it's a
let
stooge
go.
saying, here's a box, grab all your things from your desk. Yeah.
And it's kind of the same thing to some degree. And so I think if LeBron felt that type of energy, that's what maybe shifted his thinking of like, I kind of felt a little bit of this energy with the way Luka came in and, they handed the keys to him and we didn't really talk about that very much. And now it feels more like, it's probably best for me to just go ahead and walk. And that it doesn't have to be a negative or hate thing.
No.
It wasn't about money either or role.
No, but I got to tell you, if you're wondering why LeBron James doesn't trust the media, I got some great proof for you right here. Because D-Fish, I would like to read you this quote. And there's been talk whether or not LeBron gets a statue here. Okay. And here's a quote I'd like to read you. If LeBron gets a statue, I better get 2 of them. What crazy, insane person would say it? Derek Fisher? D-Fish, where did you say this? How dare you?
Yeah, man.
2 statues?
Nowhere. 2 statues for my head only.
Dude, I read this the other day, sent it to Raj, and we both text each other like, yeah, D-Fish didn't say this.
Yeah, man. I so many people, I don't even know whoever posted that, tweeted that, or whatever. If I haven't said it on this show and there's no video or sound of it, it's not true.
I'm told these shows are recorded.
If I haven't said it on another show, and there's sound of it or video of it, I didn't say it. And there are a lot of things that have been said over the years that one didn't happen or I didn't say.
Yeah.
Even in high school sports, there are a lot of things that are said about what my intentions are, what my plans are, that I haven't said, that I don't have anything to do with.
Yeah. Who's your source, Derek?
So
Who's your source?
It's very interesting how people just say stuff.
It's wild, right?
And there's no real accountability
it's
for
crazy.
Saying it.
It's crazy because, we're trying to do a really good job of, being responsible and trying to give you the best facts and our honest opinions as we can. But this industry is just so filled with insane hot takes that even something that you didn't even say is making headlines, dude. It is just wild. So everything that involves LeBron James is just filled with so much nonsense and bile to the point where we're finding fake quotes from Derek Fisher.
So silly.
I'm so sorry, D-Fish, but I'm really glad we got to clear the air on that one.
Yeah, I hope so.
That being said, I do hope you get 2 statues. But that has nothing to do with LeBron. I just hope you get 2 of them. That's all.
Sure.
All right, guys.
You know how long it took Lisa Leslie to get a statue?
Oh, good point. So we'll wait about 40 years.
Please.
Happy birthday. It's her birthday today.
Oh,
by
happy
the way.
birthday, Lisa
Happy
Leslie.
birthday, Double
Legend,
L.
man.
Yes, indeed.
All right, guys. Coming up, the Dodgers first team to 60. And what do you got? I'm looking at it right here. The Dodgers first team to 60. And Dalton Rushing is the first guy to set up like 6 brawls this season. Let me finish the tease, Raj. What's going on with Dalton Rushing? We will discuss right here in D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Back, D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you. We got everybody in the back making us look and sound better. We absolutely deserve, and you can check that out right now on YouTube at The Fan LA. Join the conversation. The chat has been fantastic all show long, and of course, had some great calls. 855-97 LA Fan. We've talked a lot about the World Cup. We've talked a lot of discussion about how the vibes got absolutely ruined by nonsensical political theater. And of course, the World Cup rages on, but there are more problems based on that political theater. And I look very, very forward to talking to Charlie Davies in the next segment, next hour, because he will be joining us live on this show to talk all things World Cup. And we can get to the bottom of just how far or close Team USA really is to taking that next step in the World Cup, in the next World Cup. And of course, we got more matches going on today, but we got to talk about them Los Angeles Dodgers, because ladies and gentlemen, them Dodgers are just rolling. Another good win last night in extra innings. Walk-off fashion, by the way. Second walk-off this season by Dalton Rushing, who is having himself a really good offensive year, D-Fish. He's hitting .269. He's got 10 home runs, decent amount of RBIs. And listen, when you lose a Will Smith and you're still getting that type of offensive productivity from your catching spot, that is phenomenal. Granted, I will freely admit his catching leaves a little bit to be desired. I'm not saying he's a bad catcher. He is not a bad catcher. He's a very solid catcher. But working with the pitching staff that he currently has to work with is a difficult task, not to mention the injuries that he's had. I can only imagine, D-Fish, how daunting it would be, because I've always said this, and I think anybody that plays baseball will always be able to say this to you. Arguably, outside of the pitcher itself, the most important position out there, if it weren't the most important position including pitcher, is the catcher. You're operating the game. You're managing the game from the field. You're the eyes and ears for your manager, your pitching coach. You're handling your pitcher's emotions. You're handling the game that's being called in general. There are so many aspects that you need to control, including you have to control the run game. You have to control the tempo of the game. There's so many things that are on you. Now imagine being a young kid and your pitching staff is Tyler Glasnow, Blake Snell, Yamamoto, and Shohei Ohtani. So not only are you dealing with superstars and, perennial Cy Young candidates and former Cy Young winners, you're also dealing with a little bit of a language barrier that could be very tricky for a young catcher, which is why part of the reasons we've seen a lot of difference in stats when it comes to Will Smith behind the plate and Dalton Rushing behind the plate. That being said, this is anything but an anti-Dalton Rushing conversation. In fact, I'm really, really, really impressed with how well he's played this year. But I've also been very, very, very concerned with the other things that have happened with Dalton Rushing this year. Because it seems like we can't go, forget a week, we can't go a couple of games without Dalton Rushing kind of causing a little bit of an incident, and another one happened again last night. A tough play at the plate, a very clean slide, no issues whatsoever, and then words are exchanged, and then benches start to clear. Again, Dalton Rushing had another benches clearing incident. Not to mention what we've seen with his disagreements with Shohei Ohtani, not to mention with his very unique choice of illegal slides into Willy Adames at second base because he was angry about something. Listen, I love a guy that plays with that, that FU mentality, that fire, that passion. But dude, someone's got to get this passion under control. And even when Freddie Freeman is out giving quotes, and Freddie Freeman is not exactly like a dude that's out there in the media giving quotes left and right. But when you got Freddie Freeman saying things like this, we all love Dalton. But he is an emotional guy when he plays, and there's nothing wrong with that. It just sometimes we got to rein it in and not let it spiral. Because if you spiral during the game, you're striking out every at-bat, then he's hitting himself in the dugout, then there's no way you can have a clear mind when you're trying to catch. And listen, the Dodgers find themselves in a very tricky spot with their catching situation. Dalton Rushing, right now, with Will Smith injured, is the full-time catcher. and they are doing everything they can by committee to have another backup catcher there with them. We've seen one guy, Alfonso, get called up this last weekend. Of course, the family tragedy is likely going to remove him for a little bit. We've seen Chucky Robinson get an opportunity, although it's very clear Chucky might not be a mainstay for this team. And we still don't have a date for Will Smith's return. I suggested yesterday they go back and bring back Rortvet, their former backup catcher, who has phenomenal defensive numbers and catching metrics and pitching numbers for the Dodgers when he catches, because he can handle this bullpen well. The question really for me, D-Fish, that I'm asking you is, what are we going to do about the emotion of Dalton rushing? Because if this doesn't get better at some point, an issue is going to happen.
I mean, it appears that way, but what issue would it be?
I don't know.
You know what I mean? We've seen.
That's the thing. I don't know.
Yeah, we've seen like benches clear for guys getting hit by a pitch or other things. You know, like it's so that's not new in baseball. Some trash talking between he and opposing players
happens a lot.
That's not new.
Not
baseball.
new at all.
So I mean, the only thing that we're really, or we should be really talking about is how is it going to impact the way the Dodgers pitch the baseball.
And it does. It does
right?
a little bit, which we've seen, especially with the Shohei Ohtani encounter.
And so, you know, is that the part that needs to be reined in?
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, if you're in the lineup, you also need to be able to step up to the plate with a clear mind and be able to hit the baseball or put it in play at times as well. So if those things aren't being put out of whack, then, you know, there's less concern. And then the other piece of, is his emotions or are his emotions impacting the clubhouse?
Yes.
To where, you know what I mean? To where like guys just get tired of like come on, man.
Yeah.
Like that part also could wear on a team in a way that just kind of gets you put on the shelf, even though like you're a solid performer, you do a lot of good things for the team, but like guys just don't want to deal with you. And so in order to avoid us having to deal with your emotional volatility, you're just going to be over there.
Yeah.
Like we'll have other guys actually play, and in that way we don't have to go up and down with your swings based on how the game is going.
Which, by the way, I don't want to see because, again, he's playing quite well. And those emotional swings, I'm glad you actually said it that way, it can affect a clubhouse quite a bit. You're a team that's commanding lead of best record in baseball and a very commanding lead of your division by 14 games. When that's happening and you're in the dugout hitting yourself, man, like guys are going to look around like, what are we doing here? And yeah, it can affect a clubhouse. I've sadly have seen it affect a clubhouse.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it affect locker rooms as well.
Yeah.
Where just, you know, as a group, like you just don't. It's hard enough to do the job at a high level. And it's really difficult to do the job at a level that allows you to win a championship and be the best team in the sport. And so, kind of like we were talking about with Team USA on the pitch, like any additional thing that requires more energy is less energy you're using on being able to execute the fundamentals and the skills necessary to win the games.
Yeah.
And so that's what it comes down to is like, will some of the extra things rob the Dodgers of the energy that it takes to win the games? And sometimes it will during the regular season. Sometimes it won't. Ideally, and maybe that's the way the front office and Dave Roberts are viewing it, like it's not costing them a lot at the moment. For all that we know, Will Smith will be back soon enough, but hopefully by August.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a little bit less of this to even have to worry about.
Far less, which will be huge.
But he's getting like world-class experience here.
Sure is.
That then if there is an adjustment that you want to make in a playoff game or in a divisional series or something that comes up, like he's gotten enough reps and enough experience with enough of the pitching staff that you could throw him into a situation if you need to make something happen. And that's probably the most important part of this kind of phase that the Dodgers are in with rushing as the catcher.
And by the way, offensively, he has been fantastic this season. On the year, 269. He's got 10 home runs. He's got 46 hits, 30 RBIs. Very solid. The last 7 games, he's really come alive again. He kind of had a little bit of a down spell. Average was dipping a bit. But now, 429 in his last 7 games. That's a hell of a week that he's having himself. He's looking good. And, of course, last night, 3 hits, 2 doubles. And that is a huge thing. Getting a couple of doubles while Shohei Ohtani is hitting behind you because Dalton was put in that 9 spot. My only question about yesterday is, Rockies, what the hell are you doing? You have an open base and you're pitching to Shohei Ohtani? Of course, he made you pay for it 3 times, almost 4, homered once with another 2-run home run, 19th on the season. By the way, we can all calm down those Dodger fans that were really upset that Shohei's offensive numbers weren't good, right?
For now, we can.
Oh, yeah, good point. He's only on pace for like 41 home runs.
Yeah, for now, we can tamp it down some.
He's also got a 170 ERA. He's ridiculous. But that being said, Dodgers are looking to continue this series against the Colorado Rockies. Looking very forward to seeing where they can go going forward. All-Star break is just a week away, and then we got a looming trade deadline, ladies and gentlemen, of which the Dodgers will be very, very, very active in. Looking forward to seeing everything that the Dodgers are doing. But guys, coming up, he is our good friend. He is our correspondent. He is our guy. The one and only Charlie Davies will join us on the air to let us know exactly what happened last night with Team USA, the controversy surrounding everything with Team USA and the World Cup as a whole now, and of course, the future of American football. We are going to discuss that and so much more right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back, D-Fish and Decker, right here on the new 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, 855-97-LA Fan. That is our phone number, 855-975-2326. And, of course, if you're joining us right now on your LA commute, you can take us on the go with the Odyssey app. And go ahead and make sure you do that. Join us right now on YouTube. Get in the chat at The Fan LA. And, of course, we do have ourselves an ending to our poll that we had earlier on today. The poll was very simple. Was Team USA's run a disappointment? No, this was good as it gets. And, yes, they should have went further. 57% say no. This is as good as it gets, rather than the 43% that said, yes, they should have gone further. Now, that being said, D-Fish, I clicked, yes, they should have gone further. It had nothing to do with the matchup last night where they showed up and basically got their brakes beat off by Belgium from the get-go. Dude, it was, you know what it is? It was just such a disappointing going out with a whimper type of end for Team USA, and that's what's leaving such a bad taste in my mouth. This was a team to root for, man. This had guys we liked, the vibes were high, and then the Belligan situation comes up, then the corruption situation comes up, and then we don't even show up when the rules are bent for us. And that makes it so much worse. Yep. So who better to talk to about it than our guy, the correspondent that we love to death, and he's been phenomenal with us all along. You can check him out at CBS Sports, former U.S. men's team striker, Olympian, and, of course, the one and only Charlie Davies. Charlie, dude, what a nightmare this was to wake up to this morning. What is your takeaway, just for starters, on last night's game?
Man, it was a tough morning. I'm with you, Decker. First, I want to give Belgium credit because they punished us for our mistakes. And by the way, a lot of it was self-inflicted. But they showed quality in those decisive moments, and they looked like the more mature knockout team. They looked like the Belgium that we expected. We hadn't seen them perform at the highest level in this tournament yet, but they brought their A game, and I'm sure there was a lot of the antics that happened prior to the match that helped them get ready, and the mood was there. I want to be honest about this group. They beat who they were supposed to beat, and I think what this country was waiting for them was to kind of do the impossible, like to be that underdog and have that magical performance and beat the so-called powerhouses in Europe, the European snobs. And we fell so flat. When you compare our performance to, let's say, some of our CONCACAF opponents, I look at Mexico. They played against an England side that has all the biggest names in world football and a better team, yet they played with absolutely everything. They gave it their all. So much so, we know how Mexican fans are. They are the first to throw beer at their own players if they feel that they didn't give the maximum output that they could possibly produce, right? If they were 99% and not 100, they're getting things thrown at them. The Mexican fans could only stand and applaud what those players did for that country and the performances that they gave. They died on the field. That's how much they did, everything they possibly could. And then you look at a team like Cape Verde going up against Argentina, defending champions, Messi, and they took them to the brink. That's when you stand, you go, hey, job well done. A loss, if there's ever a successful loss or a loss that you could say, you know what? All I can feel is pride. Then you say, you know what, Decker? Hey, you went out with your heads held high, and there's not a single person who's going to really complain. Like, there's not that bitter taste in your mouth. It's more of a disappointment and a sadness for the players because they gave it their all. But this performance, it lacked what the basic intensity needed to win a knockout round game. All of American teams of the past in the knockout stages, think of just the 2014 game where Tim Howard makes 16 saves.
Yeah.
Was that Belgian team in their prime so much better than the U.S.? Absolutely. But the way to prevent better teams, I mean, Paraguay versus France in this last World Cup game, we absolutely smacked Paraguay. Yet they lost to France 1-0. And all it took was we have to be more dedicated than the opponents. We have to throw everything on the line. And we didn't show that. It was almost like we had no energy left. We've used it all. That's what it looked like. We came out flat and there was just no response. We got a lucky free kick. Malik Tillman, extraordinaire on free kicks. I love it. But then just to go a minute later, give up a goal, concede that way. It was just it was just so painful. It really was.
Charlie, man, appreciate you hopping on with us, man, on such a tough morning. The combined with, what you just mentioned, the lack of energy, like right from the first minute, tactically or strategically, like what was Belgium doing? Were they physical at the point of attack? Like I saw a lot of loose plays with the ball. I didn't see blue jerseys like really just engulfing white jerseys whenever they were in the box. Like it looked like there was a lot of freedom of movement and it was easy for Belgium to get places. So help us, like what were you seeing from a tactical perspective outside of just the lack of energy?
D-Fish, I'm sure this has happened in your career where you've played against teams that are over-emotional, right? Or you played against teams that are so much on the front foot that sometimes they forget their assignments. In this case, Belgium showed their maturity. They knew how the U.S. were going to play. They saw how the U.S. liked to pull players out of position and then literally find Tillman or McKennie in those channels. They knew how Des played. They knew how Anthony Robinson played. And they said, you're not going to beat us that way. You're going to have to beat us in a different way. So they weren't pulled out of position. So tactically, they were well organized and well structured. So now it's forcing our players when we're on the ball to start to have to think, oh my God, normally the first 3 or 4 opponents we played against, they were taking the bait. They were just running out of position. They were maybe overhyped. And that's when you can tell a team's a little bit too emotional and not mature. Belgium were so composed. There wasn't anyone that was out of position. And by the way, once that happened, you could see we were missing basic passes. Like if people can't connect the bounce pass, D-Fish, how do you expect to win? If you can't do the basics, how do you expect to win? And by the way, this is a very unforgiving round. It's the round of 16. So now, if you can't connect basic passes, if you can't make proper runs, if you can't make the right decisions, and we're talking about not even the complex decisions on the final third, just basic decisions of who's the right person to pass to, then 2 things can be true. The U.S. could have had these performances that inspired a country up until this point, but then against Belgium, completely fell flat, not good enough, and it was a massive failure.
We are being joined by Charlie Davies of CBS Sports. He's joining D-Fish and Decker right now on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And Charlie, the question for me to you is simply this: where do we go from here? Because I read a very interesting tweet, and something that D-Fish and I are very passionate about is youth sports. Very much so. Me in the baseball side, him in the basketball side. And obviously, soccer is extremely popular here in the States with youth sports. But I read an interesting tweet saying why we'll never catch up to our European counterparts is because, for instance, Germany, when you're a 14-year-old in Germany, they pay you to keep playing your sport. Here in the States, a family has to pay $15,000 to pay that sport. What was your development like as a former striker of the U.S. men's team, and what needs to change here for us to actually become a soccer powerhouse?
Well, I think you both have seen that youth sports has turned into a real business. And so when private equity gets involved in youth sports, you can see that in a lot of cases, not every case, in a lot of cases, kids are seen as dollar signs, and clubs are preying on the hopes and ambition of parents who are hoping that this sport can take their kids to college, right? Get them an opportunity to go to college, let alone become a professional. But in my situation, I grew up in an apartment with my brother, my mother, and my father. My father had suffered from a drug addiction. My mother suffered from a mental disorder, and so I knew that sports was my only way out. And ultimately, like most kids in my situation in the early '90s, you knew that there was no fallback plan. There was no plan B. And so I knew I had to give everything I could to make sure that this dream, this hope could take me in life as far as possible. And I wasn't going to accept failure. That wasn't in my DNA. And so my father, being born and raised in West Africa in Gambia, he showed me the game. He taught me the game, and he was hard as hell on me. So in the times that he was home and around, which, let's say it was 90% of the time, he was outside pushing me and drilling me every single day. And then he made me watch the World Cups and the games that were on TV. And by the way, the exposure of the game wasn't really there. I didn't get to follow a professional team until Major League Soccer started. So think about that. That was when I was 10 years old. I started to follow, and I still wasn't watching the best. I wasn't watching European soccer at that time. So I studied Ronaldo. I studied Thierry Henry. I studied the players that played my position, and I busted my ass. I'm telling you, I was that kid who finished school. I'd come home, I'd do my homework, and my dad would have me at the field. I'd run 2 miles, then I'd train for 2 hours, and then I'd run and do hill sprints. I would do 100-meter sprints. I would just work. And that's how I knew I was going to succeed, because I was going to outwork everybody. And on top of that, of course, I developed skill sets, and then I just kept building on each year to try and make sure that I would get seen. And it's a grind. It is an absolute grind. But that mentality, I think, separated me from a lot of kids and a lot of players around the world, because I knew what sacrifice was. And I picked up wrestling, and that also added an edge to my game that, I was willing to tangle with anybody on the pitch. And,
Nice.
I think if you watch me play Decker and D-Fish, like back in the day, one thing that would stand out to me outside of like my athleticism was just, I was hungry. I was willing to fight. And I always felt like I was playing with a chip on my shoulder, similar to Clint Dempsey, that we always had to prove that we could play no matter where we were from, especially representing the United States on European soil. It was like, hey, no, we can play, and we deserve to be on the pitch with anybody.
Charlie, we got about 90 seconds, man, before we let you go, and we appreciate you again for jumping on. Take us into the mind of guys like Christian Pulisic, and what the next 3.5 years look like to 2030. You're young enough to feel like you should be on that next team. What is, after some rest and recovery, what do the next 3 years look like? What does that determination to get this program to the next level look like? Because we, as fans, some of us feel like we may never see this again, but somebody has to carry that mantle.
Yeah, 100% D-Fish. I think, one, you take a mental break, you go on vacation. But two, we're going to assess just about where Christian Pulisic's ambition is based off his moves from here. Does he stay at AC Milan? Does he stay in Europe? Does he stay at a big club? Does he come to MLS? I mean, those are the kind of things that we're going to learn about each and every one of these players. Do they continue to put themselves in an uncomfortable position where you got to keep pushing every day? You got to prove yourself every day and play with the best? Or do you say, hey, I'm ready to cash in, take my check, and play, in MLS? In a lot of cases, these guys aren't going to have pressure every week. They don't have to practice as a 10 to get playing time. So I hope Christian keeps pushing and finds himself in a good position, because they have a new coach in AC Milan. So time will tell, D-Fish.
Well, he is the one and only Charlie Davies out of CBS Sports, and of course, he has been unbelievable so far, handling the World Cup with us this entire go. And Charlie, we can't wait for next week to talk to you. Update on more World Cup, my guy.
Anytime, guys. Much love.
Thanks, Charlie.
The best. We know we got to go catch a flight, and we can't wait to have him back because, man, there's just so many more layers to kind of peel through here. Obviously, we talked a little bit about the vibes and everything that took place. I just keep looking at this team thinking we had something kind of special, and I love that Charlie really kind of opened up talking about just how flat we were out the gate, and there were so many aspects of why that could have been, the play on the field and also the nonsense around the field. I mean, you know what it's like to play on a team D-Fish that's being attacked from all angles. Now they're being attacked for something that has nothing to do with them whatsoever, and they're just kind of wearing it.
Yeah, it's all energy related, and when you're for 4 days, or when you're like not sitting around as though they didn't do anything. They were obviously practicing and training and watching film and resting and recovering and physical therapy, all the things. But when you're in a position where you're for 4 days, you're like thinking about this situation that you've never been in, like that you're on the doorstep of possibly doing something that has never been done before. Like, that's daunting. And it takes a lot of energy to refrain from getting too far ahead of yourself, but also not being afraid to go attack and get the moment. And sometimes it just gets off. Like you said, you almost like run out of energy before the match even starts because you're trying to contain the energy that's bursting out at the seams. Like they knew what it was going to feel like in Seattle yesterday. Like it was almost like they were overcharged and overly excited. And I thought Charlie made some good points where you can tell, in certain matchups, oh, this guy's going to wear himself out.
Yeah.
Like we knew that about one of Roger's favorite guys. Like KG was a highly, highly, highly emotional competitor.
Mm-hmm.
Over the course of 48 minutes, it's almost impossible to maintain that much emotional energy for 7 games. At some point, there's going to be a dip. You can't. It's like in boxing. Like, you can't throw punches for 3 straight minutes every round. There's some parts of the round where you have to actually hold your hands and maybe take some punches and use some movement so that you can conserve enough energy to finish the round strong. And so sometimes before the game or the match starts, if you are an emotional player, if you are a team that really like leans on the emotion to perform well, and then all of a sudden you're in the most emotional environment you've ever been in. You got the 12th man in Seattle, and it's just emotion, rah, 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 great. And then the match starts, and it's not there. You just don't have it. And that's what it looked like yesterday.
Dude, they did not have it. There's no better word to describe it. Did not have it. By the way, we have 2 matchups today in the World Cup. Later on, Switzerland taking on Colombia, but we currently have some breaking news in an active game.
Oh, very active. We've got a first time in this World Cup. For the first time in this World Cup, Argentina is losing. They are down 1-0, but they just got awarded a penalty kick, and Messi is in the box, ready to do it, ready to lock it in. Let's see, it's not supposed to do play-by-play, but I'll just watch it a little bit.
Yeah, you let us know what happens.
Yeah,
let us know what happens.
There's a certain team.
We'd love to watch it, too.
There's a certain team in light blue playing a guy with a, he wears number 10.
He's apparently pretty good.
Yeah, he's
the
pretty
pride
good.
of Miami.
Yeah, the pride of Miami. And most Americans find out he isn't from there. Oh, and it is saved. They are still down 1-0.
They saved the goal.
Saved. He went.
Egypt.
He went to his right. Yeah, 1-0 in this one. So this could be shocking. This could be a huge upset here. We will keep it updated and inform you guys. But guys, get into something that Charlie Davies said.
Yeah.
That is great. That I knew something was weird. Like tactically, I was saying they're just a better team, right? Skill-wise and all that. He said something that was really informative. That USA, for what he said, they beat who they were supposed to beat all, tournament, which we've said. But what they were doing to other people, like pulling them out of position, that means like a right back may go a little bit more in and open up a lane. The guy guarding him will follow him, like get suckered, and that opens up a channel that isn't usually there, playing out. Belgium was not falling for that. They were like, nah, fam. We've seen the tape. Like, we are not falling for these little tricks, these little schoolboy tricks. So that's just part of what you were saying. And that lovely fan, that woman that was watching with us at the bar, that was saying, run faster! It wasn't just about running fast. They were just technically, tactically, strategically superior. And like I say, we knew that coming in. But they did not go for the okie doke.
Well, we also accidentally galvanized that team a little bit. Not our team, but just the situation, and FIFA, it seems, themselves may have inadvertently galvanized that team. But lots to discuss, lots of tournament left to go. Group of 8 is right around the corner. Looking very forward to seeing where this World Cup continues to go. A lot of heavy hitters still in there.
Messi's losing.
Messi's losing for now to Egypt. Plenty of match to go. Also on top of that, we still got the heavy hitters all in there. We still got England coming up. We still got Argentina, at least for now. Spain and France. Mbappe in France doing his thing, which, by the way, if you think our political theater the last couple days was insane, you should see the absolute insanity that's going on with Mbappe, and I love everything that he has been saying. Good for him, not only defending himself, but others as well. So much to discuss when it comes to this World Cup, and we will continue discussing it. But coming up, Dalton Rushing, the good, the bad, the ugly, the walk-off. Right here on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice for LA Sports. back. D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. D-Fish, Decker, and all of you. And, of course, you can get in the chat on YouTube right now at The Fan LA. Chat has been live all show long. Of course, we just finished talking with Charlie Davies, former U.S. men's national team striker, former Olympian, of course, current analyst for CBS Sports, and we were talking about all of the things for Team USA and really kind of where this team is. But you know, that one thing I read was really eye-opening about the youth sports of it all, because we are very involved with youth sports, but how we have handled youth sports in this country, especially in the last 15 years, boy, playing on, and he used this phrase, and I'm going to echo it because I think it's a very great way to describe it. Basically, playing on the hopes of dreams of kids and parents is just such an ugly thing that we do in sports and youth sports these days, especially with the amount of private equity involved. It's honest to God, probably the thing that is, if not entirely, a heavy percentage point holding back our future as far as U.S. men's national soccer goes.
I mean, all sports are, have that experience in terms of it's definitely become much more of a dollars and cents approach, more showcases, more tournaments, more performance related outlets, and not enough opportunities for young players to just work and improve and get better without the pressure of having to perform as though they're already in the pros. Mm-hmm. Like we've created a system where 10-year-olds feel like, they have to showcase well, as opposed to, I think, in some of the other countries
which
around,
is amazing that we do that.
around football and other countries and soccer here in the U.S., it's they're able to go train and just focus on the fundamentals and the concepts, learning how to play as a team, be a part of a larger culture and bigger picture, and there isn't necessarily the pressure to already be something.
Yeah.
They still have the aspirations of, like, they all want to be Lionel Messi. Like, it's not that they don't want to be pro, just like our kids, Christian Pulisic wanted to be a pro at a very early age. Mm-hmm. That part is fine. But the system with how we help to support those dreams is largely just kind of based on tournament revenue and ticket sales and parking and streaming.
It all comes down to, how did you play in that tournament that cost you $10,000 to go to? And that tournament was 3 games, maybe. Like, it's such a make or break short amount of time, and it's a small sample size, and it just, I hate this aspect of youth sports. I hate how expensive it is. I hate how so much money's gotten involved, as opposed to, it's no longer about talent. It's almost like, if you have the money, you'll get the playing time now.
Yeah, and that's for, again, another conversation, another show. But in terms of the commercial that you mentioned seeing with the Play Equity Fund, and that's part of the work that we're trying to do. Like, playing sports should be equitable, not equal, but equitable. And whether it's Santa Monica or San Pedro, like, if you have a passion or dream for being able to participate in a sport, your zip code should not preclude you or exclude you from having that opportunity. And we've created so many barriers to entry for so many different sports. We're talking about World Cup men's soccer at the moment, but a lot of sports are going through that experience. It's why you've seen the decline of baseball in major cities and inner cities over the last 30, 40 years, is just due to the barriers to entry, the lack of access. There's no space. Everything got built up and gentrified with condos and apartments and buildings and parking structures and shopping centers. So you took all of the fields and the courts and everything.
Sure did.
We just took all of that away.
Because we needed another target.
And so,
where else am I going to get my brushed steel frames?
So there are a lot of, other kind of unintended consequences of, like, the machine of the U.S. is built on retail and capitalism and making money. And sure, those things can be good as well, but to what expense, right? And yeah, it's not the end of the world if we don't have the best soccer team in the world, but we do want to compete at the highest levels just like we do in other businesses. We want the U.S. to be number one in the world at manufacturing.
Yes.
We want the U.S. to be the number one in the world at cars. It's okay to have that desire. We just got to keep figuring out how we create the systems at younger ages to get there.
Yeah, because remember, those guys on the other part of the field, they get paid too.
Yeah.
That's just factual. All right, guys. Well, D. Fish and Decker here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Teased it, paying off that tease because we're professionals. And ladies and gentlemen, the Dodgers get themselves another walk-off win last night. First team to 60 wins. I'm just looking over the box score right here, and you know who is really just been phenomenal for this last 2 months. And I know how hard it is to sometimes acknowledge everybody on the Dodgers when they're doing great things. You know, Mookie Betts has finally pulled himself out of it. Now, he had a rough night last night, 0 for 5, and he's hitting, 236, which is not what Mookie does, but I have no doubt in 3 months, Mookie Betts will probably be hitting around 275, 280, because that's what Mookie does.
That was like 179
yes.
a month and a half ago.
And he's already cut that in half already. No problem. But, of course, Shohei Ohtani with another 3 for 4 night and an intentional walk, a 2-run home run from Shohei Ohtani, Oppo Taco style. And, of course, I'm Dalton Rushing, a guy who hit the walk-off hit himself, 2 doubles, hitting in the 9 spot, did a phenomenal job and putting together one hell of a season. The name I really want to mention right now, though, is Freddie Freeman. Freddie Freeman has just been sneakily having a very monster month of Major League Baseball. He's now gotten his average back up to 292. His OPS is 877. He's having himself a really great season, as we can expect from Freddie Freeman. But I want to get back over to Dalton Rushing. It's been an interesting season for Dalton Rushing, kind of like a tale of two cities type of situation. There's been moments where you see the flashes of greatness from this kid because he's got a lot of talent. 269 right now. He's got himself 10 home runs. He's got 40 RBIs. He's playing some really damn good baseball. The question is, how much is he going to play when Will Smith comes back with that neck injury? Because at the end of the day, as good as his bat has been, I don't need Dalton Rushing to hit. I need Dalton Rushing to catch, and I need him to catch his ass off with this pitching staff. So at some point, Will Smith is coming back to reclaim his spot. But I just need Dalton Rushing to kind of keep it together. Because here's the thing. He's a bit of an emotional kid. We've seen it. We caused another issue last night. He's caused issues with the Giants. He's caused issues with the Pirates. He's caused issues with his own team. At some point, somebody's got to get his head a little right. And when he's going to be reverted back to that backup role, how well is he going to be able to handle that backup role?
Good question. I mean, he should be fine on this team.
Should be. It's Hall of Famers and All-Stars.
It should be fine on this team. And then you have to adjust to, being a guy that, in practice, in different situations, in the when pitchers are returning from injuries or they're getting their reps in between their starts. Like, you still can add tremendous value to the team even if you aren't getting those live reps that are going to go to Will Smith when he's back. But just staying ready, staying sharp. A guy that could maybe fill in as a DH in certain situations because if he's swinging the bat really well, and that's all you can do. You've shown some flashes of being a Major League Baseball player.
Yes, he has.
And so, he's done everything that he can do. And, again, just, tampering back some of the emotion that allows the team to just focus on playing baseball and winning. But I don't know. Sometimes the spice for a veteran team that's played a lot of baseball and been to the World Series, like just keeping it engaging and maybe a little feisty sometimes keeps everybody's attention, throughout these are the dog days of the season. Everybody's still on high alert when Dalton Rushing is around.
Yes, they are. And listen, it's one of those things. It's a give or take thing. It's a good thing and a bad thing, this guy's passion. I like it. There are times where I'm like, dude, I dig this absolutely. Let's get in. Every once in a while, we got to get in the trenches and throw some punches. And there's some other times like, we don't every day have to get in the trenches and throw punches, Some days could just be a good day.
Some days, yeah, sure.
Some days.
But right now, I mean, if he's, he's lacing them up every day.
Yes, he is.
And so,
and if he's hitting walk-off hits, then, dude, I mean, I can't sit here and tell you to change too much.
Yeah, but also, if you're naturally kind of you run a little hotter or warmer than most guys and you're playing every single day, like there's going to be some days where you're just running a little hotter. It's just the travel, the schedule, the time zone changes, the pressure that comes with performing well. And, and you're 24, 25 years old, and so there are going to be times where it runs a little over, but hopefully the type of veterans that they have on this roster will win out, and that it'll help him to kind of see, like Freddie Freeman's cool as the other side of the pillow, Mookie Betts, Shohei, all these guys are, world-class players that don't operate that way. You don't have to be the same as them, but you can take note of how composed and poised they are, which is why they're Hall of Fame type players.
Absolutely, and this is a Hall of Fame type of team. Looking forward to keeping you updated on this series against the Colorado Rockies, which is going to continue tonight. Looking forward to that matchup, and of course, we will keep you updated throughout the week on what the Dodgers are doing. Not to mention, we got plenty more World Cup going on right now. Argentina still down at the 38-minute right now. 1-0 to Egypt, as we all expected. Guys, coming up, LeBron James. Where is LeBron James going to go? And also, a little final out for our last segment on the show. For D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Decker on the new 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Derek Fisher, Cody Decker, and all of you for our final segment of this 4-hour extravaganza that is D. Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1. Of course, you can take us on the go wherever you go with the Odyssey app, and of course, get in the chat on YouTube at The Fan LA. Talk about anything you'd like to talk about when it comes to the world of sports today. But LeBron James, boy, oh boy. A name that will always be mentioned no matter what place you're speaking from. Doesn't matter the city, doesn't matter the town. LeBron James is a one-of-one type of talent that will always make headlines, period, stop. And the fact that he's leaving LA in the manner that he kind of is, especially with the reports coming out that LeBron James was 80% in until he was 1,000% out. It's a very unique and kind of telling thing about exactly where the headspace of LeBron James is, considering the fact that he's kind of handled his previous free agencies very similar, with very little information that's being given out, which kind of makes sense when you're a guy of the historic fame that LeBron James is. However, leaving a lot of these teams in the dark kind of makes it a little tricky for these teams to fill out the rosters, don't you think, D-Fish?
I mean, just
Maybe
a little bit, but if you are interested and serious about the possibility of LeBron joining your team, that's what you have to do. Yeah. And so that's why the list is short, though, because the teams that are interested in him are not fully relying on him. Like with him, yeah, they could be better, but without him, they can still compete for the most part. I mean, I think I would say the Warriors and the Heat are probably the farthest away from maybe competing at the upper echelon of their conferences, respectively. And with him can make a decent jump. But the Cavs, the Sixers, the Wolves, the Nuggets, like those teams, the Cavs and the Sixers in the East could be a top 4 team in the East without LeBron. Like that's what the Cavs were last year without him. The Sixers without him with their current roster of Embiid, Jaylen Brown, Tyrese Maxey, BJ Edgecombe, Dean Wade signed there. I feel like I'm missing somebody else that signed with the Sixers, but they're a top 4 team in the East. Mm-hmm. The T-Wolves and the Nuggets are, they're 4-5 type teams as well in the Western Conference. If you go San Antonio and OKC at the top of the West, and then, you start talking about who's the 3rd and 4th best teams. Can the Lakers retool and kind of get back into that 3, 4, 5 conversation? But the Timberwolves and the Nuggets would be right there for sure. Mm-hmm. And so, I think all of these teams make sense from a basketball perspective. I just think the Warriors situation, outside of going back to Cleveland, mm-hmm. I think the Warriors situation would be the most enjoyable and seamless experience mm-hmm. for LeBron. I think learning how to coexist with, like to me, the team in Denver, I'm just not sure, where or not necessarily where, why. I think Aaron Gordon is a very similar type of player in terms of the role that he plays, kind of a utility forward type of guy. But if the Nuggets feel like that additional playmaking next to Jamal Murray, maybe they feel like they've struggled with some of their point guard responsibilities outside of Murray. Maybe the non-Jokic minutes that they don't seem to do very well with. They feel like LeBron can help with those, but I don't know. I just feel like that's random.
It does feel random. Where Cleveland doesn't feel random.
Yeah.
It's been his destiny, so much so that he said it in a movie. He said it in Trainwreck about how Cleveland is always his destination.
Yeah, I feel like Cleveland, Miami, or Golden State make sense. Mm-hmm. But I'm not sure, this decision for him isn't about making sense. It's just about choosing a basketball situation that he's going to enjoy being in every day. Like what are the guys, the like-minded guys on that roster that see the world similar to the way he does around winning and attention to detail executing of offensive sets coming out of timeouts, not making as many mistakes in terms of defensive rotations and coverages. I'm not sure if any of these teams, again, outside of the Warriors and their veteran experience, maybe the Sixers potentially, but we're definitely going to just have to wait and see. I mean, I don't feel like I have a great pulse on this. I
don't think anybody
does.
This
list is longer than I thought it would be.
And then not only that, you're not the only one that does have a pulse on it. Brian Windhorst doesn't have a pulse on it, to the point where this is how he's reporting it. And this is how he's talking to GMs right now. And I quote, everybody I've talked to is like, we're afraid it's Cleveland. Nobody seems to have optimism. And that's kind of LeBron's thing. He's keeping people from having optimism because he's just not telling anybody anything. In fact, the only thing he's told anybody was that the Lakers, it was 80% chance he was coming back. And then it was 1,000% he wasn't. So it's, who knows with what this guy's currently thinking.
Yeah, I mean, from that perspective, I feel like that's the way it should be. Like a player of his magnitude, what he's accomplished, what he still represents in the sport, like you're not supposed to know exactly what he's thinking. It's the examples we gave, earlier, like if at this point, I'm just not, if Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are going to a restaurant, like the reservation isn't in their name. You don't know 6 hours before they're coming that they're coming. Like it's set up differently than that. And it's to protect their privacy. It's to make sure that paparazzi doesn't find out, or this person doesn't find out, or word gets out too fast when you're dealing with people at a certain level. And so to that degree, I don't mind us not knowing. It's just fascinating, though, to think about all of these different scenarios. And in my brain, from a basketball perspective, visualizing like not just where he best fits, because he's a basketball savant. He can kind of fit into any situation he wants to be honest. But yeah, it's just visualizing all the different scenarios and again, if wanting to win and compete at the highest level and compete for championships, is it too hard to do that in the West based on where OKC and San Antonio truly are? Again, I think the Houston Rockets are getting lost in a lot of this conversation. If those guys are back healthy, with Fred VanVleet, who missed all of last season with the ACL tear, and they've added Marcus Smart, and then Steven Adams will be back in the lineup as well. So the Houston team is rough and rugged.
God, it's a tall team, too.
Yeah, man. They're going to be a tough out this season. So the West is just a gauntlet. The East has strengthened as well, though. The Sixers are a formidable team. I think the Celtics are going to be really good again this year. The Pacers are going to be back fully healthy. So it's just going to be an interesting year.
Yeah, it is.
I can't wait to hear what LeBron decides to do.
All right, well, let's go ahead and bring in Raj. Let's cap out the day with a little bit of fun. Raj, let's play a little game we like to call the Final Out.
D-Fish and Deck know their stuff when it comes to trivia. Well, kinda. Let's see who'll make the final out.
What up, gentlemen? That's right. It is time for a little Final Out where we get to see what you guys know about your thing. We'd like to wrap up the show with a little bit of fun. So, guys, let's do a World Cup edition, would you say, all right?
Oh.
Yeah, we're going to see which ones gets this right. All right, hey, Fish, how long is a standard professional match of soccer, excluding the extra time, just the regular time? What would you say there?
It's 2 halves of 45 minutes, so 90 minutes.
Oh, damn, look at that boy's math. That math is good. Okay, you better watch
That's so
out,
much better
Jack.
than LeBron's math.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Okay, fine, Mr. Decker. Which country has won the most men's FIFA World Cups?
I would assume it's your guys, Brazil.
Oh, okay. Y'all rolling. Y'all cooking with fish grease. Okay. All right. Let's see. What about this? Okay. Ooh, you wouldn't know this one, Fish. So I'm going to give this one. Okay, Fish. Maybe you know this one. What continent hosted the 2022 FIFA World Cup?
Oh.
That's for Fish.
What continent?
Yeah. What place? Where was it?
It was in Qatar.
Mm-hmm. Well, some people would say Qatar. The judges, can we accept
I've heard
Qatar?
both.
Qatar.
Okay, all right. Let's take them both.
I've heard it referred to as Qatar many times.
That's right. Okay, Deck. What is the international soccer tournament that happens every 4 years to crown the European champion? Although I think, this is.
It's not UEFA Champions.
I think it's every 2 years.
No,
I think this thing might have it wrong. But go ahead.
Well,
what is it called?
The Champions is every year. So
this is international.
International. Okay.
Yeah. There's a tournament. I believe it's every 2 years.
I always get it wrong how it's said. Is it CONCACAF? No, that's here. That's in the Western.
No.
What is it? I don't know. What is it?
The Euros.
Oh, okay.
Yes, the Euros. That's why I said European. I was giving you a chance.
I
for that.
apologize. I didn't realize you were being so overt and obvious.
Okay, Fish. What does VAR stand for, Mr. Fisher?
Video assist review, or something like that.
That's incorrect, Cody. Would you like to steal?
Oh God, it's not video assist review. Okay. Video assist. What's the R? I don't know.
Referee, knuckleheads.
Really?
Yes.
Well, it's not. It's a camera.
What does the VA stand for?
Video assist. You got that part. Video assistant referee.
Oh, it's referee?
Video assistant referee.
Well, that's
you guys close
stupid.
enough.
Well, that's dumb.
Referee. Okay.
Fish, what was the legendary Brazilian player often referred to as the king of soccer?
Pele.
Oh, you're in trouble. Okay. Let's see. Mr. Decker, what famous player has the nickname La Pulga, which stands for the flea, respectively?
Oh, I don't know his name.
He's playing in this World Cup.
He's playing in this World Cup.
And the flea.
God, the flea. Okay. Somebody small. I mean, it's not Messi. It's not. I honestly have no idea who has the nickname the flea.
All right, it was Messi.
It was
Not
Messi?
him, so you did get it wrong because you said it wasn't him. You can't
His
lie to the
nickname is the flea?
Yeah, that's right. All right, we got 1 minute left.
He should get a better nickname.
1 minute left. Let's see. Fish, what do you call it when a player scores 3 goals in a game?
It's a hat trick, right?
Okay, so let's go to the scorecards. Crash.
You
Who's
gotta be
won
kidding
the
me
days?
with that last
Who's
one.
won the days?
You've got to be kidding me with that last one.
Unfortunately, Cody, we are not kidding you with that last one.
Also, he also got more questions than me.
Yeah, because you got a lot wrong. Let the man finish. Go ahead, Crash.
You're going to have to talk to VAR about that one because despite the amount of questions, today's winner of the final out is Mr. Derek Fisher, our World Cup expert.
Yes, World Cup expert. Refer to him in the right way. Great show, guys. 20 seconds.
Unbelievable. These people. D-Fish, we did it again.
Yes, sir.
Another day, my guy. We will be back bright and early here for another episode of D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And until then, guys, go enjoy some sports. Kick rocks. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow.
855-975-2326. You guys, and coming up in the next hour, we're going to give you a chance to be in the building when LA decides its champion. 97.1 The Fan and 310 Originals have tickets to the City Championship Celebrity Challenge with Deshaun Jackson, Keyshawn Nixon this Saturday in Harbor City. Paul Pierce, YG, Matt Barnes, Jordan Love, and more will be there along with Marathon Burger. So listen, the top of next hour. So in 1 hour, you're going to have a chance to win 2 tickets. All you have to do is call 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Brock, as D-Fish was walking out, he goes, nice Wemby denim. I'm wearing an alien jacket, you guys, because, aliens are real. And I didn't even think I laughed so hard.
Wemby denim.
Wemby denim. I was like, what are you talking? Oh, the alien.
Yeah,
that was clever.
It looks good. I like it. Very, very classic alien shape. The pointy chin.
Yeah.
I like the.
Thank you.
There's a modern depiction of an alien, and they're getting more and more human.
Well, because they probably are.
See, I think it's opposite. I think we can't even envision what they look like, which is why I like the more classic look of a non-human-like thing.
I mean, I could go down a long rabbit hole of the whole alien situation. I've watched every single documentary. I've I'm.
Well,
yeah.
we don't have Team USA Soccer to talk about. Why don't we make it the alien segment after that letdown?
Okay. Let me just let me explain Brock's message to the group chat last night. In stars, in a British accent.
Absolute F-word disgrace. Pitiful effort, really.
Brutal. You guys, let's not beat around the bush. We can kind of get. Were you watching, by the way? Where were you? Were you at home?
I was at home.
Yeah.
Thank God I wasn't on a bridge.
Okay, that was a little bit dark, Brock. But we'll just get right to it. You guys, I was listening to Miley Cyrus Party in the USA on my drive-in today. And it just made me sad because it really has been this party atmosphere in the U.S. since the World Cup kicked off weeks ago. And amongst all of that celebration was that the U.S. had such a magical journey, really up until last night. And it felt like the whole red card reversal situation got to them because I don't want to believe that they were that unprepared and that bad in a game when they should have been able to show up. I mean, we watch a lot of sports. I played soccer. The U.S. men's national team looked off from the moment they stepped on the field. They were playing on the heels. They never had control. Belgium had complete domination of that entire match. And you could really just tell in the first 5 minutes, this was going to be tough.
The effort may have been there, but the excitement was not. Team USA did not look like they were excited to be there. From the rip, they looked lifeless. Belgium looked like a team that rallied together, that gave a big speech in the locker room about how the world is against us, how they're cheating, and we're about to play in front of an entire stadium full of fans that are rooting for Team USA. It's us against the world, and they showed it in their level of play. From the very first moment, they looked like they were destined to be there and prove the world wrong. And Team USA, I can't understand how the team that we've been watching for the past 3 weeks, even in the final group stage match where they sat tons of guys, even that version had more energy and excitement than we saw yesterday. I mean, it was embarrassing.
No, it was weird because I was like, what? I don't scream at my TV often, but I was screaming at my TV when they were back on defense. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? He's wide open. Why are you guarding your man? Why aren't it felt like they were frozen.
Yeah.
No one was doing their job and what they were supposed to do. But I'm going to start with some positives here because,
That's a short list.
I want to kind of recap this whole U.S. situation. And I like to look at the positives, and I will say I love how the U.S. came together. The fans came together to cheer on this team in ways I've never seen before. And for that, I am grateful for what the World Cup did for the U.S. men's national team. I loved watching people who were discovering a love for soccer in the World Cup and seeing like kind of hope. Like I feel like the World Cup has given us hope. The U.S. team doing what they did gave everybody hope with bringing the entire world together. I loved seeing Flo Balogun after the loss. He went and shook the hands of every Belgium player. He also went up to the head coach and apologized to the head coach, where the head coach told him the controversy was not his fault.
Okay.
And gave him a hug, which is like top tier sportsmanship.
Classy.
And I want to talk about that controversy situation with Flo Balogun because I can't imagine the heaviness that Flo must have been feeling on his heart and soul, the way that everybody reacted to his suspension getting postponed and being able to play yesterday, because almost everybody agreed that the red card was not worthy. And we talked about it in a different light than most media outlets talked about it yesterday, and I didn't really get to dive into that until after our show. But there was this ickiness kind of surrounding why and how it got overturned. And everybody was upset with the fact that there was so much joy and there's so much positivity surrounding this U.S. team up until yesterday. And then, again, we don't know other than the fact that Trump came out and said he made a call asking for it to get reviewed, even though FIFA was already reviewing it. And even though we've seen situations like this with Ronaldo and his red card getting postponed for the year so he didn't miss the group stages of the World Cup. So it's hard for me to completely dive in and say, yep, that's the only reason it happened. Was because Trump made the call. It probably helped the situation and might have swayed it if it was, say,
like a toss-up.
Yeah. But as much as the U.S. needed him on that field, I feel like it almost had the opposite effect yesterday.
You know, it's interesting because he was the only player I feel that
gave it his all.
Yeah.
But even then it wasn't much.
No.
You can't, like, soccer is a game where it can't just
enough.
be one player.
Right.
It is the ultimate team sport.
And I just, it's so draining to see your key players, your captains, the face of your team be the biggest letdown. Like goalkeeper Matt Freese.
Dude, what
disaster.
was that? I hate when goalkeepers come out past the 18. Like, that's just it gives me, as a defender, center back, it gives me so much anxiety. I'm like, I can get there.
Yeah.
Like, stay back. Like, because situations like this happen.
I feel everyone watching was going through the same thought process of,
what are you doing?
I get kind of nervous when the goalkeeper's this far out.
Kick it out. What
And
are you
then
doing playing with the ball at your feet?
Okay, why are you dribbling the ball? Why did you hesitate to? Does he not see the guy, right? Oh, goal.
Yeah.
Right? Everyone went through the same thought process. Tim Ream, the captain on the team, getting absolutely mossed for that first goal, and it did not look good. He got bodied to the ground as well, and that cross shouldn't have even come because you got two guys taking the same angle and not able to cut off the cross. And Christian Pulisic, who injured himself seemingly kicking the foot of an opponent and not being able. He played for a couple more minutes, but he eventually exited the match. When you have your best players, other than Balogun, being the biggest letdowns, it just stings that much more.
So that was my biggest negative, is your biggest stars on the team in the match didn't step up, never took control of the game emotionally or actually physically on the field. And it's hard because we talk about how Christian Pulisic should be the face of this national team and quote, is the face of this national team. However, he hasn't had that moment when the team needs him most. And that moment on the biggest stage in the World Cup, like, this was the game for him to have that moment. And he has just been plagued with injuries, which some players are. I don't know if we can say he is the leader of this team with the fact that he has never been able to completely take over and take control of a match in the biggest moments on the biggest stage like last night.
No, and he's going to have to prove to the fan base that he is the face going forward. And I'm sure he has to prove to a lot of guys on that team, because in 3.5 years, I hope to see Malik Tillman out there, the free kick specialist.
Fantastic.
I hope that Flo Balogun's out there. If you told me right now that Christian Pulisic is going to take some international time off, I'm going to say, okay.
Yeah.
Probably for the best, because it didn't. He is there to light the spark. He is there to be the guy that says, I have been playing Premier League football. I've been playing Serie A, and I've rubbed shoulders with the best soccer players in the world, and I'm here to show you guys that it's not that scary, that we can hang with these dudes. And that's kind of been what he's represented for the past 6 to 8 years now, and very little has come from it. It was just such a disappointing level of lack of enthusiasm. That Seattle stadium is built to be the loudest possible stadium in America.
In the NFL,
it takes so much effort to make it quiet. My brother was at the match. He said the Malik Tillman free kick, it went up, but then Belgium scored like 2 minutes later.
Dude, which is the most dangerous time. The most dangerous time is right after you score a goal.
Yep.
Because everyone's kind of celebrating. You're not as quick on your feet, alert, everything. And good teams will take advantage of that.
Yes.
And Belgium came out yesterday, you guys, just like we said, they're going to have a chip on their shoulder. They're going to have an extra edge because they never got an explanation as to why Flo's 1-game suspension got lifted for a year, postponed for a year. And you have to imagine it was like, okay, we're going to, instead of continuing to be angry at FIFA, we're going to take care of business and let our actions speak louder than our words, which is the best thing that you can do in sports.
There were 2 sparks from Team US and from the home crowd, and it was the Tillman goal, and it was with 10 minutes remaining in the match. I'm forget who kicked the ball, but there was a shot on goal, and I have a vision of him like pumping up the crowd, even though they're down.
Was it
2
Flo?
goal. It wasn't Flo.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and pumping up the crowd, and it was kind of a reminder of this crowd has not. The crowd didn't choose to be out of the match for almost the entirety of it.
There was just
there was nothing to
cheer
off
about.
of. It was just
Nothing
uninspired, man. It was.
Yeah.
It's such a disappointment, and when the world interprets it as FIFA cheated for you and you didn't take advantage of it, you just have to sit there and take the jokes. Like
it's bad.
You just got to sit there and take all the criticism and all the jokes that are going to come until the tournament ends, and you can't blame anybody but yourself for it.
It's just hard. Like I think it might have been better, and there would have been more of a fire if Balogun wasn't in that game.
Probably.
Like then they would have been playing with that edge, because
anything would have been better. So yeah, probably.
The team went from being beloved by everybody to, as you mentioned yesterday, the villains. And I don't think they played well with any of that energy and expectation. I was like, well, you better go out and win now that you got what you wanted.
Yeah, they looked like all of the pressure was on them, even though 95% of that stadium was wearing red, white, and blue and was cheering for you. And immediately you took them out of the game.
So take me into the mind of a professional athlete because it's weird when you come out flat. And it's... You don't what's happening. They have to know what's happening. And it's such a weird, what do you do? What needs to be said? I mean, the hydration break couldn't have come fast enough in that first half yesterday. It was like, what is going on? They need some sort of someone to come and shake them and reset. What is said? What can you say? Can anything be said?
It goes back to the fact that your best players, your most trusted players are the ones making the most mistakes, because that's when Tim Ream is supposed to say something, but he just got bodied and gave up a goal. That's when Christian Pulisic is supposed to say something, but we don't know what planet he's on, and he's about to kick someone's foot and be removed from the match. So if those guys aren't saying anything, you if I'm Flo Balogun, that's not really my role on this team. That's Pulisic's role, and also I'm kind of the controversial one, so maybe it's not my place to say anything. I could see them on the sideline just thinking, well, someone's supposed to give a speech here, but who the hell is it going to be? And it wasn't anyone. Pochettino, the coach, his frustration was so interesting to see because
his demeanor on the sidelines was wild.
Because it wasn't disappointment in his team. It's I don't even recognize who these guys are.
What happened?
What is going on?
Like literally from the first whistle, the first 5 minutes, you're looking at it as like a avid sports fan and athletes. You're like, oh, it's weird. It reminded me of when I was at Game 7 of the Dodgers World Series back in, I think it was 2017 when they lost Game 7 to the Astros.
Yes.
2017 or 17, 18, somewhere around there. And I was sitting in the family section, and it's so weird. I could tell. Like, by the second inning, I look at my dad, and I was like, this is going to be really bad.
Yeah.
Like, no one's seeing the ball.
And
like, there's sometimes there's just something that's off with the team. I mean, obviously we found out later that the Astros were cheating and they were getting all the calls and like it was the whole other story. But like you can just tell sometimes there's just this mood and this feeling and this energy surrounding a team. And the U.S. had that the moment they stepped on the pitch yesterday.
Yeah, and that Dodger game ended up being pretty lopsided, right? That game 7 was like 6-1 or something like that.
It was bad.
Yeah, and it's one of those moments where that is where leadership comes into play. That is where it honestly isn't even often a coach's or a manager's moment to take time and give a rah-rah speech. You look for a player. You look for someone to remind you of how much work it took to get here. And in the case of the World Cup, we've been doing this for 3.5 years. We sacrificed a ton. We are the golden generation. People have expectations of us for the first time. This is a home tournament. We're hosting this thing. Like that's where someone needs to sit there and remind everyone of what lies before you. And the moment just did not come, or if it did not inspire much.
It was like, I'm not mad. I am disappointed.
Yeah.
Like, I think the whole U.S. just kind of looked at the team as like, yeah, we're just disappointed. So now what does a future look like for U.S. soccer from here? Because they need a captain that can lead both on and off the pitch. And I just said, like you said, it's not Flo. And I said, not yet. Mm-hmm. What would it take for Flo Balogun to be able to, even if he wants to, take on that role and kind of be the leader on this team?
Well, Tim Ream is 38 years old. It's safe to assume his international time is coming to a close. Certainly his World Cup experiences are ended. Christian Pulisic needs to decide whether or not he wants to keep doing this. But
he also, he didn't play in, I think it was CONCACAF or something like that. Yeah, he decided not to be here. So he doesn't have leader tendencies and leadership, I don't want to say qualities, because when he steps on the field, you can tell that the game completely changes when he's out there. He is an incredible athlete, an incredible player. Oh, did Egypt just score again?
Egypt just scored again.
You guys, Egypt is up 2-0 on Argentina in the second half. Wow.
Up 2-0. Now, Pulisic needs to decide if he wants to be there, but he also needs to understand the majority of that locker room, if not all of them, are looking to someone else to be their leader. I don't know what the next international thing is, but there's no way he's walking in that locker room and everyone's saying, oh, that's our guy, that's our captain. No, that window's over. It's been too many years, and I think all eyes look to Balogun and Weston McKennie. He didn't do great yesterday, but he wants to be there.
Yeah.
I think all eyes look to Balogun, all eyes look to Tillman, and McKennie maybe there. But yeah, the Pulisic era.
I don't know.
It's kind of nuts to say, but it might be over. Not as him on the team.
Not over, but him being a leader.
The face. Yeah, being the face of Team USA has come to a close. He'll be there as long as he wants to be there because he's that good. But you have a limited window to cement yourself as the face of something, as a captain.
Yeah.
And I think that bridge has burned.
There's also will Pochettino be their head coach moving forward? Because he feels like the right fit, but I don't think he signed his extension yet.
That I feel like that would have been announced, or as a reminder if an extension was signed. I would give him another go just from how inspired they play in those first two matches. And I feel yesterday was so bad that you can't put it on Pochettino. He's like,
no,
I don't even know who these guys are. So please don't blame me for this.
That was just weird. That was disappointing. It was frustrating, especially with how much positivity was surrounding the U.S. But again, in the group stage, there's no expectations, and everyone went in with like, well, you know, the U.S. is never really that good, and then it was like, oh wow, maybe they are really good, and then the expectations start to build and climb, and then you go from being a favorite among fans to a villain for a situation that was out of your control. And I just don't think they handled the shift in energy surrounding that team well at all.
Hope is a trap. That's what we've learned here.
What?
If you hope for something, it's a trap because you're only going to get hurt. Entering this World Cup, I was perfectly fine with Team USA getting trounced.
No.
I got tricked into having hope, and now I want to cry.
Not hope, high expectations. I would say, like, tamper or limit, what's the word I'm looking for? Limit your expectations.
Okay.
But you always want to have hope. Never not have hope, okay?
It was still
hope
worth
is a positive
it. It just
thing.
hurts.
I'm just saying expectations, keep them here. You know? And then if they exceed, it's like, wow. And then I was like, no, this is kind of exactly where I expected them to exit. It's just... I hoped that they would have been better. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, Dodgers had a spicy extra inning walk-off win yesterday. We're going to dive into, was it a good thing or a bad thing that went down in the 10th inning? Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here at Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA on YouTube. And you can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And once again, you guys, I think the last time we were on the air, we said Egypt was up 2-0. That goal got taken away, but they just scored again. So now it's officially 2-0 Egypt over Argentina.
They're just better.
Yeah.
From watching this match, they look faster. They look more structured. Argentina looks lost, and now panic sets in as this guy.
Look at that. That was like it was a play down. Like Argentina was going for a goal.
Oh my gosh.
A full breakaway down the field.
Like a full 90-yard sprint, basically,
for Egypt.
with the ball.
It was beautiful.
Perfect cross and a goal. I mean,
yeah.
Good for Egypt.
Again,
man.
taking advantage of sitting on your heels.
Wow.
Wild.
Good for them. I mean, Argentina losing effectively means I've lost our tournament here, but I'll always root for chaos.
Right?
I like chaos.
I love beautiful chaos.
Argentina, you have about 30-something minutes to get your act together.
Also tough because, obviously, again, like the superstars and the faces of soccer and the World Cup for years, Ronaldo finished off his World Cup journey yesterday, and this would be the end of Messi's World Cup journey.
It would. The difference is he actually won a World Cup. Ronaldo, I don't know if you can say the same thing. But you know what? Two legends calling it quits.
Okay, I'll take it. I always love a little spicy heat. By the way, you guys, next hour, we're giving you a chance to be in the building when LA decides its champion. 97.1 The Fan and 310 Originals have tickets to the City Championship Celebrity Challenge with Deshaun Jackson, Keyshawn Nixon this Saturday in Harbor City. Paul Pierce, YG, Matt Barnes, Jordan Love, and more will be there along with Marathon Burger. So at the top, around like 11:05 a.m., we're going to give you a chance to win your way in. All you have to do is call us at 855-975-2326. Now, I mentioned spicy, right? I would say that Dodgers game, the end of the Dodgers game last night was spicy. It was Freddie. It started off like really wholesome and really happy. Freddie Freeman bobblehead night. He had his whole family out there, his new daughter out on the field with him and his family, his two sons throughout the first pitch, and the Dodgers ended up reaching 60 wins. First team in Major League Baseball to reach 60 wins. They are now 8-2 over their last 10 games. So Dodgers are looking great. But Shohei Ohtani, first off, home run number 299, went 3 for 4 RBI. His bicep must be feeling just fine. But I feel like he always does this anytime there's any kind of injury. Like
his next game is just
like after he found out he was going to get Tommy John surgery when he was with the Angels, he came out and hit a home run. Like it's just this man is like, no, I'm fine. Let me show you that I'm okay. Kyle Tucker going 3 for 5. Like he has been hitting exceptionally well over his last 10 games, batting .412. Like that is what we needed to see from Kyle Tucker and Shohei Ohtani. So it's interesting because he's slated to pitch Friday.
Yes.
After he has a game like this, obviously we're all on watch for home run number 300.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's going to be in every single game. You know he is. You know he's going to be in every single game. But let's get to the spicy man.
Spicy man is what we call it.
Dalton Rushing. Okay. In that 10th inning, there was a clean slide into home plate that was safe. And the Rockies player kind of looked back. Dalton tagged him again, which is like totally common. Like just to make sure, like sometimes maybe they didn't touch the plate. Yep. Obviously he knew he touched the plate because he slid over his foot and his leg to touch home plate. They exchanged some words. Dalton gave a WTF, did you say? And like puffed out his chest. Max Muncy had to run in, pull him back. Benches started to clear. Bullpens started to run out. Nothing, like no punches ended up being thrown But this is something that we continue to talk about around Dalton Rushing. I mean, in the 11th, he ended up getting to be the hero with a broken bat, walk-off hit. And I think it kind of overshadows what happened in the 10th inning. But is this something, his attitude, something we need to be concerned about?
I love this. So it might be the football player in me.
For sure.
But you affecting our team is an issue. And up to this point, his antics were affecting our process. You didn't handle Shohei the right way. Freddie and Mookie are clearly kind of annoyed by your antics in the dugout when you're breaking bats. Like you are affecting how we do things. You can do whatever you want to them.
So a redirection of his spiciness, as long as it's toward the other team, you don't care.
I do not care, as long as it's not dirty. Now, was Dalton Rushing blocking the play? Yes. Is that frowned upon? Sure. Does it happen almost every single time? The passive-aggressive double tag was a little tongue-in-cheek. Congrats on taking the lead, but we're going to tie this in the next side anyway. Like, I feel that Cole Carrick, who was not as extreme as Dalton Rushing, but he's the Rockies version of Dalton Rushing.
They're both hot-headed.
Yes.
Spicy players.
Yes. If it wasn't Cole Carrick who slid, this wouldn't have happened. And if it wasn't Dalton Rushing who tagged him, this wouldn't have happened. It just so happened to be the two most hot-headed players in the NL West probably, and they just so happened to meet up. I do not mind this one bit. And I will defer to you regarding how much Max Muncy may have liked it, who had to break him up. How much I want to say the pitcher. I think Enriquez was the next one to the scuffle. Maybe Mookie didn't like it, but I was kind of smiling on my couch while I was watching it.
This is not the Dodgers' way.
I'm
just going to flat out say that. Like, they don't create chaos. They win with incredible plays and clutch hitting. They let their actions speak louder than their words. Dalton Rushing was, we didn't see exactly what was said, but was using his words to create chaos. Yeah. And this is where I think they might have an issue moving forward. And he needs to, it's hard because, like, you want to have that, like that charisma and that attitude and that confidence as a player. However, when you are the catcher of the back-to-back world champion Dodgers, and we've already seen this spiciness interfere with their best player on the team in Shohei Ohtani, and he's very vocally, as we saw during that outing, show his frustration towards you. And that, in that moment and in that post-game conversation, we thought, okay, maybe this is the wake-up call that Dalton needed. We've seen him do, as you mentioned, kind of like everyone breaks bats. Like the Angels had a punching bag down below in the dugout, like when you walk down to go into the cages for guys to go and swing their bat and just like get out their frustration. I don't know what the Dodgers have specifically. I haven't seen a punching bag, but I thought that was brilliant. Guys go in and throw their helmets and throw their bats, break their bats all the time. Like we see that all across baseball. However, the starting a fight by cussing out a player who won the battle in that moment adds to the list of the guys that kind of play by the rules and let their play speak louder than starting a fight and starting a benches clearing situation that almost got to a brawl but didn't. But the older guys know, like they're on watch with Dalton. Yep. You saw Muncy run over there immediately to get in between them. And again, sometimes that pumps up teams. I don't see that situation because it's Dalton Rushing and because of the history that he's had with Shohei Ohtani and Mookie or Freddie or Dave having to go and sit down and talk to him in the dugout about his actions. Because it's him, I don't see this being a positive thing.
I do see it as a spark for last night, though, because they had 4 runs. They had 2 runs in the 3rd inning, 4 runs in the 4th inning, and then went 5 innings scoreless.
And they blew a lead.
And they blew a 6-1 lead. And only after this moment did the Dodgers finally score another run and wake up. Do you want to rely on that to wake you up out of your sleepwalk? Absolutely not. Is Dalton Rushing the guy you look to for those moments? Of course not. You look to Freddie, Shohei. Dalton's probably the 9th guy that you look to in that moment. But I love what were we using? Spicy. I love being spicy and having a guy in my back pocket, and it's always a freshman or a young guy.
Yeah, it's a young...
in this case, because he doesn't know any better. And his ignorance to this situation got us going, and no fight actually happened, and we won the game. And we won the game only after scoring a run after a 5-inning drought that happened after this moment. So if I had to say something to Dalton, and I'm Freddie and Mookie and one of the faces of this organization and
Max Muncy,
and leaders of the clubhouse, I say this can't become a normal thing, but tonight it was fine.
It's hard because that was game 1 of the series, you guys. So you know that it's only going to get if he's in, and he should be in, he'll be catching probably tonight and tomorrow.
And Cole Carrick had 3 hits yesterday. He's kind of been on fire. He'll have plenty of opportunities.
He's going to be coming to the plate with Dalton Rushing saying some things right behind. So this is what I'm going to look out for.
Yeah.
What is the interaction going to be between Cole and Dalton these next 2 games? That's something to just keep an eye on. There might be a player getting hit. If it gets to that, these are the situations where they happen and where things can escalate. We're probably going to have a benches clearing situation again one of these 2 games.
I'm going to predict that tonight Dalton Rushing is going to do a passive-aggressive ABS challenge while Cole is up to bat.
Well,
that's what I see.
It's Robleski on the mound. He's not going to hit anybody.
That's a good point.
Right?
Oh, Robleski, no. God, no. I'm saying Dalton does this thing. He most recently did it against Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
His very passive aggressive way. Oh, Argentina on the board in the 79th minute. Hope is still alive.
Wow.
He will react to an ABS challenge. So say Cole taps his head and it ends up being a strike.
Yeah.
He will look to their dugout, or he will look up at him in a very funny way, and that could probably set it off. Or opposite, if a ball gets called and Dalton taps his head and it's actually a strike or a strikeout on Cole, he will look to the Rockies dugout, or he will look up at Cole.
Yeah, something's going down for sure. Something's going down for sure tonight. I'm excited to watch it. I hope Dalton Rushing can keep it in a comical, not starting
whimsy,
a fight, brawl, punches situation. But we'll see. He's young and he's spicy. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. When we come back, do you care, LA? Ooh. Oh, I'm just staring at these for the first time. I'm not going to tease them because I don't want to dive in. Okay, don't go anywhere. It's coming up next. Stars in the City Championship Celebrity Challenge. It's happening on Saturday, July 11th. So guys, for fans who are thinking about coming out on July 11th, just paint the picture of the night and what fans can expect when they get there.
I think it's going to be very energized. It's going to be music. We got some special guests that's going to come out and perform at halftime. We all going to be able to be accessible to the fans, meet and greet, get your autograph signed, bring the kids out, take pictures. I mean, it's going to be full. Marathon Burger. Rest in peace to my bro, Nipsey Hussle. But, it's the marathon continues, man. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's just going to be an overall good thing for the city. It's at Northmount High School. Very personal. Pop out, man. Come meet us. Come shake a hand. Take a picture.
I think it's going to be good. There's going to be a lot of stars there. City of Champions. I think it's good for the city for sure.
Who's going to win? Let's put it out right now. We're getting competitive, right?
Team Jackpot. Team Jackpot.
Team K9, man.
We are so excited for this, you guys. Deshaun Jackson, Keyshawn Nixon leading LA's biggest stars in the City Championship Celebrity Challenge on Saturday, July 11th. You can still get your tickets. We're also giving away tickets every day right here on 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here and we want you to be a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat. You can also call us at 855-975-2326. And you're going to want to save that number, you guys, because coming up next hour, we're giving you a chance in like 15 minutes, you guys. We're giving you a chance to be in the building when LA decides its champion. 97.1 The Fan and 310 Original have tickets to the City Championship Celebrity Challenge. Deshaun Jackson, Keyshawn Nixon this Saturday in Harbor City. Paul Pierce, YG, Matt Barnes, Jordan Love, and more will be there along with Marathon Burger. Listen in the next hour, in 15 minutes, for your chance to win. All you have to do is call 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. But you guys, while we were in commercial break, Argentina scored again. We are tied at 2-2. Argentina and Egypt. They scored 2 goals in like
4 minutes. 4 minutes. Egypt struck first the 15th minute with Yasser Ibrahim in the 67th minute. Mustafa Zico. They had a goal that was erased.
Yes.
And then Christian Romero for Argentina scored in the 79th minute. And Lionel Messi scored in the 83rd minute. Now,
it was going to be messy. It was going to be messy to keep them in this game.
And it had to be because as we sit here tied, Messi missed a PK in the first half.
Yeah.
So leave it to Messi to equalize. Oh, we have a ball in the stands.
Yeah, fans freaking out.
You got to hide that thing because they're going to try and come get it. You got to hide it. Wow.
Wild.
Legacy on
wild.
The line here.
Yeah, and it's what, 87-15, so a little bit of stoppage time, but it sounds like we're probably going to be going into extra time. But right now, it is time for Do You Care, LA? Let's bring in producer Shay, who has some big feels surrounding this match right now.
Yeah.
What'd you say? We're all Argentina fans today?
We're all Argentina fans.
So you're pumped.
I think
you're
you can guess why. Iran got eliminated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it.
It's we're all Argentina fans today. We're all Messi fans too, I think.
I mean,
I'm definitely a Messi
Everyone's a Messi stan.
Yeah,
all right.
Seems like it.
What do we got? What do we got today?
Welcome to Do You Care LA, the segment where I tell sports stories to Brock and Alex, and they tell me if they care from an LA perspective. Today we got a lot of NBA talk.
Okay.
Giannis gets his Bucks farewell before the Miami reset. So Giannis, the trade to Heat became official, but the Bucks ownership confirmed his number 34 will be retired in Milwaukee. No one will wear number 34. Giannis leaves after 13 seasons, a championship, 2 MVPs, a Finals MVP, Defensive Player of the Year, 9 All-Star appearances in a franchise-changing run. Do you care?
I do. He deserves that.
I care.
He came in and he was the Bucks.
Mm-hmm.
And this is exactly what they should have done. Yeah, it didn't end well, but I feel like with superstars, when they leave the place where all their history was, it does get a little messy. But this is the perfect thing for the Bucks to do.
Yes, the fact that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, at the time he was Lou Alcindor, played 7 years for the Bucks, and Giannis is far and away the greatest Buck of all time, says so much. 13 years spent in Milwaukee, their all-time leading scorer, brought them their first championship in 50 years, 2-time MVP, Finals MVP. Giannis is Milwaukee, and the same way that, we appreciate LeBron's time in LA, he will always be a Cleveland Cavalier.
Yeah.
No matter what Giannis goes on to do in Miami, and if there's another team afterward, when we think of him and his legacy, it's Milwaukee through and through.
It's like all the other teams rented him.
Yeah, exactly.
Throughout his, it was a little lease. Like we leased LeBron James. Miami is leasing Giannis now.
We care. Giannis is
he deserves
as likable a star that sports has.
Did you look up the milkshakes, Alex?
No, what?
Or was it milkshakes or smoothies?
It was smoothies.
It was smoothies.
If you get bored and you want to kill some time on Twitter, go back and look up Giannis's early tweets on smoothies. He didn't know what a smoothie was until he came to America.
What?
And he was just obsessed with smoothies for his first couple years in the NBA.
Yeah, they're delicious.
He had no idea what they were.
I get it.
It was great. It was great. We love Giannis.
All right, guys, on to the next one.
Okay.
I love Giannis, too, if anyone cares. We're staying with NBA. Donovan Mitchell commits to Cleveland. He agreed to a 4-year, $273 million max extension, but the catch is he could have gotten a bigger 5-year deal next summer. But Mitchell says he has unfinished business and decided to do this now. Do you care?
I care because it makes me feel like LeBron is going to Cleveland.
He is.
Like, this was kind of the finishing piece to be like, okay, like he's going to stay. Unfinished business, that means LeBron coming back. That also feels like it might be the slogan. Like with the team and LeBron coming back, like we got one, but we got to get another one.
Okay.
Both times him coming back to the team that drafted him, the hometown team. He was just teasing. He's like building some sort of golf thing, putting thing in Akron. Like he's out there right now. He is putting his roots down again in Ohio for people to come around and get excited. That's why I think everything he does is like purposeful and planned, and having the 10-year Cavs championship reunion so public and everybody sharing all the behind the scenes constantly was intentional. He was like, let's go. Get it all out there. Let's get all the Cleveland fans excited again.
Yeah,
it kind of feels like perfect timing.
He's making himself very visible. The past week, there's been photos of people at movie theaters, at golf courses, at grocery stores. Like, hey, LeBron's in Ohio again. It's great. It's also big because Donovan Mitchell signing $68 million a year. It's why the Reeves contract looks crazy right now, but in 2 years, it'll be back to being middle of the pack. Once this new wave of guys that are due for contracts, like Jokic is up whenever he wants to sign.
Yeah.
$68 million a year. Oh, my God. Argentina scored.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh my God. I was like, am I seeing this right, or is this a replay?
Okay, so the 79th minute Romero scores, the 83rd minute Messi scores, and Enzo Fernandez just scores in the 2nd minute of extra time. And now they are doing close-ups on Egypt fans, and they're crying. Oh no.
No, it has to be. They need, with the U.S. out, Ronaldo being out, they can't lose Messi.
They scored 3 goals in 12 minutes.
Yeah. What? That's incredible. God. Dude, Egypt felt like they had it. Like, it was like, this is it. Like, match done. No. Oh, are they asking for VAR?
It's the least they could do. I mean, they may as well try, but it doesn't look very convincing. Oh, yeah, you're right. It's going to eat a lot of time to do that.
Telling him
Mo
to go
Salah
back.
trying to plead his case, but the referees are not convinced. Oh, my God.
I want to see a replay. Show a replay of the goal. Here we go. Oh.
I'm not sure what they're trying. They're showing a replay right now.
How
I'm
it
not
got
sure of
started.
What.
Probably the play getting
started. The transition. So Mo Salah is trying to claim that.
Yeah, look at this breakaway.
That there should have been a call when the ball got ripped
Once
from him.
again, it
then
was
we
like
had another 90-yard breakaway.
That's incredible.
A perfect cross.
No
and
way.
A perfect header.
That was nothing.
That's
and that
a tough
was
pill to swallow.
Far outside.
This is good because we need another catastrophe to erase what happened last night. We need the
forget about the
U.S. story to get pushed down.
Forget about the U.S. Dude.
Legacy
Brutal.
game for Messi, and he sets up his guys. Sorry, that was not him on the assist, but it still was him who scored the second goal after missing a PK earlier.
Wow, they're freaking out. Okay, what do we got?
Is
that it?
Yeah, that's it. Do you
care? We care. We care seeing how happy Messi is right now because this is wild.
Argentina.
Wild. Get it out.
And we got a red card.
From who?
Who is this?
Who's getting a red card on the sideline?
What is happening?
A coach getting tossed?
And we have a yellow card for the goalkeeper?
Goalkeeper getting a yellow. You guys, there's a lot of spiciness going down.
Everyone in
There's 2 yellows and a red are getting tossed out right now during this replay. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. We'll fill you in on more World Cup when we come back. And the Lakers losing Rui despite being on Luka's wish list.
with our boss, Andrew, and Raj, the assistant program director and the producer of the morning show. I wanted Morocco to win so badly, but it wasn't Brazil bar. So do you ever do the quiet routine where you just, where you don't say anything when they score? One of those? I was trying to be polite.
Yeah, just mental air claps or something.
Then I came in today, and I bumped into our boss, Andrew, and he started making fun of Spain immediately. And I wish I had rooted for Morocco with all my heart, soul, and volume.
Then you wanted to let out the vengeance.
He just came right at me.
Then you wanted to bring it.
What are we doing? Why are we talking
You
about
knew
old
you
stuff?
were going to get it, Bill. You just better hope. I mean, you better hope.
They have Uruguay on Friday, so they lose that thing. I don't think they will, and that style. But if you can draw, the against Cape Verde, you can lose to anybody.
You can. I mean, that was defensive football, blocking at its finest. The goalie for Cape Verde is an overnight celebrity now. I mean, but I still think, come on now. What, 25 shots? They had possession for like 70% of the time. I mean, something like that. I mean, they were still
hit the
dominating.
woodwork 4 or 5 times. Fran Torres was Fran bum. I don't even know. I'm not going to do a pun.
You look a little shook.
I'm a little shook, man.
Wow. I never thought I'd see Bill Reiter shook.
I didn't wear my Spain jersey. It's dirty. I'm not even going to clean it this week.
I mean,
It
first
doesn't
time
deserve to
since,
be cleaned.
I think April 22nd that Lamine Yamal played.
Yeah,
so
it's been a
that
while.
was
He
pretty
looked good,
impressive.
though. I thought he was
did.
really sharp for
and
a
the
dude that
attention that
hasn't
he
played.
draws. I mean,
3 guys.
It's insane. That's going to pay dividends at some point. It almost did. It should have.
You don't have to be this nice. You can just rub my face in it.
Look, one thing that we can both agree on that we're completely aligned on is we love greatness, we love phenoms, and that Lamine Yamal, there's a magnetism to him when he's on the pitch. It's really incredible stuff. I can't believe. So he's Barcelona at 15 is crazy to me, but Jesus, it's so insane to me. I was watching.
Did you say?
No, I said, jeez. I said, jeez.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen, hour number 2. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We want you to be a part of the show. Get in the comment section at The Fan LA on YouTube. You guys, we are watching the Argentina and Egypt game right now, where Argentina scored 3 goals to take the lead in 13 minutes. We are beyond stoppage time right now. It is 99-39, and it said plus 7 extra minutes. We've seen red cards. We've seen yellow cards.
All on Egypt.
All on Egypt. I want to play the go-ahead goal right now, just so you guys can and feel the excitement of this match right now.
Lautaro Martinez. Sending it over. Enzo Fernandez. Can you believe this?
Wild.
Magic.
Wild. There was a moment there, 20 minutes left in the match. We're like, yeah, Egypt's got this. Argentina looks slow. They look flat. You guys, it's getting spicy. We might get another card right now. Players are pushing each other.
Yes. So what started the go-ahead goal for Argentina, Mo Salah had the ball, and Egypt felt like it was an aggressive steal that led to the goal for Argentina. And 1 red card to a coach on the sideline, I couldn't tell who, and then 2 yellow cards to players
one of the goalie
on Egypt. One of them being the goalkeeper, and then another yellow card to a separate staff member. As we have a final score now of 3-2. Messi's crying,
Holy
understandably
guacamole.
so. But I bring that up because that was about a 4.5 minutes of that 7 minutes of extra time.
Yeah.
That Egypt was just getting carded.
Yes.
And
that added the extra, it's supposed to be 7 added minutes. It was 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they wasted so much time just getting carded and arguing their case, and this is going to be a tough pill to swallow.
Wow. That was incredible. The way that Argentina just kicked it into a different gear. 3 goals in 13
minutes.
That's incredible.
You want the best players to play their best on the biggest stage, and Messi just provided the umpteenth example of
tying the game. He had the game-tying goal.
Stepping up while missing the PK in the first half, and he said, "Don't worry, I got y'all covered." Oh,
wow.
my gosh.
So Argentina will now play the winner of Switzerland and Colombia, which kicks off at 1 p.m. today. You guys in the quarterfinals are almost set. You got France and Morocco kicking off on Thursday. Spain versus Belgium Friday at noon. That's here in LA at SoFi. Norway against England Saturday. And then the second Saturday game will now be Argentina against the winner of the Switzerland and Colombia match that kicks off at 1 p.m. today.
This is what we wanted.
I mean, this is what we needed. The defending champs, Messi, like we still have so many great stars in the final, not finals, the quarterfinals of this World Cup. Wow.
I cannot believe this.
But between Messi and Mbappe,
Yeah.
the goals, but even Holland too.
Yep. Erling
Like,
Haaland scored a
he's
goal in every
getting
match.
up there.
Yes, he is.
This is gonna be fun, you guys.
The pace he's on. So Messi is going to set the record. Mbappe is going to smash the record, and then Haaland is going to smash Mbappe's record.
Yeah,
and
eventually.
all three of them are still
It's
active
beautiful.
and alive. It's great.
It's active and alive. They're still the teams are still alive in the tournament.
teams are alive in the tournament. Yes, yes,
Oh my gosh, I love it so much, dude. Argentina fans, this is insane.
They will be partying tonight in Buenos Aires.
The biggest fan base just because of Messi, because there's a lot of like Messi fans around the world with him being the GOAT.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right?
No, they take over any stadium that they are in, no matter who they
Messi's
are playing.
crying. And look at the way his team rallies
it is
around
a home
him.
game for him.
And I think the coolest thing now for the United States, you guys, Messi plays in the MLS. He plays in Miami. Every single one of those games is going to be on it. Like, they already are sellouts, but oh, look at his tears. Like, my heart. My heart. I want to cry for him.
What a moment.
Oh, Messi. And it looked like, I think they signed, Inter Miami signed Cabo Verde's goalkeeper.
They did?
Yeah.
Oh, I know that was being rumored.
I
Okay.
think that officially became official that he is
I figured
joining.
somebody would.
Yeah.
That's cool.
When I used to play with Messi.
Got to take advantage of the moment. That's great.
Dude.
Good for him.
That's incredible, you guys.
Life-changing.
Congratulations. Congratulations to Argentina coming back. Insane 13-minute comeback.
His 8th goal, by the way.
Messi?
8 goals.
Is that
in this-
leading
in this
the
World
tournament
Cup.
right now?
Most in
Mbappe?
the tournament,
Shea?
but Mbappe and Haaland are going to have something to say about that. But
Yeah.
as of right now, that is the most.
Incredible. Congratulations to Argentina once again. A 13-minute comeback, scoring 3 goals in 13 minutes to win this match, 3-2. They are moving on. They will play the winner of Switzerland against Colombia. That's kicking off at 1 p.m. this afternoon. Wow. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And you know what? It's time for us to give away some tickets, you guys. Okay. Do you want to be in the building when LA decides its champion? 97.1 The Fan and 310 Originals are giving you a chance to win tickets to the City Championship Celebrity Challenge. Deshaun Jackson, Keyshawn Nixon, this Saturday in Harbor City. Paul Pierce, YG, Matt Barnes, Jordan Love, and more will all be there along with Marathon Burger. So all you have to do is be caller number 4 right now. You call 855-975-2326. Call 855-975-2326. Right now, be caller number 4 if you want to win 2 tickets to the City Championship Celebrity Challenge with Deshaun Jackson, Keyshawn Nixon, Paul Pierce, YG, Matt Barnes, Jordan Love, and so many more. We are giving away 2 tickets right now. Just call 855-975-2326. Whew. Messi.
I'm flying high right now.
It's we needed
feels
this.
great.
I
Yeah.
feel like the U.S. needed this
Something to
after
distract
last
us.
night's disappointing performance. We needed a Messi.
Yeah.
Just take it. We've adopted him as kind of one of our own because he plays in the MLS right now.
Second home, you know.
Second home.
We'll happily embrace that role.
Yeah. Oh, I love seeing they're all dancing on the field right now.
Good for them.
Ah.
Good for them.
That's so fun.
Can Switzerland and Colombia keep up this train of chaos?
Yeah,
that
who's
we have?
favored?
Gotta be Colombia. Right? Let me look it up.
You tell me.
Colombia.
I haven't looked at any of this yet. Yeah.
It is, drum roll, please. Colombia is the betting favorite. Yeah.
Okay.
But not by much.
All right.
Not by much, but Colombia is
right.
technically favored to win.
As we can see, anything can happen in these knockout round matches. It is so exciting. But now we're going to switch gears. Let's talk some Lakers. Because yesterday, Shams reported that Lakers let Rui walk in free agency, even though, according to Law Murray of The Athletic, Rui was among the players Luka wanted the team to bring back. So apparently Rui was on Luka's preferred return list. But the Lakers, who have done so much giving Luka what he wants this offseason, which was overpaying Austin Reeves, giving him the 4-year, $185 million max deal, getting him an A-list center in Walker Kessler, and then some depth and shooters. But interesting that he wanted to keep Rui, and he only signed a 2-year, $28 million deal with the Clippers, which doesn't seem like much in order to keep Rui.
The entire Rui Hachimura situation has been probably the most confusing thing that I've been following throughout NBA free agency. So initially, I thought there's no way that the Lakers are going to be able to keep Rui because coming off of a historic playoff run, they're going to be priced out.
Yeah.
Money is going to be tight. You have to pay Reeves. Still weren't sure about the LeBron situation, and Rui raising his asking price means he's going to have to go somewhere else. And there was obviously going to be a ton of landing places for him that were going to be contenders. Brooklyn wasn't a contender, but San Antonio was, and Brooklyn, I'm sure, was willing to offer a ton of money. San Antonio just played in the finals, and they have money. The Lakers seem like the fourth or fifth option. So to find out after a couple weeks now that Rui is not going to a contender, the Clippers, as a reminder, traded Kawhi Leonard and are starting a new era of basketball. And for a 2-year, $28 million deal, that's going to be an interesting explanation to Luka. Now, in order to make the Walker Kessler signing and the various other guys that they brought in, they were going to have to sign Rui toward the end anyway. But it's now being reported that Rui and the Clippers had an understanding early on that they were going to acquire Rui via a sign and trade, which would be a better financial decision for the Lakers and Clippers. So it sounds like there was communication throughout this whole thing. The only reason Rui signed yesterday is because the Lakers informed him, we're not going to do the sign and trade. You can just sign there outright. So now Pelinka needs to explain to Luka, how come from day one Rui was not even considered in the card? So just a very confusing situation that I'm still trying to make sense of.
Maybe, because again, we know he's a great three-point shooter, which is what the Lakers need. He made playoff history. Maybe because he's not a great rebounder, defender,
like not great at either of those things.
To the level that the Lakers are looking to build around moving forward. I mean, the Lakers have lost a lot of key rotation pieces. What'd you say? It was like their entire starting lineup from the first round of
from the Rockets series.
Yeah,
are now gone.
LeBron James,
Rui, Luke Kennard, DeAndre Ayton, and
Marcus Smart.
All of them gone now.
Also, Jackson Hayes gone.
Jackson Hayes, that one still hurts.
They've lost a decent amount of depth, and obviously we knew the Lakers needed to have not necessarily a reset, but a reconstruction moving forward to turn into a championship team. I still don't think what they have constructed right now is that. We are getting good news about their first-round draft pick, Cameron Carr, out of Summer League. But again, as we talked about yesterday, it's like you can't get too hyped on Summer League just because of the talent that he is playing against. However, the positives coming out of there is we knew he was the most athletic pick. He was regarded as the most athletic guy in the draft, and he is showing that just in the first 2 games in Summer League, and his shooting is great. It's still, though, it's when the more information that we're getting coming out about the guys that are leaving the Lakers, it's all the Lakers just not making a push to keep them and kind of letting them decide, oh, I'm going to walk away.
Yeah, it's less aggression than you would hope for guys like Rui, Marcus Smart, and Jackson Hayes, who you ideally would find a way to bring them back. It could also be an aspect of, in order to sign you guys, we need to sign Walker Kessler first, and we need to do X, Y, Z. Like, NBA free agency is tricky, and the order of which you sign guys can dictate how much money is remaining and how you can sign who. And I completely understand if Marcus Smart said, I don't want to wait. If someone's offering me money, I want to take it because the Rockets may offer someone else. And what if they say yes first? So maybe Marcus Smart or the Luke Kennards or the Jackson Hayes just didn't want to sit around and wait. And I would understand that. However, it does hurt that what little depth the Lakers did have last year is now gone. So the depth you brought in now it is not adding to the already lackluster depth. It's replacing it. So you're still kind of back where you started depth-wise, just with different pieces. Now, Pelinka's hopefully not done. Jonas Valanciunas is still out there, and Jonathan Kuminga is as well. So we will see. So Pelinka's far from done, but maybe a little underwhelming post Walker Kessler signing.
It's interesting too, because obviously we're getting more information coming out about the LeBron situation and how there was a 2-week period where he was 80% sure that he was coming back to the Lakers. The Lakers were under the impression that he was coming back. And then 2 weeks later, it was, I'm 1,000% sure I'm not coming back. And I think a lot of it had to do with these Luka lists. These Luka lists are like...
The Luka list.
They're hilarious because there was the checklist of the 2 things I really need, which were the Austin Reeves, keep him, do not let him be a part of a trade, and I need an A-list center, which check. Austin Reeves got the 4-year, $185 million max. They went out and got, again, overpaid for Walker Kessler. The 2 things he wanted, they had to overpay for to get. And now we're learning there was a preferred return list. Who knows if LeBron is on that? There were... we had heard that he would be okay if LeBron came back. I don't think there was a push to have him come back. And when you are LeBron James, the best player, arguably of all time, the best player of our generation, someone who deserves to just have a respect around, like, yes, we want you back. Like, whatever that was, obviously didn't happen. And the question is, can Luka now be that guy with the team that's assembled around him? We know he can play well and he can be an all-star caliber player, but can he be that leadership guy?
He's going to have to prove it from a leadership standpoint, physically and everything that happens on the court. We know Luka is as gifted a scorer as the NBA has ever had. And if you currently look at this roster, your initial instinct is going to say, well, is this even better than last season's roster? On the surface, no, it's not. But I see what Rob Pelinka is attempting to do. The Lakers, since they won the ring in 2020, have kind of been directionless in that they've always had talent. They've always been loaded with talent. But it started with Anthony Davis not wanting to play center, even though that's when the Lakers were at their best. And so there was this weird positionless thing that they were doing in the front court where Anthony Davis would be center sometimes, but not be center sometimes. And from then up until really 5 or 6 years now, it's just kind of been, we're just going to put a bunch of talented basketball players out there and just see what happens. And post-Luka trade, it was clear he is a pick-and-roll guy. This needs to be a pick-and-roll offense. Last year, they kind of committed to it. And what Rob Pelinka is doing that I find excitement in is finally we are fully committing and putting all of our chips in on the type of basketball that we are going to play. So if people aren't thrilled about this roster, I understand it, but you should be thrilled that there will be an identity to this team, and it's going to take some time, but I do think they will get to where they were last year, if not further.
I don't know. I need to see a little more depth to have that kind of confidence. Also, like, LeBron's a big piece that they lost.
Yes,
and that is a big hole to fill. And I don't think they have, with all the additions, even that group of everyone together can fill the void that LeBron James leads. But you know what? Let's turn to some positivity because we have a winner, you guys. Donna in Windsor Hills, congratulations. You are caller number 4. You are headed to the City Championship Celebrity Challenge. Congratulations.
I'm so excited. I can't believe it. I'm so tickled.
I love that, tickled. Donna, who you bringing with you?
Well, I'm going to bring my son-in-law.
Oh, love
Gonna have a great time.
son-in-law. Basketball is in our blood. I played ball in high school, and I'm telling you, I'm just so excited. I went to Westchester High School, by the way.
Okay, Westchester, stand up.
I love it. Donna, congratulations. Thank you so much for tuning in and listening and calling. We appreciate you. Have so much fun.
I always listen to you guys. Are so funny and so on point. I love it.
Thank you, Donna. Shout out to the Westchester comments.
I feel tickled now.
Donna, have so much fun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
God bless. That's the energy I needed.
That's what
now.
I needed too. That was who needs coffee when you got Donna?
That was incredible. Tickled. I haven't heard tickled in a while.
I know.
And I was like, oh yeah. You know that feeling? It's like, ooh.
She's lovely. Yeah. Everyone needs a Donna in their life.
Do you know what's right? That kind of energy.
Yeah.
It's so fun getting to talk to all the listeners because we've done giveaways almost every week and really been able to, maybe if they're not calling in to give an opinion, but they want to call in and win something. I love it. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with Brock and I every single day. We appreciate you. We love being on this daily hangout journey with you. It's so fun.
I am on cloud nine after talking to Donna. Shout out to the Westchester comments. And what a cool bonding experience for her and her son-in-law. She said they're a basketball family.
She was a baller too.
At Westchester, yeah.
I love that.
That's going to be great.
I love
They're going to have a great time.
That's so fun. You know who else is having a good time right now is Argentina. Like, they have just kept showing Messi crying, celebrating. They're showing him crying again right now. Like, can we just, that's a moment right there where a leader, like we were talking about with the U.S. team, you're down. What were they down? 2-0.
They were down 2-0.
2-0.
Messi had missed a PK.
There had to have been a conversation from Messi. Oh my God, they're throwing him in the air. There had to be a conversation from Messi looking at his guys like, okay, this is it.
Yeah.
It's now or never. 3 goals in 13 minutes.
And even better, he's part of setting up those goals and scored a goal himself. Tom Brady tweeting out, quote, yeah, so that might top 28-3.
Yeah.
And I think he's right.
He's right. 3 goals in 13 minutes to move on to the quarterfinals with Messi in there too. That was absolutely wild. That's how you win a match.
Man.
That's how you win a match.
When the person who needs to steer the ship lets you down earlier, but you don't lose faith in him, and he says, don't worry, I'm going to lead by example.
I got it.
Just get on my back. I got you.
I got it. Oh, that was so much fun. All right. Congratulations again to Donna, and thank you for your energy. You were absolutely fantastic. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. When we come back, we got host and reporter from Spectrum LA, one of my besties, Little Ray of Sunshine, Little Nikki K, joining us. Don't go anywhere. That's coming up next.
Any honorable mentions?
Dude,
I should have put you number one. I should have put you number one, man.
I can't. First of all, I think
fair.
First of all,
I think we agree that's totally fair.
We're not gonna. I feel like we shouldn't go to break here until you actually give us your real fifth one. Having me for Shohei Ohtani in the Cy Young is absolutely ridiculous. I think you need. What was the actual one there?
Think about the compliment.
That is absolutely insane. What's the real fifth? What's the real fifth one in there? What's the real fifth one there? You technically just named 4. That's not true.
D-Mac and Reiter, I have you on a greatest all-time list because I view you as a GOAT.
You're the greatest troll of all time.
Hey man, I am morally and spiritually offended by your zealous love for Shohei Ohtani that has turned you into the mother from The Aviator with the soap and the flashback. You're not safe. You're not safe. You're not
I'm
safe.
Marlin from Finding Nemo. I'm fine with that though.
Yeah.
What's the real fifth one? Come on now. That's absurd.
That's fine. It's Doug versus his inner true self when talking about Dalton Rushing. But I didn't want to bring it up. Yeah, I know, right? I got you, man. You're my boy, Blue. I just rewatched that movie. I just rewatched Old School.
Old School's great. You're my boy, Blue.
You're my boy, Blue.
Let's go streaking. KFC.
You good?
How are you going to bring up movie lines and I do movie lines in that same movie and then you go silent?
I was looking at my list and thinking and rethinking whether or not I made a mistake. And then I realized I did. I should have put you versus Shohei Ohtani Cy Young Award number 1. Can I get a cheer?
Number 1.
Oh, that's an endorsement.
It is? Okay, fine. At least I'm number 1 in something, so I'll take it.
You're number 1 in my heart. D-Mac and
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. But right now, I am so excited to bring in our first guest, host and reporter at Spectrum LA, Little Rain of Sunshine, my bestie, Lil Nikki K.
You guys, I am tickled to be joining the programming.
Yes. Oh my God, I love this so much. All right, Nikki, let's start with the disappointing match that we saw from the U.S. men's national team last night, because you have been immersed in this World Cup coverage and culture. And I think that is just the word we're all kind of holding on to right now, is disappointing. It just looked flat last night when they came back. And everyone was shocked around the fact that Flo Balogun actually got to go and play the game yesterday. What was your initial reaction to how everything unfolded?
Well, Alex, I don't know if you got the same kind of karmic energy feeling I did right before kickoff, but it was like the U.S. went from being the beloved underdogs to all of a sudden kind of like the arrogant beating our chests like we got away with something, na-na-na-na-na-na. And granted, you know, you can look at the way Flo was able to take the pitch in a multitude of ways, right? Like the call for it being a red card was kind of suspect. The way they made the call was suspect. And so, all right, yay, we get him back. But from the jump, Belgium just looked leaps. It looks like a varsity taking on a Frosh soft squad, right? Like back in high school. What, they had 6 shots on goal within 9 minutes. It was insane. And the U.S. was outclassed, but they also looked scared. And then, you know, you talk about the timing of the Christian Pulisic injury and then the huge gaffe by Freeze. It was just like, it was very clear we weren't ready for the moment.
Nikki, if you told me before the tournament started that U.S. would make it to the knockout round and would have some exciting moments, I would have said, okay, that's a solid tournament. But as we sit here now, is it safe to call this a disappointment, or overall, just for the sake of U.S. soccer, are there more positives than negatives still?
I think still ultimately more positives than negatives. You look at the fervor and the joy and the collective effervescence that has infected us all throughout this World Cup. I think it was a really beautiful and healing moment for us to all come together and not just celebrate U.S. soccer, but soccer as a whole. And I think we will be able to take that away in hindsight. I do think, though, the way the U.S. came into this World Cup, the statement they made in match 1 against Paraguay, and then they followed it up. You know, they looked like they were a contender, maybe not a finals contender, but they looked like they were capable of making the quarterfinals. So I do think the way the exit went down was disappointing. I think this overall World Cup will be something we celebrate, especially who knew what we were getting into as a host country, right? And it's been nothing but joy.
I want to talk about Christian Pulisic, who was supposed to be the leader of this team. Obviously, he left that first match in the second half with an injury and has kind of just been plagued with injury throughout his U.S. national team career. That's been the story. But in a moment and a match like yesterday, that's a time where you expect your leader to be able to bring this group together and step up. And we didn't see that. I mean, it was quite the opposite for him. He lost possession 11 times in just 45 minutes, the most of any player on the field. And it has to have you question, can he really be that leader moving forward for this men's national team?
Alex, I don't think we have evidence to say he can be. And it's kind of crazy to say because, you know, the U.S. midfield was supposed to be the strength of this group, especially coming into a matchup like this. If they were able to maintain possession and be strategic against, you know, a fast-paced transition team like Belgium, then the U.S. had a shot. And when your leader, Pulisic, isn't able to meet the moment, like, he's supposed to be that dude. He's supposed to be the LeBron, the Tom Brady. And I know Carly Lloyd had some pretty scathing criticism of him post-match, and maybe not all of it is merited because he did come into this World Cup dealing with some lingering injuries, and, you know, we saw it early on. But I don't know. Where was the leadership? Where was the star when you needed him the most? And so it was disappointing, and you never want to point fingers and issue blame, but I mean, if you're looking for the guy who's been the torch carrier of this group, this golden generation, it was Pulisic.
We're still waiting on Switzerland and Colombia, who kick off in about 90 minutes. But so far, the quarterfinal is Argentina, Norway, England, Spain, Belgium, France, and Morocco. Now that Canada, U.S., and Mexico have been eliminated, is there a team or a story that you're going to be following for the remainder of the tourney?
I've got two. I have my actual pick to win it all before the tournament started was Spain. I love the idea of Lamine Yamal becoming the next, the next Messi, so to speak. I mean, granted, his goal scoring isn't at that quite productivity yet, but Spain's defense has been absolutely elite. They have yet to concede a goal all World Cup. But then my fun, lovable pick, where my heart is Norway, because how could you not be enamored with the character of Erling Haaland? And if you just watch the way that man saunters around the 18 and then picks his spots like a true sniper, he is incredible. My Thor, my Viking, I'm all in on the Viking army. But yeah, so you know what? Sign me up. Hey, red, white, they're still red and blue,
It works. Also, he looks like he could be like your long lost cousin, the blonde hair.
Oh my God. Best compliment ever.
Not in terms of looks, not in terms of just the vibes.
I'll take it.
I want one more on USA and Flo Balogun, because he really felt like in moments, again, like a heart and soul of this team. And he felt the most crushed after the game. We saw him go over and shake all the Belgian players' hands. He even apologized to Belgium's head coach for the controversy, and Belgium's head coach said it's not your fault. How do you see Flo continuing on his career with this U.S. team, and can he be someone that can be a leader of this team?
Alex, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think he is the long-awaited striker the U.S. men's national team has been yearning for in its decades of quote-unquote building this program, right? And he chose to play for the U.S. He could have picked Nigeria or England, and he went U.S. And I think that shows his commitment to this program. I think the passion you just described shows his love for the team he plays for. And I think the way we really saw casual fans around the game be so elated that he was eligible to play, I mean, take that as a rallying cry, but he is the striker that will be the face of this program, or should be the face of this program as it continues to build. And I just love every bit of the way he's carried himself, and he does play the game with integrity. That's why I think the whole red card issuance in the first place was a little bit controversial. He's not a nasty player. So I think with a guy like him, let's ride that spirit.
The Dodgers are the first team to reach the 60-win mark. 5 games remain before the All-Star break. Is there anything specific you'll be looking for?
Listen, they've won 11 of their last 14. What I've seen from them is they just find ways to win. It was a walk-off last night, right? They've got 5 guys heading to the All-Star break. And names that are kind of like, you have Shohei Ohtani, Freddie Freeman, and Yoshinobu Yamamoto. But how about Andy Pages making his first All-Star game? I know he was a close call last year. And Max Muncy in the mix for his third All-Star appearance. I've loved the season Muncy's had, but what I'm really excited about is Evan Phillips getting activated off the IL for the first time in 13 months. That recovery from the Tommy John surgery has been a long, arduous process, but if he can prove to be an arm for this Dodgers bullpen, they might not have to do much at all ahead of the August 3rd trade deadline.
I want to talk about the man that's been filling in for Will Smith behind the plate right now, Dalton Rushing. And he's a bit of a spicy player, Nikki, okay? We saw it in the 10th with that slide tag out at home last night, and benches starting to clear, words were exchanged. We saw his situation with Shohei Ohtani a couple starts ago, with Ohtani getting frustrated with him. I mean, he ended up being the walk-off hero last night. But is this something that the Dodgers are going to be keeping an eye on, or are concerned about, just kind of his spicy attitude around the game?
I I think that's such an interesting proposition, right? Because first of all, he's like the exact opposite in terms of character when it comes to Will Smith, right?
Yeah.
Will Smith's the most
Polar
even-keeled dude, unfazed, like just chiller. And then you get Dalton Rushing. And I love the way Freddie Freeman talked about the interaction between, it was Max Muncy rather, talked about the interaction between Dalton and Shohei, because there was a video of like Max and Mookie both kind of going to the clubhouse to follow, like to hear what the guys were going to say to one another after their confrontation. But Max said that it was a really good growing moment for the two of them, right? Communicating, learning respect, learning how each other works, so that they can have the best partnership. And then you take this bigger picture thing about the Dodgers, right? Who are, quote unquote, the evil empire of baseball right now. But to this point, their stars are lovable dudes. Like they play the game right. They're nice guys. They have integrity. And so it's been kind of an interesting, like paradoxical villain for the sport. But if you get kind of a guy who has a little bit of swagger and cockiness like Dalton Rushing, that might be kind of the spice that turns people and fans against the Dodgers. And so I kind of think for the way we talk about baseball and the narratives that get us excited for head-to-head matchups, it's really fascinating. Now, is it good for team chemistry, clubhouse chemistry? That's something I'm going to kind of keep a closer pulse on following the All-Star break.
Justin Robleski set to take the mound tonight. How exciting has his emergence been this season for you?
Oh my gosh, I know. And I failed to mention him when we were talking about the All-Stars. He, just narrowly missed the All-Star nod. He could possibly be in the game, barring an injury or an absence from one of the guys. So just his progression has been really fun to see. I've always enjoyed him. He's a good, level-headed dude, part of that stable of arms. And I think his emergence for the Dodgers, it's like an embarrassment of riches, guys. It's ridiculous. But no, I'm excited. And I would be really happy for him if he does get an opportunity to play in the All-Star game as well. Not on my bingo card for this season.
It's definitely on Brock's. He's been pushing for Robleski to get to the All-Star game. But, Nikki, before we let you go, I want to talk about the unicorn, Shohei Ohtani, who hit home run 299 last night. And this is coming off him missing a game with a bicep. I don't know if we want to call it injury. Then also the behind-the-knee soreness and the blister. And there's a lot of conversation around if he should maybe sit out his next start on Friday before the All-Star break. Where do you stand with the load management around Shohei Ohtani? Do we just let him cook up into the All-Star break and listen to how he says he's feeling? Or do you believe he should be getting some rest?
Definitely the former, Alex. I think this is a man, first of all, all you have to do is look at his stature and physique. He is built different and he delivers differently. And I think the way everybody is so quick to almost micromanage his routine and his at-bats and, his mound appearances, I just think we all need to chill and trust that he knows and his training staff knows where he's at. We've seen him, recover from injury time and time again. So if he's good, if the dude says he's fine, he is fine, and let him cook.
Let the man cook. Little Nikki K, thank you so much for coming on the show. We love having you always. Have the best day ever.
Love you.
Thank you.
Ciao. I mean, we can really go either way there. Let the man cook.
We have back-to-back bundles of energy. First we had Donna,
I know.
then we have Nikki. We are soaring now.
We're flying. These are my kind of people. These are my kind of energies. Happy is my vibe. We're just going to keep it rolling. Okay, we're going to take a quick break here, you guys. When we come back, we're getting closer. How many days are we away from training camp?
The Rams open camp on July 25th. Around the corner.
We are just over 2 weeks away from training camp. And we're going to talk about the Rams roster. Are they the best? Are they second? Don't go anywhere. Brock and Alex coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We want you to be a part of the show, you guys. So get in the chat if you're watching us live on YouTube at The Fan LA. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN. But as we mentioned at the break, you guys, we are, we're a little over 2 weeks away.
Yes. We July 25th is when the Rams open camp, so just over 2 weeks.
You guys, NFL is right around the corner. And our Rams, our LA Rams, you guys, as we know, have kind of been the talk of the town this offseason with the blockbuster trade that they made to get Myles Garrett. And then obviously the conversation after that was, is Aaron Donald coming back? Is he going to come out of retirement? The Fan LA put up a billboard on the 405 saying, please, Aaron Donald, come back. You can do it. Les Snead came on D-Fish and Deck and gave us a homework assignment, told us to keep talking about it. Maybe it would keep him up at night. Maybe he would want to come back. But anyway, with all of that being said, the Rams are getting major national respect, not only because of that blockbuster trade, but ESPN insiders did a ranking and they projected the Rams starting lineup as the best in the NFL heading into the 2026 season. Now, not surprised considering that they're the Super Bowl faves and they were the Super Bowl faves before they made this blockbuster trade. They're also the only team in NFL history to have the reigning MVP and the reigning Defensive Player of the Year on the same roster the following year. So while Myles Garrett gives LA that superstar edge rusher, at ESPN, this whole article and why they ranked them as the best pointed to Matthew Stafford as the biggest strength, being the reigning MVP, where he led the league in passing yards and touchdowns. And it comes back to the conversation we've kind of been having throughout the day of when you have that leader of a team that is the top of their game and not only leading by example on the field and off, that's when you have a championship caliber team.
Yes, it is an embarrassment of riches, which is a phrase that Nikki K used just a couple moments ago when talking about the Dodgers. It also applies to those folks out there in SoFi and the LA Rams. This team has really no weakness. If you had to point to one, and you would be nitpicking to do so, but if you had to point to one, you could say maybe a fast wide receiver instead of possession guys.
Wide receiver 3.
Wide receiver 3, maybe tight end. They have tons of tight ends.
Well, I don't understand. So that was something that they had in this article, was they said tight end was listed as their biggest weakness,
which
even
is
though like Higbee, Parkinson, Allen, Ferguson, Claire, I mean, they like Sean McVay kind of reimagined how we used tight ends last year and the year before. He kind of sets the tone for the new phase of the NFL. Like, he was the first to really not play any of his starters in the preseason games. He doesn't go to the combine. Like, he does things that, like, he was using more tight ends than usual and more so as receivers and more as their weapons. So I don't know how you could say tight end is a weakness.
Yeah, when Sean McVay does something and it's successful, which more often than not it is, the rest of the league spends the next offseason figuring out what it is that he did, why he did it, and how do we get people that are capable of doing it. But again, any weakness that you use in regards of the Rams is nitpicking with the or combing through with a fine-tooth comb, begging for something to stand out. I will say the Rams are firmly number one in regards to best roster. There are two other teams in that class of talent, though. The Rams being number one, but the Eagles, who they have listed here. Now, the Eagles, while man for man are just as talented as anyone, vibes are awful. Now, maybe in trading A.J. Brown.
I forgot that he's gone. That's going to help a lot.
It should help a lot.
As we're learning, like, you saw that piece where he said he was leaking the stories.
Yep. And whenever
what
you
a
can
cancer.
whenever you can get a guy like that out of the locker room, generally it benefits you. But the vibes have been off at the Eagles for a long time that I still need to see that everyone there is still satisfied and happy and ready to work. But if we're just looking at rosters, they're up there with the Rams, behind the Rams, but they're up there with them. And the Seattle Seahawks, because the champ is the champ until you knock them off, and that defense is just terrifying. All that being said, there is no roster in the world that you would not swap for the Rams roster in a heartbeat if you had the opportunity.
It's just so funny because, I mean, obviously Seattle are the reigning Super Bowl champs. No one's really talking about them this offseason. I mean, they lost their Super Bowl MVP. It's not the same. They lose their offensive coordinator.
They lost their offensive coordinator, who is now a head coach. The Raiders, I believe.
Okay, yeah.
I believe he's the Raiders head coach now.
We should know that. Within the LA circle, okay?
Yeah.
But what the Rams have and done and what they could have, if there was like 2 plays, like within 2 plays of beating Seattle and getting in the Super Bowl. And we talked about it a lot when this trade first went down of if anybody should be the most upset with how that Super Bowl went down, it should be the Rams. Because they were watching that going, oh, that could have been us. And we would have absolutely dominated the Patriots, as Seattle did in that sense. But now they're coming in with just, and it's funny to say, like, the Super Bowl favorites, the best roster in the NFL is coming in with a chip on their shoulder. But they are, because of how last season ended. And what do? They get better, and they continue to get better. And Les Snead had those F them picks mentality, as he always does. And when he didn't this draft, everyone was like, wait, what's happening?
What's going on, Les?
Are you losing your edge? And it's like, no. Don't worry, I have something else up my sleeve. And then here came the absolute blockbuster trade of bringing the defensive player of the year in Myles Garrett to the Rams. And if Aaron Donald comes out of retirement,
it's over. It's done.
To get a last dance with Aaron Donald and Myles Garrett and the Super Bowl being back here in LA at SoFi, the last time the Rams won was in 2021 when the Super Bowl was at SoFi. It was Matthew Stafford's first season with the Rams. It just kind of feels poetic, and the timing and just where this team is at and the chip they have on their shoulder and the roster that they have put together. I mean, the last thing that they could do, as we mentioned, wide receiver 3, there are some veterans still available. There might be some injuries that happen. I mean, that's kind of the biggest X factor here is, can they stay healthy, especially Matthew Stafford? That's kind of what the season's going to come down to.
Yeah, staying healthy and beating the Seahawks in the playoffs, because they will likely meet there. If you go back to last year, the first time they played in the regular season, the Rams won by 2 at home. The next time they played, the game went to overtime. The Rams blew like a 20-point lead or something in the fourth quarter. They lost by 1 point. And then, of course, they met in the playoffs, losing by 4 points. The additions of Trent McDuffie and Myles Garrett are kind of the best thing you could do. Not kind of, they are the best thing you could do to stop Seattle's offense in Jackson Smith and Jigba. You put Trent McDuffie in front of them, and you have Myles Garrett, which means Sam Darnold will have less time than ever to find Jackson Smith and Jigba, who runs these super long, complex, complicated routes, and he got off on the Rams every time that they played. So
and
they made the moves necessary.
Week 16 and 18 is when they play Seattle. Twice in 3 weeks, end of the season. You know the division is coming down to those 2 games. Don't go anywhere, you guys. Hour number 3 when we come back. How you feeling about Dalton Rushing's situation? What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry, here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be part of the conversation. So get in the chat if you're watching us on YouTube at The Fan LA. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. How are you feeling about the whole U.S. men's national team performance last night? Are you as disappointed as Brock and I, or was that your expectation? Give us a call at 855-975-2326, because the more I think about it, it's hard, because again, when you have high expectations, and I think after their performance in the group stage, everyone's expectations rose. But we're so excited and pleasantly surprised, because we kind of came in with the understanding is like, well, the U.S. men's national team, like they can compete, but they're not going to be as competitive with the stars of the world in the World Cup.
Yes, and history kind of lends itself that way. Only twice in the past, 50 years have they made it to the quarterfinals. So, it's not that you don't want them to succeed, that you're rooting against them. It's that you're tempering expectation of, okay, this is the time where Messi and Ronaldo,
but Ronaldo's out,
and all these other countries shot. No, I mean from a point of expectation.
Got it.
But as the tournament runs along, and all of a sudden here comes Norway, comes obviously they weren't in contention for a championship, but the Cabo Verde stories and all of these other countries that rise to the occasion, and it looked like the U.S. was going to be involved in one of those rise to the occasion moments. And the frustrating thing is, on the biggest stage, with the scales pretty tipped in their favor, they were not able to come through. And what makes me so upset is I'm still not convinced Belgium is even that good. I think Spain is going to dismantle them. And
they probably will.
And it's just going to make what happened yesterday even more unacceptable.
Well, you said the scales were tipped in the U.S. favor. I have to argue against that, because I think getting Flo Balogun back did the exact opposite thing. I think they would have been better off mentality-wise and chip on their shoulder-wise without Flo out there. Because the way it went down, and again, we talked about this a lot on the show yesterday, and you mentioned the word corruption, and that was kind of the icky feeling that got surrounded and attached to this U.S. team after that situation. Because leading into it, it was like they were one of the darlings of the tournament. It was like, look at how the U.S. has open their arms to all these other countries, all these other cultures, and just fallen in love with the game of soccer. And their team's actually exceeding expectations at this point. And so I think everyone kind of had that, like, there were teary-eyed moments on the broadcast, hearing everyone in the stands singing Country Road. After they won their matches, the amount of fans that came out to just rally around this team, dads sharing that their sons were in the backyard who had never played soccer in their lives, pretending to be Flo Balogun, and just the rise in popularity of soccer in the U.S. after this moment. And that was all the positivity surrounding this team. And they were right here, and the moment was right here. And then when you have the president of the United States gloating over the fact that he called the FIFA president and asked for a review and that he made the right decision, that can't happen. And that right there was almost like you don't want to say bad karma, but you could see it. Like, it was a different team. It was crazy. It was like this bad karma vibe just took over the team. And you looked at, you're like, who is this group out there on the pitch who they're not defending? They're a half a step slow. They're playing flat. No one's guarding their guys. No one's going to the ball. It was just weird.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by Belgium getting up for the match, because nothing unites a team more than proof that the world is being against you. Usually you have to kind of exaggerate bulletin board material because that can unite some people, but they didn't have to exaggerate anything. They could look at the facts and say, oh, okay, they want the U.S. to succeed. Well, we happen to be in their way. So I'm not shocked at all why Belgium was so spiteful and kind of mocked the U.S. afterward. I probably would have done the same thing if I felt the odds were against me. But I am.
And when he says mocked, it means like there have been videos of them celebrating doing the weird Trump dance in the locker room afterwards. Like that's the mocking. It's not at the U.S. team. It's at the situation.
At the situation. That's a good way to put it. Yes. And it just so happens that Balogun and Pulisic happen to be on the team that's being mocked. They're not mocking Pulisic and Balogun. No, that's an important distinction. But I'm also realizing no matter who the U.S. played, even if the U.S. won and they were playing Spain, Spain was going to mock them if they won. Like the entire world was sitting there saying, we don't like what happened and we want to be the team that knocks you out, right? Belgium, if the Balogun red card never happened and he was out there with a clean slate and everything, Belgium would have won. They would have shaken hands. They would have hugged afterward. They say, see you guys on the club tour, right?
Yeah.
But that wasn't the case. The U.S. had the target on their back of saying, we want to be the team. We are relishing in the opportunity to be the team that knocks you out.
It was a beatdown.
And in front of 95% of your fans and embarrass you. Now, the U.S. did a good job in embarrassing themselves. Belgium didn't really do much as just take advantage of what happened. But I can't blame, like there's some quotes that have come out that about how Belgian players saying, we were worried about Senegal. At no point were we worried about the U.S. And there's going to be more things said that. And they've earned that right.
Oh, no.
And when you put up the performance that you did last night, the U.S. can't really say anything back. You just got to take it for 3.5 years.
It wasn't competitive.
No.
At all. And I can't even imagine the heaviness that was weighing on Flo Balogun's heart and soul. You saw him after the match go up and actually shake the hands of all the Belgian players and then go up to the head coach and apologize to him for the controversy and how it all went down. And Belgium's head coach told him, it's not your fault. And it's hard because, again, they didn't have a leader. Like there was no, like the leader and the captain of the team didn't step up in the biggest moments. Their star player didn't step up in the biggest moment. And there's so many question marks surrounding Christian Pulisic now. And can he be that guy? And I don't think he can. It's more of a can and does he want to be Flo Balogun stepping up in that moment and being a leader on this team?
The biggest moment when you think of Flo Balogun and the 2026 World Cup, you're going to think, that very first match where he came out like gangbusters and proved why Team US recruited him so heavy. Okay, yeah, that's a great moment. When you think Malik Tillman, you're going to think, there were 2 free kicks and they were dynamite. Man, it looked like a video game out there. That was great. When we think the same of Christian Pulisic in the 2026 World Cup, it's going to be, he got hurt in the first match and then he played terribly in the knockout and then exited. That's not acceptable for the face of your team.
He did nothing.
And his time as the face of the team because of that has come to an end.
He lost a possession 11 times in just 45 minutes, the most of any player on the field last night. That can't happen.
No.
That can't happen.
Not
as a, quote, leader of your team.
And a midfielder who, by nature of the position is involved with everything, let alone being one of the leaders. And there was an opportunity when we had that first hydration break, as you mentioned earlier, a perfectly timed one for the US.
They needed it. They needed that more than anything to kind of like reset the mood.
And that is a moment where I expected when they cut to commercial, when they came back, there was going to be footage of Pulisic in the middle screaming or Tim Ream screaming with the troops rallying around them. And no, they just kind of walked back out there and it was more of the same. 30 minutes later, Pulisic was out because he kicked the back of somebody else's
That's
heel.
brutal. I mean, it's not intentional, and that sucks. Like, that's how I got my injury, is I was doing a slide tackle, and the girl kicked my foot instead of the ball. Like, those situations are brutal.
It hurts, but in a vacuum, isolated, I don't think people would hold that against him. But to cap off the World Cup that he had, it's an unfortunate way to walk off.
And I also have to say, when you said how are people going to remember Flo Balogun, they're going to remember this red card situation.
Yeah, they are.
That's the only thing they're going to remember, because you always remember the last thing, and that was the biggest controversy so far of the World Cup. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And we already had a great match this morning. Argentina coming back to beat Egypt, scoring 3 goals in 13 minutes. They are headed to the quarterfinals. They will play the winner of Switzerland and Colombia, which kicks off in about 45 minutes. It's going to be a wild one, you guys.
The precedent is set that every match from here on out is just going to be bananas.
It's going to be beautiful. I'm so excited. I hope everyone continues to watch because these matches have just been top tier, wild in the best way possible, minus USA's match last night. We can all forget about that one. We can let that go. But let's talk about another game that happened last night, and that was the Dodgers also walking off in a situation that when you look at the extra innings and what went down was kind of a spicy, wild situation. Now, there was positives that came from the game, and that was Shohei Ohtani hitting home run number 299. So we are now on Shohei Ohtani 300 home run watch, which he will get before the All-Star break because there's 5 games left. He's going to be hitting in all of them, hopefully, if his bicep continues to feel all right. Also, Kyle Tucker going 3 for 5 last night, and over his last 10 games, batting .412, which is everything and more that we needed to see from Kyle Tucker. But I want to get to the man behind the plate in Dalton Rushing, because as I mentioned, things got spicy there in the 10th inning. And it was after a close play at the plate, as I mentioned, in the 10th, with Rockies rookie Cole Carrig, who had words for Rushing after he came to slide into home plate. It was a normal play. Rushing was, yes, blocking his path, and he slid over his foot. And it looked like words were exchanged. I wasn't down there, so I don't know who was the first to say something, but we did see Rushing go, WTF, did you just say to me? Like with the camera right on him. Benches cleared. Things briefly got heated. Thankfully, Max Muncy raced over there to get in front of Dalton Rushing and push him out of trouble in that situation and not letting the moment spiral. And then Rushing delivered in the biggest spot in the 11th inning with a broken bat walk-off hit. So you take those 2 innings together, and it kind of perfectly sums up Dalton Rushing.
The Dalton Rushing experience is incredible baseball most of the time, some head-scratching moments often, but it will always be interesting. That man has never crossed a dull moment in his life.
No.
He is the cayenne pepper that you put a little dash of just before serving. It's remarkable how consistently he brings chaos wherever he goes. Like I said, he is an agent of said chaos. But I'm glad that you highlighted that he played a great game. He had 2 doubles. Of course, he had the walk-off single at the end there. And great defense. And not only was the almost fight a big moment for the game, it also took away from a pretty solid defensive play. Obviously, he wasn't quick enough, but that was a great catch and a great swipe. And he had some fantastic moments earlier in the game from the catcher position. There were 2 or 3 foul balls that were in really tricky spots, and he was able to get to those. But of course, when you create such a moment like that benches clearing situation, and it's right in line with what you're already known for, which is sometimes being a distraction, people are going to latch on to that. That being said, I loved it. Don't bring the chaos to our process. Don't affect Freddie Freeman's process. Don't make Shohei the bad guy. You have to eat that as the youngster, and right now you need to lower your energy. But when you do it to the other team, I'm on the side of do whatever you want. Do anything you want. Don't be a dirty player, which he wasn't. But if he says Cole Carrig said something to me, so I said something back, I can't, as a teammate, tell him, no, you have to sit there and be quiet. 1, he's not going to do that because it's Dalton Rushing. 2, I'm also sitting there thinking, Cole Carrig is a rookie. Who the heck is he to say something to my guy?
They're both hot heads. Like, equally, like, these are the 2 guys that if a situation like this happened, a fight is on the horizon. So it's the whole situation's interesting because Dalton Rushing was never supposed to be in this position. He was kind of thrust into the starting role because Will Smith has now been out. It's been over about a month.
Over a month now, yeah.
With the neck stiffness. And that is the guy. And they could not be more polar opposite. We had Lil Nikki K on earlier, and she was talking about it, like from their attitude, their demeanor, the way they go about their business. And so that's hard too, because the Dodgers are, okay, yes, they are the hated villains of Major League Baseball, but that's because of their ownership actually going out and paying players. But they have like likable guys on the team, Shohei Ohtani and Freddie Freeman and Mookie Betts. Like, even like they had Clayton Kershaw. Like, these are superstars that like you just have to respect. You don't like not like them because of their play on the field and how they go about their business and their game. They lead by example, and the examples are all-stars and MVPs and World Series champions. So the whole Dalton Rushing effect in all of this, it's not the Dodgers way. And that's where I get concerned. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Because if it continues, as we saw with the Shohei Ohtani situation and him hands up to Ohtani, what do you mean not calling and challenging the pitches that Shohei Ohtani wanted him to challenge, you can't do that. Mm-hmm. Like, if they had a better option in this moment, I have to believe that, I don't know, that catcher might be in at least when Shohei Ohtani is on the mound.
It is something to consider. And you can't erase the things that you've done, but I do want to mention that if this moment of last night and the benches clearing situation happened in isolation and Dalton Rushing didn't have 3/5 of a season of being a distraction under his belt, he would be celebrated for this. People would be saying, yeah, you know what? The Dodgers hadn't scored a run in 6 innings. Bats had got quiet. Colorado came back from a 6-1 lead. And Rushing provided a spark because he didn't like the way that a rookie talked to him. And he didn't get suspended or rejected. He stayed out of trouble. And then he hit the walk-off. You know what? Good for Dalton Rushing and the youngster for providing a spark. But when you add everything onto it, it does get filed in the same drawer. And I understand that. But I would be very surprised if he got any kind of talking to after last night's game that was similar to the post-Shohei or the situation with Tampa Bay or Pittsburgh. I could go on and on because every series he seems to have a negative moment. But I do feel that yesterday is a tongue-in-cheek pat on the back while also saying, you got to chill out, but good job. Chill out. Good job, but chill out.
Okay, so the Dalton Rushing drama you're saying is only an issue if he's not producing.
If he's not producing, and as long as it is directed toward their team. It can't be directed toward Shohei.
Okay, directed towards the guys that they're playing, the teams that they're playing.
Correct.
Yeah, it can't be affecting, say, a Shohei Ohtani.
No.
That's kind of the only one that we've seen it be a direct
situation
with.
The blow-ups in the dugout while they happen, they've become excessive, right?
Yes.
And it adds to like if you just had the
So then
dugout,
what do you do? Because you've played with so many different guys, right? Mm-hmm. And it's hard because when you're playing sports, there's supposed to be that aggression. That I was the bulldog. I'd go out and I'd take someone down like that. Those kind of things pump players up and sometimes pump teams up. So when you have a guy that's just who he is, that's his demeanor, that's his attitude, how much, and without changing his personality, how much and how do you rein it in? And like, is that even a conversation? Because you don't want to take away the fire that makes them a great player.
What Dalton Rushing thinks is, who I am has gotten me here. And I'm on a trajectory to play baseball for a very long time and make a whole lot of money doing it. You can't strip that from him. It's like saying, hey, Puka Nacua, don't run routes that way anymore. Like, why would I stop running routes that way?
Yeah.
It's working, right?
No. Puka just needs to get off social media.
But he definitely does. But for Dalton, it's you just need to direct it elsewhere. I would tell him right now, what you did last night is fine because it was directed out there. It's not something that can happen every week because now it's a distraction again. But if your outlet and rage and chaos is directed toward what you feel like is defending yourself over some slick stuff that a rookie said, I can live with that. It's when it's directed toward to our team and affects our process that has to be nipped in the bud. But if you can direct it outward and not inward, we can work with that for at least the rest of the season and then talk about things in the offseason.
I feel like he can get baited, though. Like, you don't think that Cole knew how hot-headed Dalton Rushing was? And if he even said the littlest thing, it was going to set him off? Like, you know those things.
Of course, but in a matter of defending yourself, I still love it. If we're talking dirty plays, if we're talking going out of your way to stir stuff up, now that affects us because you're getting ejected. Now you've affected us.
Yeah.
Keep it outward and make sure that he is the guy that initiates it. If he initiates it, you do whatever you want.
I don't know. It's going to be like something's going down tonight, you guys. Whether someone's getting hit by a pitch, another bench is clearing, like there might be some punches thrown. I'm excited for these next two games between the Dodgers and the Rockies. Guys, baseball coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, former U.S. women's national team player Lori Lindsay is joining the show to talk about the World Cup. Don't go anywhere. It's coming up next. Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry, who are Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here and being part of the conversation. And I am so excited to continue our World Cup conversation because our next guest is a former U.S. women's national team player. She's MLS analyst for Apple TV. You've heard her call a lot of the tournament on Fox. Please welcome Lori Lindsay to the show.
How's it going, everybody?
It's going great. But I want to.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, thank you for being here. We appreciate it so much. I want to start with the disappointing performance that we saw from the U.S. men's national team last night, because I think it was shocking to a lot of new fans and obviously fans that have expectations grew for this U.S. men's national team throughout the tournament because it looked like a completely different team that stepped on the pitch yesterday. How much do you think the whole controversy and situation surrounding Flo Balogun being able to play yesterday had an effect on this group?
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it correctly, right? It was disappointing, and there's a lot of expectations on this team, especially with the way that they had played through group stage and then their first knockout game against Bosnia. So difficult to swallow, I think, for a lot of people. But I do think in some ways that the red card and then being able to play for Flo Balogun did have a part. I mean, at least a shift in energy, right? Because it was 24 hours before the game that they got word. And even if the boys say, like, listen, because one of the things that we have seen from this U.S. team is a real like continuity, a unity, a togetherness from this team. And we expected that in this game. And I do think that it's tough when you get word that just 24 hours before, when you've been planning tactically what this team is going to look like against Belgium, and then to get the word that he basically one of your best players in the tournament can start, it does just shift everything, whether or not you're able to block things out. So I also just want to say Belgium is an incredibly good team, and they've had a lot of experience themselves. So this was always going to be a tough matchup regardless. So I think sometimes that has gotten missed in terms of the conversation too. But regardless, disappointing, really tough way for these guys to go out after the momentum that they had built.
Lori, anyone who plays sports has had a moment where you show up and 5 or 6 minutes in, you look around and you think, we just don't have it today. Were you surprised that a Tim Ream or a Christian Pulisic couldn't rally the troops? The fact that they were flat for really the entirety of the match, was that a little jarring for you to see?
Yeah, absolutely. I think because of the way that you look at all of the other games that we've started on the front foot, even the game that we lost to Turkey when they scored in the dying minutes of that game to win, we still scored first. We came out with a ton of energy. And I think all of us expected that in this game, especially with the crowds behind this team, the amount of eyeballs on these games in terms of viewership with Fox. So yeah, I thought this team was going to come out just being like, let's go, let's play this game, let's have some fun. They did nothing wrong in terms of that red card appeal and Flo Balogun being able to play. So I really thought, yes, there's going to be some momentum and some additional boost with Belgium given this whole situation, but I also thought it was going to fuel us even more too, and just say like, hey, we're here, let's go. Instead, completely the opposite. And in fact, when you think about World Cup games, there's such fine margins. Everybody needs to be able to show up and to be, or at least some of your star players to rise to the occasion and boost the team. So for, I know some people have mentioned Christian Pulisic. They thought like, okay, this is the game for him to show up and step up. And we just didn't see it, which is really unfortunate, given the way, again, this tournament has gone for the guys.
Yeah, I want to talk about Christian Pulisic a bit because he has been dubbed the face and the leader of this men's national team. And even last night, he lost possession 11 times in 45 minutes. And then he left the game with injury. He kind of started the tournament that way in the first match and then ended it that way. And it kind of feels, once again, I'm going back to the word disappointing, but can he be moving forward the leader in the face of this team, or was this kind of the last straw of they need to find a new face of this group?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the biggest question, just what this team looks like. Does Pochettino stay? Does he get a contract extension? It sounds like, those conversations will be happen after the World Cup is over, and they'll continue to see what's best for all parties involved. But I think that is the biggest question in terms of what does this team look like going forward, because it's not really 4 years, right? You really have 2 years before a World Cup qualifying. And I think obviously all of us who are close to the game and have seen this U.S. team, we know what Christian Pulisic is able to do in terms of his dynamism that he brings playing at a high level in Italy. But I think that's going to be the biggest question, because it does unfortunately continue to be a little bit of a reoccurring theme with the U.S. men's national team in terms of, okay, this is as far as we've gone. And it's not like this was an exciting performance where we felt like, okay, to the very end, right? It was just from the get-go, we were chasing this team in Belgium, and just too easy in terms of the goals, some of the mistakes that were made. So I, by no means, am pointing fingers at Christian Pulisic. It's just unfortunate the way that this game went about in totality for the men's team. But I think the biggest question is, what does this team look like going forward, starting with who's going to be at the helm?
Lori, of course, yesterday did not go the way that Team US had hoped. But in regards to just Team USA moving forward, go back to the group stages when we were kind of flying high. What is it that they were doing well, and what is it that you hope they have critiqued and worked on before we see the next version of Team USA?
Yeah, well, I want to reiterate that there's such fine margins. And when you look at this Belgium team, even though that they're they had a bit of a shaky start to this tournament. I was on their round of 32 game versus Senegal, where they barely got through. And, they scored 2 back-to-back goals within less than 5 minutes. And then much like we just saw in this Messi/Argentina versus Egypt game, when you score a couple of goals, you get the momentum. The same with Belgium. But to answer, I want to say that because there is exceptional teams, and this was the best team that we faced in this World Cup was against Belgium, right? So, but the U.S. had a ton of energy. They showed dynamism. They showed a fight. They showed a quick starts against teams. And we didn't see that. And I think even if you have that in that game yesterday, there is still very, very small margins on what's separating. And it comes down to execution. And it also comes down to minimizing mistakes. And you're hoping like, okay, we either have no mistakes or we have very few that we can, get by with. But yesterday we didn't have that energy, the dynamism, the kind of the flair that we started these games with leading up to this game. And then we also unfortunately had big mistakes that a team like Belgium, who has experience, who has been in these situations before, will punish you for. And so that's what happens at the World Cup, especially in these knockout stages.
I want to take a moment, though, Lori, and talk about the positivity that we've seen around this World Cup, and especially the growth and love of soccer here in the United States, because it's been a while and since we've had a World Cup, obviously here in the United States, but seeing fans, outside fans that might not have been soccer fans before, really fall in love with the game and fall in love with what the World Cup is, bringing all these different cultures together and rally behind this U.S. team and rally behind all the other countries that have come to the United States. I saw tweets from dads saying that their kids who were just casual fans are now out in the back pretending to be Flo Balogun every single night. How do you see this World Cup changing the popularity of soccer in the United States?
Yeah, that's the joy and the brilliance of a World Cup, especially one that's not only on home soil like you mentioned, because we obviously hosted in '94, but even the time zone, right? So it's accessible. Yeah. The amount of, when you look at the viewership that Fox continuously puts out, and I think I just saw it right before I jumped on here with you all, it was like 30 million was like the peak, or maybe not the peak, but that was a general viewership last night against Belgium for the U.S. men. So you're getting in real time these people that are able to tune in and just relate to the joy of what sport can do when it brings everyone together as well. Mm-hmm. And you take all the hoopla and rigmarole out of it that we've kind of touched on here. But yeah, it's exciting. And I love it as a longtime soccer fan from the early days of my life to now, watching this and watching people get excited, and then fans coming over and enjoying, and going to Buc-ee's and trying Taco Bell and just experiencing it. That is what is the hope of these types of tournaments, that they do bring people together and they do elicit joy and excitement, and it really captures a younger generation to dream and dream big, and shows the power of sports. So yeah, I'm loving it. I had the same experience with the 94 World Cup, the 99 World Cup for the women. And my time as a commentator for this World Cup came to an end after round of 32. So now I'm enjoying it as a fan right now and just freaking loving it. So
as you enjoy it as a fan, we're still waiting on Switzerland, Colombia here, kicking off about 20 minutes. But Argentina, Norway, England, Spain, Belgium, France, Morocco. Do you have a favorite for the remainder of the tournament?
Okay, listen, after what we witnessed with Messi, and I think the extraordinary, like what we're witnessing on a weekly basis here in Major League Soccer with Inter Miami too, people should know that, because you can tune in on a weekly basis to see him live. It's extraordinary. I will not count Messi out. I will say what France is doing. I'm not sure how they're going to be stopped. It is extraordinary, the talent that they have across the board. But I will say, I'll give you one dark horse, Switzerland, which is going to be interesting as they play next. I had them in their round of 32 against Algeria. I think they're a dark horse that a lot of people will not want to match up against, in terms of their capabilities in the attack, but also their defensive structure. So watch this space with them. But Erling Haaland, come on. Hats off to them. This is what the expansion of the World Cup brings, is a team that hadn't been in for several years. And we also get to see him do his work on a weekly basis with the Premier League in Manchester City, and not probably, a generational talent when it comes to scoring goals. So that's going to be a fun one. England versus Norway, right? I think it's the quarterfinal match. Yeah, tune in. Let's go. No, there's not going to be one bad match, though.
No, it's going to be awesome. Lori, before we let you go, I want to take a moment to talk about, because again, like, you're going to be able to watch U.S. soccer next summer, because the U.S. women's national teams and their World Cup will kick off next summer. And 7 years ago, they made history being back-to-back FIFA World Cup champions. And this U.S. women's team has really carried the legacy for soccer here in the U.S. And I was lucky enough to be the U.S. embedded reporter for Fox Sports when they won that FIFA world title back in 2019. To get fans excited and to continue this excitement around U.S. soccer, what are you looking forward to about this young next group of women in the national team?
Yeah, well, I think that's just it. Is this young generation? I mean, listen, we got Triple Espresso on that front line, that everybody's coming back. You got Emma Hayes at the helm. She was just doing the coin toss for the Argentina Egypt game as well. So it is a team with a ton of depth, with a team that is just played its most recent games in Brazil. So obviously for those that are listening that don't know, that is where the Women's World Cup next summer is. It's going to be in Brazil. And they just played 2 games down there to kind of get used to what that environment, what the stadiums are going to be like. And I can tell you those 2 matches gave us a little glimpse. It is going to be a tight World Cup. There'll be 32 teams for the first time. So yeah, just it's going to be extraordinary. And this U.S. team is already flying high, coming off of an Olympic gold medal after a disappointing 2023 World Cup. So looking to carry into another gold medal.
Oh, we love it. Lori, thank you so much for joining the show. Congratulations on an incredible World Cup. And I hope you enjoy it as much as we have now, being able to watch it as a fan.
Yeah, thank you. No doubt I will. Enjoy. Appreciate being on.
Yeah, thank you for coming on, Lori. Yeah. Oh,
knowledge.
Wild.
She has all the knowledge.
Yeah, well, former U.S. women's national
for the
team player.
knowledge,
She's
man.
played in World
Oh,
Cup.
my
She's
God.
played in Olympics. That's what I'm talking about, you guys. And that's the craziest thing, too. This was a big announcement that came out today that it looks like the next chapter next summer, the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup, is going to be live on Netflix. I forgot that this is the last cycle for Fox Sports having the World Cup.
A new look? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's what I was more about like, oh my God, it was 7 years ago. That was 7 years ago. I have a photo of me kissing the World Cup trophy at the party, the celebration party with all the U.S. women's national team. That just wild. Because you see Carly Lloyd was on the team, Alex Morgan. They've both been. Carly Lloyd is on the broadcast.
Yes. She rightfully ripped Pulisic last night.
Oh, yeah. Deserving.
Saw that. And,
deserving.
The women's team will have after a disappointing 2023, Spain won, and I don't think the U.S. women's even made the runner-up match. So they have something to say, and I have no doubt that they will say it loudly and proudly.
Coming off an Olympic gold. They're going to be just fine. They have a young, great core. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here, but when we come back, Brock, it's time for you to spill the tea.
Is it?
I can't wait. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN. That song literally brings me right back to like high school, doing stairs in the stadium. Just like this was my high school pump up song before getting out on the soccer field.
It's undefeated.
Yeah.
No matter what you are doing.
Nothing is going to pump you up more than this moment.
You could be cleaning dishes.
And you're like, I'm going to crush these dishes.
I'm going to destroy these dishes.
These dishes don't got nothing.
You've
on
never
me right
seen
now.
a cleaner kitchen.
I just see you walking out, putting on the gloves, stretching it out, getting the soap and the sponge. It's on.
Spotless. This place will be spotless.
I always crave spaghetti when I hear the song.
Mom spaghetti. That's why. Because
Every single time.
Yeah.
Every
do you know
single
they
time.
opened up a restaurant, Mom Spaghetti, right?
In Detroit,
That's
they
good.
did do a pop-up.
Yeah.
I hope it has to be good, right?
I don't know.
It's kind of hard to mess up spaghetti.
Yeah.
You know what? Let me take that back. I've had some less than mediocre spaghettis over the years. I refute that from the record.
Yeah.
For the people that are on the stream or listening to "Lose Yourself" by Eminem, for the people on the stream, because they can't hear it.
They can't hear it.
Right,
Got
right.
it. Thank you for that. I think everyone can hear what I'm hearing.
Have you guys had the Jollibee pasta?
What's that?
What words are you saying?
Jollibee. Have you guys had Jollibee?
No.
Can you spell it?
I think it's Jollie.
Is it a place?
Yeah, it's like a fried like fast food spot. It's like popular in Thailand and all that, but now it's like it's coming out to the U.S.
I saw they just opened one. I think it's not that. It's called something else, but it's like fried pasta.
Yes, it's this little. Once I saw the logo, I have seen this guy. He's like an ant or something.
What?
He's like an ant human.
You've seen Jollibee 100%. Look up Jollibee, Alex.
Do they make spaghetti?
So it's popping up around LA now. I think it was a big thing in like Thai countries.
So what is it? Is it fried spaghetti?
So it's like fried chicken and all that, but they have spaghetti on their menu. And supposedly it's really good and people really like it. But when I look at pictures of it, it looks horrible.
Where are you going
I was
with
so
this?
curious where the
I thought
spaghetti.
this was fried chicken.
No.
Shay, that was like a hard like.
I know it's
hard left.
It's just random though because they're opening up new spots in LA and it's this new spot that's really like it's really big in
fried
Asian
chicken
countries. Fried
that
chicken
has spaghetti.
It is a Filipino. It has Filipino and Chinese roots. So the first one was in the Philippines and now it's spreading out. I will be
keep an eye. See if
as
there's
a
anyone
fast
near you.
food connoisseur. I will happily try Jollibee
I
for us.
forgot that you're a fast food guy.
All in.
Nope. Absolutely
All
not.
in.
My fast foods, like if I have something, is In-N-Out, Habit Burger, and Chipotle. Those are my only 3 fast foods I will do.
That's very LA.
Those are very healthy fast foods.
Those are very LA fast
Is
foods
it?
too. Yeah,
That's it.
Habit, In-N-Out. I
Habit,
think, I like that.
In-N-Out, and then Chipotle.
Yeah.
If I want a salad, fast food salad.
Do you get a bowl? Do you get a bowl or a burrito from Chipotle?
Bowls. Salads.
Oh, salads. Okay.
Well, I do.
Oh, so just the green
their
base?
dressing's really bomb. No,
Oh,
they put
vinaigrette?
rice in there too.
I didn't know they had
Vinaigrette
salad.
is so good, but you have to ask for the shredded lettuce
Yeah.
because you don't want them to give you the big leaves in there. So
Yeah,
it's
you don't
just
want
like
that.
it's
You
the
don't want
shredded
that.
lettuce, and their dressing is really good.
Chipotle salad. Did not know it was a thing.
I know.
Okay.
All right, Brock, it is almost 1 o'clock, which means it is time for you to spill the tea. What do we got today?
I have a message for Angelinos since Team USA got bounced and our Mexican brothers and sisters got bounced as well, and you're wondering who to root for. I'm going to tell you to go all in on the man that everyone here in the Brock and Alex family are already on board with. Erling Haaland needs to be your favorite player.
it's going to be you.
And why that is because my entire life I've been told, or at least heard someone say a different version of how good would USA men's soccer be if we put our best athletes in it. Erling Haaland is the answer to that question.
Yeah.
Erling Haaland is a freak of nature. 6'5", 207, runs 23 miles per hour. Despite his height, has short area quickness and insane leaping ability. Erling Haaland is basically Randy Moss. If Randy Moss played soccer, you have Erling Haaland. He has speed, power, the ability to finish. He has all 3. Most great players have 2. He has all 3. But why I think Americans will attach to him as this tournament goes on, and I think they're going to take care of England as well, and he'll get even more popular, is because the way he plays is conducive to American sports. If someone kicks him, he just eats it. If someone's nipping at him, elbow him, he just elbows them back. He's not with the theatrics.
You
will love the way this man plays soccer. If you bite him, he'll slap you. If you kick him, he's gonna kick you back. He is. It's so funny that he is Norwegian through and through, because he is an American at heart. Like he just wants to fight and laugh and have fun. So, not only this, he is an unproblematic king. Bought a book, a 16th century book full of Viking sagas. It was the most expensive book that Norway has ever had up for auction. Bought the book, 430 years old, and immediately gave it to the library in his hometown. Bill Reiter of DMAC and Reiter on just after us, make sure you stick around, tells us the stories of how he drives around Manchester on match days. He plays for Man City, blasting the Premier League anthem, just waking up the entire neighborhood. I don't have Snapchat, but I guess he's super popular with Gen Z on Snapchat. All in on Erling Haaland, and for anyone in Los Angeles who needs something to root for, someone to attach to, he will make you and your loved ones fall in love with soccer even more. That is the tea for today.
You guys, he is so silly.
He's just
so
a goober.
silly. Like, if you want, like, silly goosery, you guys,
Silly goosery.
This is exactly who you need to follow. Like, it's a feel-good, one of the best players in the world right now. And just, he's so nonchalant with the way he plays. Like his goal in the last
just walking
game,
around,
just casually walking around the top of the box in the 18, like pretending like he has no idea what's going on, and then the ball gets crossed, bam, goal.
He is a great reminder, and every now and then we get a premier athlete like this. He's a great reminder that sports are just a game at the end of the day. Yes, there are high stakes. Yes, there's tons of money involved. Yes, you bleed out there, you cry out there, and you put tons of work in. But I love when a player of his caliber spends all of his time when he is not working just having as much fun as he possibly can. Every decision that he makes in his life, it's what was the most fun? How could I make this moment as fun as it possibly could be? And that's what he does. He minds his business, doesn't get in trouble. You can find countless videos of him grilling steaks. He's always showing himself grilling the perfect steak because he's so confident in it. He's if you handed a 16-year-old a blank check and all the fame in the world, this is what they would do with it. Everything that he does. I've become obsessed with this guy.
He also wrote a book called Wait For It, where it was the same word on every single page. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. I think not yet, not yet, not yet. And then at the end, it was just like, goal. Like, he's just silly, you guys.
He's a clown in the best way.
He's just so silly. And he's really embraced, like, the American culture as well, where, like it's insane, you guys. I can't. Like,
could have played for England, chose to play for Norway.
Yeah.
Chose to.
He is literally carrying this team. Wait, that makes this matchup even better.
Yes, it does.
Oh, that's
yes,
going to be fun. Norway versus England, Saturday at 2 p.m. That's what's up.
I can't wait.
That's what's up. And we're a minute away from the next match. Kicking off Switzerland and Colombia. That's coming up next. Hour number 4, Power Hour, coming up next here on Brock and Alex.
The amount of games they've played, and they're all still competing at the highest level. It's incredible.
As far as I could tell, that was really cool. That reminds me of Brad Pitt from Snatch. You ever seen that where like they just can't understand a thing he's saying?
Yeah, that's a good.
haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, I see it.
Messi. Left foot. Magic
Wayne Rooney.
Ronaldo sucks. No.
Sue.
Don't do it. It's not a Ronaldo moment. What are you doing? This is like the Dodgers having a championship parade and a bunch of people showing up in Giants. You go away. Go to the loser bar. Oh, Ronaldo went back. All right, it's Messi's birthday. We're celebrating Messi. I think it's funny when it is funny because I never pushed your buttons before, but it's an interesting have you do it to me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
that
like
was sarcasm.
I see the sarcasm. It's a second language to me for sure. But look, there is no doubt about it. Messi is the GOAT. Ronaldo, not the GOAT, but still, he is back.
I'm able to say that it is amazing to be coaching a basketball team with Juju Watkins back on the court.
Really blessed to just be here, feeling back like myself and being able to practice with the team. I mean, it's just been a long time coming. I mean, I've just been working out, grinding every day so that I could be in this position. So to see all that hard work kind of pay off right now, it's really fulfilling. Just being around everybody, shooting the ball, I don't even know, the smallest stuff just gets me excited. But I definitely being able to scrimmage again, it's all I could ask for, honestly. Thank God.
We're leading LA's biggest stars in the City Championship Celebrity Challenge. It's happening on Saturday, July 11th. So guys, for fans who are thinking about coming out on July 11th, just paint the picture of the night and what fans can expect when they get there.
I think it's going to be very energized. It's going to be music. We got some special guests that's going to come out and perform at halftime. We all going to be able to be accessible to the fans, meet and greet, get your autograph signed, bring the kids out, take pictures. I mean, it's going to be full. Marathon Burger. Rest in peace to my bro Nipsey Hussle, but it's the marathon continues, man. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's just gonna be an overall good thing for the city. It's at Northmount High School. Very personal. Pop out, man. Come meet us. Come shake your hand. Take a picture.
I think it's going to be good. There's going to be a lot of stars there. City of Champions. I think it's good for the city for sure.
Who's gonna win? Let's put it out right now. We're getting competitive.
Team Jackpot. Team Jackpot.
Team K9, man.
We are so excited for this, you guys. Deshaun Jackson, Keyshawn Nixon leading LA's biggest stars in the City Championship Celebrity Challenge on Saturday, July 11th. You can still get your tickets. We're also giving away tickets every day right here on 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Hour number 4, Power Hour. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube, we appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat on YouTube at The Fan LA. You can also call us at 855-975-2326. That's 855-97-LA Fan. Just share your thoughts anything that we're talking about right now. We have the second match of the day kicked off about 5 minutes ago. Switzerland and Colombia, the winner of this match, will be facing Argentina in the quarterfinals in that insane comeback by Messi and Argentina, scoring 3 goals in 13 minutes.
Never seen anything like it. Don't know if I'll ever see anything like it again. And Messi proving yet again. Here's reason 5,452 of why I'm the GOAT.
Well, and also like so exciting that he is, again, this is what great players do, the greatest of all time, is they show up and they perform in the biggest moments on the biggest stage. And to anyone listening, you guys, Messi plays in the United States, in Miami for in the MLS. So you have an opportunity to continue to watch Messi playing every single weekend after the World Cup.
And he does.
Inter Miami. I was like, it wasn't coming to me for a second. I was like, in the MLS.
And they have cool pink jerseys.
I love them.
They look really sweet.
David
and it matches
Beckham.
his cleats well. So that's the beauty of it, is you get to see the greatest to ever do this, and we'll see how far Argentina goes. We were just talking to
The
Lori.
defending champs.
Exactly. We were just talking a moment ago with Lori how you can't count them out going forward. And now we get to push all that fan base and all of that. Hey, you're excited about soccer for the first time. We know the U.S. is out. We know Mexico's out. Go watch the MLS. Go watch Messi.
Go watch Messi.
He's doing this once a week.
Yeah, that was fun. Lori Lindsay, former U.S. women's national team player who was calling games for Fox Sports and covers the MLS on Apple TV, was just raving about the fact that, you guys, he plays here. He plays in our backyard. We get to watch him and continue to watch him towards the end of his career, and it's so special. We saw, obviously, David Beckham be the first real international player to come over and change the game here in the United States, and David Beckham being part of that ownership group for Inter Miami, and now finding a way. There was so much creative accounting to get Messi to come and play in the United States, but to help grow the game over here. I mean, obviously, the complete opposite of what Ronaldo did and went and took close to $1 billion to go play in Saudi, Middle East. Where was it?
I do not know the name of the league, but yes, somewhere out there.
Yeah, somewhere where it's just like, okay.
Sure.
Yeah. Again, you never can blame an athlete for going and getting the bag, but it just kind of adds to his lore.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
agreed.
It's
Agreed.
just,
Messi the GOAT, doing GOAT things.
Seeing him cry after the game, all of his teammates coming over and giving him like just tearful hugs was just, that encapsulates exactly who Messi is.
Throwing him in the air with the hip parades. I mean, I guess
it's iconic.
I guess he's such a little guy that's maybe not that incredible, but it looked cool. It looked really cool.
He's such a little guy.
He's
like
like 5'5.5" on a good day, but that adds to the lore of Lionel Messi. Like he was the small guy, the small kid that a bunch of coaches counted out, and then someone in Europe said, "Oh, we'll give him a shot."
Yeah,
and now here we are.
It's so wild, you guys. We've gotten such amazing matches throughout this World Cup, minus USA's performance last night. We'll dive a little more into that again later in the show. But besides that, like, if that Argentina match was like any indication that anything is possible at any point of the match, you can never give up. Cabo Verde being another big fun story and situation. They almost took down Messi in Argentina. It took them into extra time. Like, that was incredible. And their goalkeeper is now, I think, going to be playing with Messi.
That's good.
So you can also follow his story.
It is.
I forgot about that until this moment.
He's got to be at like 20 million across various platforms at this point. This guy will be on a billboard soon. He'll be on a commercial.
His life changed forever.
He'll be on a commercial before the tournament's over. And I'm sure he's picking out a mansion somewhere in Miami right now. Good for him.
It's so much fun. Guys, if you've missed any of our conversation today, you can catch the podcast. Just search Brock and Alex wherever you get your podcast. You can catch the full show, individual hours, all the biggest moments. We've had some great guests on today. We had Spectrum host and reporter Lil Nikki K talking all things World Cup and Dodgers. And as we mentioned, Lori Lindsay, former U.S. women's national team player who was calling games for Fox Sports in the the World Cup. She also calls MLS on Apple TV. But it has just been like, what a fun day to have that Argentina match going on. It started before we were even on the air. That was a 9 a.m. kickoff Pacific. And we are scoreless right now in Switzerland and Colombia. But if anything happens, we will keep you posted because the winner of that game is taking on Argentina.
Yes, they are. And if Switzerland, who is Lori's dark horse, as she just said. Yeah, so
Forgot about
Switzerland
that.
and Argentina, Switzerland being able to reach this stage is fantastic. Norway, England, nobody expected Norway to be able to do this.
But Erling Haaland, who you just did your tea on,
He's one of the best in the world.
If
But
there's a magical player that can will their team to
Yes.
the quarterfinals, it's Haaland.
All right, but almost each quarterfinal match includes a team that was not expected to be here. France and
Okay.
Morocco. Morocco beats the Netherlands. Nobody thought they would make it this far. Spain and Belgium is kind of as chalk of a matchup as you can get. Norway is a country that benefited from the expanded pool. I don't even know the last time they've been featured in a World Cup. And then Switzerland has won 3 matches consecutively for, I want to say, the first time in their history.
Wow.
So there's a lot of opportunities for this to finish being a magical World Cup, as magical as it's been this entire time.
And each of these matches in the quarterfinals has like a big fun name to be watching.
You're right. No, you're so right. The new faces, the new superstars that America's getting familiar with, and hopefully will continue to follow once the tournament's over.
It's so fun. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Brock, I have a question because it's been a minute since I've gotten the coffee out of the machine. How long do you let it sit so I don't burn my tongue? I really want to take a sip, but it's
You're good.
I'm so nervous because
If
burning
you've
your
been
tongue's
keeping
like
the
the worst.
lid open this whole
Yeah.
time, yep. You're good to
Okay.
go. You're solid.
Dude, if when you're giving
I
a
wish you
take
luck.
and I take a sip and it burns my tongue,
I will take full
I'm going to
blame.
be doing the Sophie Cunningham at you. Just
the point.
put it in the loop.
I will take full blame, but you're good to go.
With my Wemby denim.
Yeah.
Do you believe in aliens?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, good. We're on the same page
Yes,
here.
yes,
Do you
yes,
guys believe in aliens? Because yes,
They're here.
Of course they are.
They're definitely here.
But I love it. As I walked in, D-Fish was like, "Oh, nice Wemby denim." I was like, "Genius." That's what I'm calling this now. My Wemby denim jacket with little aliens on it. They're here. They live in the oceans in Antarctica. They're either us from the future. They're studying us. I love everything all aliens. But let's move on, okay? Because let's talk some Dodgers. Because what we saw yesterday is another example of the good and great teams always figure out a way to win.
Yes, they do.
And there were so many fun moments from it. And it started out with obviously Freddie Freeman's bobblehead night. He had his whole family out there, his new daughter out there, making them now 4 kids, family of 6. Wild, let me tell you, as the oldest of 4. Fun times. But then you had Ohtani. We are now officially on Ohtani home run 300 watch. He hit 299 last night, went 3 for 4 with 4 RBI. So his biceps feeling just fine. Because he said he felt it more when he was hitting.
When he was hitting, which is so strange, but that's what the claim is. Yes.
Okay, that's Ohtani for you. Kyle Tucker also went 3 for 5, and he has been hitting exceptionally well over his last 10 games, batting .412, going 14 for 34 with a home run in there, 5 RBIs,
A lot of
9
success at home,
walks.
too.
Yeah, and that's what we needed to see from Kyle Tucker. That might be kind of the best thing that could have happened for him heading into the All-Star break.
Oh, yeah. Game 1 against San Diego, he goes 4 for 4. I want to say it was game 3 where he gets walked every single at-bat. And then now 3 for 5 last night, two times led off the inning with a single. Is that the right temperature? Coffee the right temperature?
I was so nervous.
There you go. Right temperature.
It's still hot, but it's not like burn your tongue hot.
Yes. Okay, good. And after his last hit, in the 10th or 11th inning last night. His batting average is over 250 for the first time probably the entire season.
Yeah.
So Kyle Tucker not just having success, but having success at home, and he can ride this out to All-Star break, recalibrate some things, and continue what we've seen. But so happy for him to not just have success, but for it to be at Dodger Stadium.
I mean, if he plays to his full potential and why the Dodgers gave him $60 million, this is going to be an extremely dangerous lineup, more so than they already are with an Ohtani and a Freddie and a Mookie and an Andy Pages and a Max Muncy. Like, if Kyle Tucker can live up to those expectations and continue this run that he's been on over the last 10 games.
The Dodgers are a sports car that has 6 gears, and they're only in the 3rd gear right now. Right?
I don't drive stick shift. Is that normal? I've never driven stick shift. I don't understand this analogy. I need a visual. Explain it to me.
I'll give you a better visual.
Okay.
I'll give you a better visual.
Okay.
Right now, the Dodgers are running a 100-meter dash, and they only have one shoe on.
Oh, wow.
Right? Like,
crushing.
The bullpen is still getting healthy. Evan Phillips is supposed to make his debut tonight. Yes, they are spikes.
Okay.
But they only have one on. And when they put the second one on, which is Edwin Diaz, which is Tyler Glass now,
Unstoppable.
which is
Blake Snell,
which is Kike Hernandez,
Blake Snell,
which is Blake Snell. Like, there are
Will
so
Smith.
many things that are preventing them from being at their best, and they're still the first team to 60 wins. There's a lot to be excited about, but Kyle Tucker is probably one of the biggest, outside of Edwin Diaz, I would say the biggest piece among them, that if he figures it out, the ceiling gets removed yet again.
It's going to be incredible. But let's talk about the man behind the plate, and probably the most talked about moment from last night's game. And that was the 10th inning where things got spicy between Dalton Rushing and Cole Carrig. Words were exchanged. Benches cleared. Things got briefly heated. Thankfully, Max Muncy got there just in time and kind of pushed Dalton back a bit. And if you didn't see it, Cole slid into home plate. Dalton's leg was out and was definitely blocking the path. He hit it. He was safe. Dalton tagged him after the fact and kind of like a cheeky, like, well, just in case, let me give you a little tap. Words were exchanged. I think Cole may have said something first, but probably frustrated at what Dalton did blocking the path. Dalton, WTF, you just say to me, like puffing out your chest, and bench is clear. Bullpen came out. Situation went down. And it could have gotten bad, but like I said, Max Muncy, I think, has been one of the players to help cool down and talk to Rushing in situations. Luckily for Dalton Rushing, he ended up being the hero, the walk-off hero with a broken bat, walk-off hit that I think it just kind of puts everything that happened the inning prior to the back of your mind. And if he can continue to, again, this is the Dodgers' way, is letting your actions speak louder than your words. Go to the plate, get an RBI, get that walk-off hit, like call the right, like that was, we need to challenge. That was a strike, not a ball situation with the Shohei Ohtani. Like if he can get those handled and in a situation where we're not constantly like, what's he going to do next situation, I think they'll also be in a good place, but we still don't have a for sure timeline on when Will Smith is going to be back.
Yes, and because, I mean, it's been over a month now, and Will Smith still has not begun working out or done any baseball-related activities, and I'm at a point where I'm just expecting Dalton Rushing to be the catcher for the remainder of the season, because with a neck injury, if there is any question mark, you need to worry about the rest of your career, not just one season. So I feel that the concern from the Dodgers regarding Dalton Rushing, so in recent weeks at least, has been, hey, you may need to be here through our potential three-peat. So when something is an issue, it's not just, well, we only deal with Dalton once a week. It's no, Dalton is our guy. And he's 25. This is his second season, but last year was only, I think, 50 games or so of experience. And it's clear that the limelight of a starting spot, the responsibility, the needed maturity in a starting spot is not something he's necessarily ready to handle. And there have been countless examples of that showing itself, of his fiery energy and not really knowing how to manage it, of really only having one speed, and that is break things and yell at people, including himself. But yesterday is the one time I will defend him because I loved it. I
know you did.
I loved it, and the Dodgers had not scored in 5 innings. The Dodgers just seemed to be stuck in the mud while the Rockies were clawing back against the 6-1 lead, and then they tied it, and then they took the lead, and it was only after this moment that the Dodgers finally came alive and the bats got hot again. So if something happens tonight with Dalton rushing, if something happened in the Diamondback series, okay, maybe we need to sit and recalibrate some things like we did a couple weeks ago. But as far as last night is considered, I saw Cole Carrick say something first, even if rushing had the plate blocked. I saw a young guy defending himself, and if I'm a Dodger, I'm relieved that this energy that he constantly has is finally being dictated somewhere else instead of to our dugout.
Yeah. Something's going to go down tonight. Like
Probably.
Whether it's tonight or, I mean, it's usually the game after, but this is where you see someone get hit by a pitch or retaliation. I'm calling we might have a benches clearing situation. We have Justin Robleski on the mound tonight for the Dodgers. I don't see Robleski doing anything.
No.
But
well, Dalton's first at bat will probably be the biggest focus. Cole Carrick thankfully plays center field, so it's not like they'll interact on like
they're
a
about
slide
as
into
far
second base.
as like far away as you can be.
Keep them far away from
Yeah.
one another. You know, there's not a situation where he can intentionally slide with his spikes up or anything like that. But I expect Robleski to handle business. I expect Dalton Rushing to call the solid game for him. And the first time that Cole Carrick is up to bat, maybe a side eye or two.
Yeah.
But if it's a contentious moment, I'm sure Carrick and Rushing will be at the center of it if one happens.
Now let's talk a moment about Robleski, because he's been your guy.
Yes.
You've been kind of on this fan wagon of like get him to the All-Star game, and there's still a possibility if
it could happen.
If there is any sort of injury, a player decides I am not going to pitch, and a manager can decide, okay, we're going to tap him in here. How confident are you in Robleski right now and really being that third arm for the Dodgers moving forward?
He is as cemented as Shohei and Yamamoto are. Not that he's as good as them as a pitcher, but in regards to if the playoffs start right now, which is kind of what I judge everything based off. If the playoffs started right now, if Robleski is firmly in that rotation, and I cannot even begin to describe how happily shocked I am that he was the guy who emerged when the injury started taking place. It was, okay, we just need to put Band-Aids everywhere, and if one of you guys can emerge, that would be great. And for it to be Robleski, who had a couple moments last year, most notably that scoreless inning during the World Series when they were kind of desperate for arms, and for him to be the guy that is knocking on the door of an All-Star, and if he can continue this, will maybe be like a long shot for a Cy Young next year. Like Robleski has entered the conversation of, well, I don't know how good this guy can be, so I'm just going to put all my chips in because he's 25 and he's only going to get better.
You've had like so many funny elevator pitches on Robleski from like the moment he came out here. It's like, come on, guys, this is an All-Star. Like you've been attached to him.
I've been trying to get people on board, man. This guy's the truth.
Let's see if he can do it tonight, because who the Rockies have on the mound has been struggling. This is the perfect opportunity for the Dodgers to take advantage of the situation, keep it rolling, and go into the All-Star break hot and continue to stretch that gap in the NL West. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, you guys, did LeBron James see the Lakers breakup coming before it actually happened? Don't go anywhere. That's coming up next.
And X will ever like have like an issue with you coming in? It's like, oh, this guy's coming for my gig. Because at the end of the day, when you draft a guy, kind of coming for your gig a little bit, at least a little bit.
No, for sure. I'm sure he felt that way. The best story I have, which still pisses me off to this day, is the summer before we started training camp. UCLA men's gym over on the UCLA campus is like, that was the hub and still is in a lot of ways for summer basketball.
Oh, yeah. Great spot over there.
Pickup games, 5-on-5s, all the best guys in the league end up there at some point throughout the summer. And on this day, I go over there to play and compete. And Nick Van Exel's on one team, I'm on another team. But Magic Johnson is there on the sideline, just kind of there. I think he was on one of the teams. I think his team lost, which was almost impossible because Magic was always going to, if the game was tied 6-6 and we're going to 7, Magic was going to make sure his team got to 7. So I won't say more. But so Nick Van Exel and I are matched up against each other, and he was cooking. But Magic is literally on the sideline enjoying the fact that Nick Van Exel was frying me.
Oh, no. In front of your guy.
And I'm like, yo, I cannot believe this is happening. Like, Magic is literally my greatest of all time, and he's over here laughing at me getting fried. And so it wasn't so much Nick. He was great. He never gave me the energy that, like, I know you coming from my spot.
Yeah.
And I always give him a lot of love for that because I definitely was coming for his spot. Like, it just as a competitor.
Absolutely.
But he never made me feel that way. But yeah, that's the story that, like, yeah, bro.
You ever talk to Magic about that? I'm like, dude, you have no idea.
No, I've never.
Well, you might hear about it now.
No, because it's like, if you get 5 minutes to talk to Magic, you're not going to bring up the time that he was laughing at you. You're going to be talking about a whole bunch of other stuff.
Absolutely. How can you not?
This is very Wizards-like. I mean, you're not going to win a championship with Trae Young as your first, second, or even third best player.
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry, here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or you're watching us live on YouTube. I appreciate you being here. We appreciate you being here. We want you to be a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the comments section on YouTube at The Fan LA. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Brock, I'm like shocked right now. We just did like a little social segment here, and I told you to check your phone. You said you don't have your phone in here right now?
It is not. It is.
Well, how do you not have your phone on you at all time? It is within arm's reach.
Space.
Of me right now.
I keep it in the office area, and our good buddy Mitch, who is part of the Fan family, is always making fun of me for it.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yes, he is.
How do you not have your phone on you at all times?
I feel like I should hold on to that for you, Brock, in case something happens.
It's not important.
Someone calls you or.
Do you have iChat open on your computer?
I do have it on here. Only
but you don't
two
look at
people's texts come through.
Ours?
No, not yours.
Oh,
just kidding. Yes, of course yours.
Not the group chat. Like Shay and I are like texting like on that throughout the entire show.
I'm just being funny. The group chat and my wife's texts come through on the laptop, but the phone does stay in the office.
Okay.
Yes.
That's fair.
I'm up to speed sometimes. Sometimes
Come on.
I'm up to speed.
No, what did your wife call you? Like most untechnological sound millennial?
Millennial. That is the running line that I've heard from quite a few people in my life.
He's the least techiest nerd I've ever met in my life.
Well, no, he's not a nerd. Like nerds are obsessed with technology or obsessed with like video games or
he's
an athlete. He's a job.
No,
How?
I can't give that to him anymore.
Oh, because he reads the dictionary.
Everything else, yeah.
Because he reads the dictionary. His pronunciations are.
You guys keep running with this.
It's not just an athlete.
Start believing it.
He's not just an athlete.
No, he's intelligent. He's extremely intelligent.
You guys are too nice to me, but you're also making fun of me at the same time, so I don't know how to react.
It's kind. Like, trust me, coming from a dyslexic human, I'm very jealous of how well you enunciate and pronunciate things and know your words. Like big words, that was not my thing for SAT, ACT. I was like, nah.
I'm gonna skip this section. Actually,
yeah, no, I still did it.
Just put a big X.
We
over
figure it out. You make it up. Fake it till you make it, baby.
There you go.
That's been my motto through life.
That is life.
That is life. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. So obviously a lot of big moves, moving parts and changes for the Lakers this season. As you mentioned, which I didn't even think about this, they're starting 5 from the first round of the playoffs this year are all gone.
All 5 of them
are
gone. LeBron,
officially gone.
Rui, Luke Kennard, DeAndre Ayton, Marcus Smart, all on different teams or deciding where they're going to play next.
So let's talk about LeBron James here for a second, because apparently the exit sounded like it was over before the team got a real meeting. So according to the ESPN piece, the Lakers tried to set up a video call with LeBron before free agency, but Rich Paul said LeBron was not available because he had already decided he did not want to return. And there's more stories and moments that are coming out of this whole situation. And Rich Paul obviously was on the Max Kellerman podcast. He had the whole whiteboard situation with the 10 teams that LeBron James is deciding between and where he's going to go next. But he also shared, he said there was a point where he was talking to LeBron and there was a 2-week period where he was 80% sure he was going back to the Lakers. 2 weeks later, he was 1,000% sure that he was not going back. So what happened in those 2 weeks? And that's kind of what we really need to figure out and dissect. If you care, and if not, it's the Lakers didn't technically push LeBron out. They made it clear Luka was the future, and LeBron knew he was no longer the priority. And I think that was probably the biggest piece to the whole situation.
Doesn't this feel like you're not breaking up with me, I'm breaking up with you?
Well, let me break up with you first.
Yeah.
So, it's not like you dumped me.
You can't fire me because I quit.
Yeah.
It's
giving.
So, my first question is, how many times is the story going to change? Because every 48 hours, there's a new version of how LeBron actually turned down the Lakers before they had the opportunity to turn down him. He wanted to be in LA, and now the story is he didn't want to be in LA. At first, it was about money and Reeves getting the max and me having to take crumbs. Now it's never been about money. At first, it was about winning a championship. Now it's just about
happiness,
being happy. Like,
yeah.
It's just he being Rich Paul. He and that whole camp should have decided what the story was before they started their PR blast, because going back and forth just lets everyone know you're just going to make this up as you go. And it brings me back to the main point of the LeBron James experience. And I know sometimes it doesn't sound like it. I am a LeBron James defender.
Are you?
I am a defender, but
you?
I understand why he rubs people the wrong way, and this is why. It's over. Say you don't want to be a Laker, and now put all of your attention.
But it's not him; it's Rich Paul.
Oh, okay.
This is all Rich Paul. So apparently, Rich Paul reportedly called Rob Pelinka from Wimbledon to tell him that LeBron would be continuing his career elsewhere, and that the Lakers and LeBron did not exchange formal or informal offers at all, which in that podcast conversation with Max Kellerman, he said, well, was there an offer? He goes, there didn't need to be. I was like, cool. And there was no face-to-face or virtual meeting about the future together. And the Lakers tried to schedule a video call, but LeBron was already 1,000% ready to move on. Where on the opposite side, the Lakers gave Austin Reeves a full pitch meeting, and LeBron never got anything close to the same process.
Rich Paul's job is to make sure his client, who also happens to be one of his best friends, is set up in a place that he wants to be set up. Rich Paul, I understand, is in a rare position to where he's a celebrity and also an agent, which is rare air, and I have tons of gripes about how that's being handled. But my point is, if LeBron told Rich Paul to stop talking about the Lakers, Rich Paul would not be talking about the Lakers.
So you think this is planted?
Yes, I think even even though he has made it clear he is not coming back here, if LeBron said all of our attention is on future prospects, that is the only thing that Rich Paul would be talking about. And the fact that these articles and leaks and tweets and rumors, enough is enough. You came to Los Angeles to bring the franchise out of the mud and to do some things in entertainment. You got to be the GM. You wanted Anthony Davis, we got Anthony Davis. You wanted Russell Westbrook, we got Russell Westbrook. You wanted us to draft your son, we drafted your son. We got a championship out of it. The fact that everyone can't just part their ways amicably and be adults about this is part of the LeBron experience that is just, I understand why some people grow sick of him, and it gets to a point where the Lakers, how many times has anyone affiliated with the Lakers come out and said something about LeBron? Yeah.
You're saying like since the situation?
Yes, since the offside, they
moved on. They've moved on. Well, because they had to, because the whole situation, LeBron can't be connected to Luka Doncic anymore and the Lakers. Like that was the whole thing. If LeBron was still on the Lakers, he would still be a focal point. This wouldn't be Luka Doncic's team. And now looking back and forward and just this whole situation, I don't see how it ever could be Luka's team with LeBron on that roster.
And that leads to my point of the team that you keep talking about every 48 hours isn't even thinking about you because they moved on, because they chose.
Well, have to.
Right. But even still, LeBron is working the PR battle, but the PR battle takes two willing participants. You're arguing against a brick wall because the Lakers have entered the Luka era, and it's Luka's show, and we've moved on. Like Rob Pelinka has not gone out of his way to correct any incorrect rumors about LeBron. Jeannie Buss hasn't gone out of her way. She made a post about thanks LeBron for your time in LA, but she is not trying to clear up any rumors. Mark Walters, everyone has moved on.
It's a new era. It's a new era in ownership, in the way they handle situations.
Right.
And it's interesting, too, because we talked about Rui leaving and going to the Clippers, and he was on a list that Luka wanted players to return. But new ownership gave him the two big things that he asked for, which was keep Austin Reeves, do not have him be a part of a trade, and he got the 4-year, $185 million max deal. And then you need an A-list center, and you get Walker Kessler. And they overpaid both of them to get him what he wanted. And it's interesting because we for sure thought Jackson Hayes was still going to be on the team because Luka helped him get his Slovenian citizenship. We thought Rui would be a great depth and addition just with what he did in the playoffs and his three-point shooting. But you're starting to see this new ownership group go, okay, we're going to compromise here. I'll give you pieces that you want, but then we're also going to figure out what is the best way to assemble this new roster to be a championship team.
And all of those talking points are worthy of being discussed. And there's just one player, one former Laker who hasn't realized, hey, we have a lot of stuff to work on over here. Why is it every 48 hours I open my newspaper and you're talking about it? We have moved on. And
open your newspaper?
LeBron, I imagine Rob Pelinka still reads a newspaper.
No.
But LeBron is trying to win a PR battle that nobody cares about. I guess my question is this. Who are you trying to convince that you left the Lakers, they didn't leave you? Nobody in the Lakers organization cares because there is new ownership and we have moved on and we are trying to construct a roster and we have a lot of work to do. You are not going to convince LA fans because they are invested in this new version of the Lakers. And if I have to pick a side, I have to take Luka's side because he is the future of the Lakers. And non-LA fans don't care. And wherever your future home is, they don't
Cleveland.
care. Yeah, Cleveland
he's going back home.
But
they got a spot for Bronny.
If you are a Cleveland Cavalier fan, I don't care how you left the Lakers. I just care that you're back home. So my question for LeBron, as he's probably going to milk this thing for the entire summer, who are you trying to convince? Because nobody's listening. That if I could sum everything up into one sentence, who are you trying to convince? No one is listening. Go be a Cav and finish your legendary book that is up there with greatest athletes ever. How you want to. You don't need to convince everyone that you left the Lakers because nobody cares. Go Lakers. Go Lakers.
I think he's definitely going to end up going home where it all began.
It's a beautiful ending, and you bring your son with you. Are you kidding me? The very first game where LeBron and Bronny are wearing Cavs jerseys, and there's gonna be a photo of young Bron and Bronny sitting courtside as a baby. Like that's beautiful. You can make movies about that.
Oh yeah.
Put your attention on that. That's what we want. People are gonna be crying in that arena. That's gonna be a beautiful moment. So let's put our attention there. That's all I'm saying. My God, he's gonna milk this thing.
We want to hear from you, LA. How are you feeling? You can call us at 855-97 LA fan 855-975-2326. Let's go to Mitch in East LA. Mitch, how we doing?
How's it going?
Hey, Mitch.
Shay at Brock. How you doing?
We're doing great.
Mitch.
I love that he always addresses you, Shay, as well.
We be talking on the chat all show.
How we feeling
Lovely
today,
show.
Mitch?
Feeling good. Feeling good.
Yeah.
I call the Lakers little Dodgers. Lakers.
Okay.
I think they did great moves after they let LeBron go. He didn't feel validated. He wasn't getting enough attention. He wasn't wanted enough. But they let go of Hayes. They should have kept DeAndre Ayton. Then they traded him. It should have been reversed. I wish they had kept Hayes. And now I wish they also had kept Rue. They need a backup center, and they still need kind of a wing. It would help the bench. And with the Dodgers, I think the only reason why Russian's still here is a bit of a drama boy, drama queen. It's because we don't know when to get Will Smith back. I would say make that trade for Turing Skubal. That's his first thing. Yeah, get Skubal, got him Paz, and maybe one of the pitchers. I would hate to get Robleski, but that would be a fair deal. But he has to sign an extension. Maybe the Dodgers be the only team playing next year. Or the few. As long as the Dodgers are playing, I'll be happy with it.
Thanks, Mitch. Thank you, Mitch. We appreciate you always.
Appreciate you, Mitch.
Great show.
Thank you.
East LA.
What a trade. Did he say Robleski and
Robleski
Paez?
and Rushing.
And Paez.
And Paez.
He threw Paez in there for Skubal.
I'd
That's why I was waiting for your reaction. I was like, why aren't you freaking out about this?
All I heard was Robleski and Rushing. That is far too much unless Skubal is willing to sign a lifelong contract and pitch every single game. I don't know if we can come to terms with that. But one thing Mitch is always going to have is creative ideas. He has ideas no one else can consider.
You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, this World Cup, like everything, there's so much must-watch matches coming up, you guys. We're going to dive into that. Don't go anywhere. More Brock and Alex coming up next.
I spent time with Mike Tyson. Does that count?
I'm a boxer. I'm a fighter.
I don't do that.
I'm Mike Tyson.
He was kind, and he was. I mean, I think he's sharp. But it was like being with a tiger. Like I was afraid. It was like being with a tiger. They tell you is
back
docile.
spinal.
Oh my God.
My back spinal. I love Mike Tyson.
Mr. Tyson, I have nothing to do with this on DMAC and Reiter. I want you to know when you lay him out, I support you 1,000%. I celebrate whatever violence you must bring.
Bill, you're
to
friends
my
with
partner.
DMAC. I'm going to hurt his back. Spinal.
Okay. Yeah, there's. Oh my God, Alex Curry thought I was mocking her snort earlier.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, no, I wasn't. I was mocking my snort.
I like your snort. It's cute.
Thanks, man. Can we move on to something else? This is digressed.
That good.
Comment smacked me the way that Mike Tyson will smack you if you're ever in a room with him.
D-Mac.
Should we do say what do you they can see you on the stream when you do the let's stop. It's not a secret.
Oh no.
It's not a surprise. You're on camera. There's a thing right there, dude. At the Fan LA.
That's crazy, man. This Laker talk is
big secrets.
Oh man. Hey.
Have you already been punched by Mike Tyson? What is wrong with your brain right now?
I'm just so obsessed with the radio element of this. You know what I'm saying?
Cut. Slide, bro.
Fernando Mendoza does care about something. He has reportedly filed a trademark protection for the nickname Nandalorian. It is unclear whether or not Disney will fight it.
I mean, A, come on, Disney. And B, do you like the Nandalorian?
I don't like this one. I don't like this nickname.
It's
I don't like
cringy.
it. I don't like it. I think there was one I saw out there, the Cuban Missile, because he's Cuban. That people were going with, but I think this is a little safer than that.
Yeah,
right?
that was better. This one, he's really forcing it.
Yeah, I see it, man.
See what I did there?
Hey,
the force.
I see it. Yeah,
Okay,
no,
I just didn't know if you
banger.
caught it.
That was.
It's like a marathon, you know?
Trademark or do not trademark.
That's an amazing Yoda.
Yeah, but here's
Whoa!
That cease and desist is coming from George Lucas and Disney.
Is it true you stood up today in the break room?
What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the conversation. You can call us at 855-97 LA Fan. We just got some breaking news from Shams. Lakers, free agent center Kayvon Looney has agreed to a 1-year, $3.9 million deal with the Lakers. It is being reported to ESPN. So there is their backup center.
There we go.
That was another check off the list.
It is checked off the list. Kayvon Looney spends, I want to say, at least a decade in a Golden State Warriors uniform. He won at least 3 of those championships with them. I forget if he was there for the 2015 championship. That may have been his rookie year. He was a key contributor for a couple of those years. Early on, they had enough guys down low where they didn't need him, and then on the back end, he kind of got pushed out. And then last year, played basketball with the New Orleans Pelicans, but a championship pedigree, played significant minutes on championship rosters, and is a UCLA Bruin.
There you go.
Welcome
but
home.
A veteran with championship experience.
Yes.
Which is what this Lakers team needs right now.
That is exactly
because their
what
big
they need.
3 don't have that experience.
No, they do not. And we talked about why Marcus Smart leaving was such a big deal. Yeah, the box score may not be super impressive, but it was just having a championship caliber guy who had played in big moments and could calm the ship when the seas are getting rough, right?
Yeah.
And Kayvon Looney can be that. And Luka Doncic is not necessarily emotionally stable sometimes when things go high. Reeves can keep it in check, but in an event where there's a lot of young guys on the court, which there may be as the depth gets built out, you can have a Kayvon Looney on the court saying, I've played championship basketball before. Listen to me. Do what I say. I'm not the best player on the floor, but
need to be.
I am a voice that you will listen to. I'm pleased with this.
Yeah,
I like this.
This is experience. This is depth. This is veteran leadership.
Mm-hmm.
I think this could work out really well. We want to hear from you, LA. You can call us at 855-97 LA Fan, 855-975-2326. We have Big Hoss in Hollywood. How we feeling? How you doing today?
Hey, what's happening, guys? Just want to tell you, first-time caller, but love the show. Glad you guys are on the Fan LA. Glad we got the Fan LA. Awesome series, man.
Thank you.
We
Thank
appreciate
you for
you,
listening
Hoss.
and calling in.
Yes, yes. Hey, down to business. I'm going to tell you, ain't nobody happier than me that dude is gone from the Lakers. bro.
LeBron. He's talking about LeBron James.
Hello, new life. Hello, new life. I'm going to tell you right now. Listen, I'm going to tell you something. Everyone that is going to care about LeBron is a LeBron James fan and on the tip. Because otherwise, dude, nobody's having it, man. If you ain't Kobe, if you ain't Jordan, you ain't there, and you can cry, moan, cry, and you know what else goes along with it all you want, brother. But I'm telling you, that's how it is. Straight up. On the real, dude, tell me if I'm wrong. There has not been someone in the NBA that flops and cries more than Bill Laimbeer back in the days from the Pistons, man. Come on.
Big Hoss got the heat, man.
Bro, I just had to get off my chest, bro.
That's what we're here for.
Hearing about LeBron.
We're a therapy
I'm
session.
sick about hearing about these people going, oh, LeBron's the greatest. Man, that's the way. If you want to talk about now, maybe now, yeah. Because there's really no heat. There's no pressure, bro.
Big Hoss, we appreciate you tuning in. We appreciate you calling in. And thank you for allowing us to be your therapy session here for a little Lakers moment.
Much love. Y'all
Call
have
in
a good one. Keep it up.
anytime, my man, anytime. Big Hoss had to get it off his chest. I respect it.
But it just kind of adds to the point, too, where the Lakers just keep making moves in the, okay, we are taking a new direction now, and that's just what we're focusing on.
Yes, and Kevon Looney definitely will provide more of a defensive presence than an offensive one. Older guy, never was the pinnacle of athleticism, but he can set a screen.
Yeah.
He's not going to be the guy who rolls off that screen like Kessler and, makes a play at the rim necessarily. But what he does provide is tremendous defensive rebounding, which is big. And the same way that Walker Kessler helps out defensively by just being a tall guy in the paint to help everyone else, because even if you get by me, there's a 7-foot dude back there that you have to deal with, and that makes my job easier. Kevon Looney can provide that as well. So a quality addition, and my guess is it came down to Looney or Valanciunas. I would be happy with either. But
did you say that this morning?
Is solid. Yes.
Okay.
This is solid.
Then there you go.
This is solid.
That's what we were looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Lakers continuing to make moves. I think there'll be maybe a little more depth happening, a wing, they'll keep an eye out for another move. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. But as I mentioned, we are almost set for the World Cup quarterfinals right here. The last match in the round of 16, Switzerland and Colombia is scoreless at the half. But the winner of that match will face Argentina, who just had the most insane comeback win over Egypt, scoring 3 goals in 13 minutes. And obviously, there was a little concern of okay, Portugal's out, Brazil's out, the U.S. men's national team is now out. And those were big star power, not necessarily the U.S., but in terms of being the host country and the excitement surrounding it. But I just want to let everybody know, and especially after watching what Messi and this Argentina team did in the match today, there is still so much to look forward to in these quarterfinals.
I mean, we can just run this.
Let's go.
List. France and Morocco,
Mbappe.
what Dembele and Mbappe are doing, they look like a force that cannot be stopped. They're young, they're fast, they are miraculous. But Morocco has already made it further than anyone expected, and they have that going for them. Spain and Belgium, we saw what Belgium did yesterday when they dismantled our...
Is that bad that I'm just I just want Spain to win this one now?
Yeah, I think we all
only
need,
just
need to root for Spain.
You can't. You got to get... I want to see a dominating performance by Spain. Just absolutely crush.
And the 18-year-old Lamine Yamal will be at the forefront of that, the next superstar, if you will. Norway and England is the one I'm most excited for. I cannot wait.
This was your T. Yeah.
Erling Haaland is... Since the U.S. is no longer in it, if you are looking for a reason why U.S. fans can continue to support a team, it's Norway, because Erling Haaland is the answer to the question of what if U.S. men put their best athletes in soccer? That is Erling Haaland. And as we discussed a moment ago, Erling Haaland could have played for England.
Yeah.
Chose to go with his roots in Norway. Harry Kane will have something to say about that. And then Argentina faces off against the winner that is of Switzerland or Colombia.
And you're going to have Messi, who is still in the quarterfinals, which is incredible. And he was a big turning point in that match this morning that had a 9 a.m. kickoff. I mean, being down 2-0 and scoring 3 goals in 13 minutes, you guys, is absolutely insane, with Messi having the equalizer.
Yes.
Is just, you have to imagine, because we were talking about this with the U.S. men's team. It was like, I don't know if they had anyone in that moment that maybe had a conversation during a halftime or hydration break of just, what's going on, guys?
Yeah.
We need to figure this out. We need to pull it together. Like, we are better than this. We can be better than this. Do you believe? We believe. It feels like Messi had that moment with his Argentina team. And it was, we saw Tom Brady tweet out, that was probably more impressive than the
28-3, which is
the Atlanta
when they beat the Falcons in the Super Bowl, which is known as one of the best, if not the best, comeback in sports. And I don't know, 28-3 with the Falcons, you could pick any of the insane comebacks that the Knicks just had against the Spurs in the finals. But this Argentina victory is probably above anything right now. I mean, that is miraculous.
3 goals in 13 minutes.
13 minutes. And there's something so poetic of Messi missing a PK earlier in the match and him being the one to set the equalizer and, of course, be a major key in any goal that gets scored. And just that faith never dwindled. I don't care who you asked on that Argentina roster. Even after Messi missed the PK, it's who's going to drag you out of this? Oh, it's going to be that guy. The guy that just missed the PK is going to be the reason why we win this match. And you have to believe. You can't pull off a comeback like that if you have any doubt in your mind, and they clearly did not.
Yeah. I think I need France, so I'm going to go with France.
Okay.
I want Spain just because, no way, Belgium. Norway because of Holland. And then, Argentina just because I love watching the Messi. And I mean, can you imagine if Norway ends up beating England? Like, that's going to be a tough one. Like, England's got to be like a heavy favorite, right?
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Probably.
They have to be.
Probably.
They have to be.
I'm going to call Norway, France in the finals.
Would they face each other in the semis?
Norway and Argentina. So Norway, England, and Argentina TBD are matched up, and then Spain, Belgium, France, Morocco are matched up in their quadrant.
Okay,
so give me
their quadrant.
Norway, France in the finals. Quarterfinals, quadrant 4-4. Norway, France in the finals.
Wow. I'll take that. But I also love seeing Messi still play, you guys. And we're just so lucky that he now plays in the MLS for Inter Miami here in the United States. World Cup madness continues, you guys. World Cup fever. We love it so much. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. We'll be back tomorrow with more Brock and Alex. Don't go anywhere. D-Mac and Reiter coming up next here on 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. See ya.